Because when I'm using the TV, I'm just using YouTube. Just signed it as a guest. I'm not going through my phone. But like there'll be like a delay, and I'll get the spinning wheel of death for like a while, and I'm like, yeah. And I'll get it too on the phone. I'll do stuff on the phone.
I'm gonna
see how like my place, my TV is a Google TV. So if I just log into my Google account, all of my stuff is automatically connected.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so weird. I have Google. There's Google on it.
Yeah.
I can open it up.
Yeah.
But
I'm not sure who's in here, but hope you guys can hear me now.
Tech.
This is my dinner, the beef.
Like, will it forever remember?
Yeah, but even if it does, so it's not
Like curry?
Look at how many rices we have. Jesus Christ. We have a whole table full of rice, and I can't even eat mine. Pallet, oh damn, I just ate a pallet last night.
I ordered more rice.
You always get complimentary rice.
Oh, didn't know that.
Yeah. Hey, look, it's just taunting me. Look, I'm on the carnivore diet, and look at how many freaking rices are here. Look at that. I am cheating, guys. I'm having a tiny bit, so I got convinced to eat a little bit of this. Man, I love pallet though, man. I just had pallet, 2 nights ago? I think it was 2 nights ago. Someone says they're eating that pallet right now. The Fab.
Oh, okay.
I'll show you guys what they got. I think they both got a curry.
I like this one because they put a lot of eggplant in it.
The one that I like is Fluffy's. Hers is like the yellow one, and it just tastes so good.
I like it. It's probably out of their curries, it's probably I'd probably put it in second or third.
You want some?
I've tried them all.
You want some?
The peppers? Yeah, I'll take those, man.
And that's the only thing I will give Will.
What?
You don't need beef for the peppers.
I don't really eat many peppers in the USA, but
how you don't fucking get like a George's. I don't know how. Dude, if I put almonds in my shit, oh dude, I'll get a seed.
I don't even feel it. But you know what's weird? I've been doing the carnivore at George's where I don't get the rice and I get the beef that I normally get. And when I drink that broth, like when I dip in the broth like this in that beef, man, it's burning my mouth, and I'm like, wait a second.
Lightweight.
I don't know why, because I load up peppers on that dish, and it doesn't do nothing to me. When I don't eat it with the rice, that broth is killing me. Like, it was making my eyes water. But when I eat it with the rice, it's not even a little bit spicy to me. This is in Da Nang, Vietnam. We're in Vietnam, but we're at a Thai restaurant. There's my peppers, guys. Look at that. I'll try these peppers. You guys will see. By the end of the night, these will all be gone. I love dumping these peppers.
You just bite into one and start coughing.
No, man, these ones don't really get me. There's been a few. Now, if this was Thailand...
Really, the red ones? The green ones? You're telling me the green ones get you, not the red ones?
The green ones don't get me. They're every once in a while, like
Ever since I pointed it out to him, he's been coughing every time he
it's
eats.
just that broth, and it's not even the green peppers that I eat there. It's the broth. I don't know why. What's up, Tan? Steve, what's up, buddy? Little spicy. Not bad, though. Very good. Is the microphone better now? What do you guys think about the mic now? Hopefully the microphone problem's fixed. You guys know I love these peppers. I think this might be the very only time I've ever came here and not got the fried rice. I think we've been coming here for over a year or two. Almost all the restaurants.
Yeah, because you were coming here when it was at a different, back in the neighborhood, right?
I was sad when it left, man. It was so easy to just walk right down there.
Actually, this is probably the furthest restaurant you go to.
Yeah,
Distance-wise.
yeah. Korean fried restaurant and a pork chop place across the street, but this is farther. You like it?
I'm just gonna end up taking food home to go.
Didn't you order something else?
Shrimp fried rice.
Look at that, all that beef. There is some bell peppers, but it's not that bad. There's the Thai basil. The beef, I'm not sure if they use it all, but look, that's the size of the fried rice. So that's the fried rice that I have to order instead of just getting this little complimentary rice. Look at, that's the big portion. How's the audio? Can you guys hear me, or is it still bad audio?
What's that came with?
I don't know. One of you guys must have ordered it. Or they dropped off. Because I get the fried rice.
No.
You mind if I just...
When I get the fried rice, they don't give me nothing.
I can't tell if it's like a soup or a... Almost like a soup.
I either think they dropped it off at the wrong place, or it comes with the shrimp fried rice or something.
There's definitely a little spice to it, but tastes like a soup. And it's served hot, temperature-wise.
Was offline, and now I know the food came right when right before I turned back on the second pop-up of it. How's the audio though? Is the audio better? Is it the same? How is the audio now? Are you gonna use the ice? No? I'm gonna put that in there. I love this Thai restaurant. It's better. I don't know why. That's like the second time this week that once I restart my phone, it fixes. I'm not sure why.
Is that the Minions?
Yeah.
There was a little spicy bite right there.
Yeah, that's spicy, but it's good.
That is a beer. Mark got a beer. They thought it was an energy drink. For some people, maybe it's energy. Some people, that gives them energy. Trying to cheat as little as I can. Couple little spicy bites there, but not bad. Now in Thailand, man, there's some places that I had there. They always ask you, they'll say like, what level do you want? 1 through 10. And I was like, let me get like 3, 4. I was like, 3. And they hit me with the 3. The 3 was gonna kill me. And I was like, how do you guys have a 5 or a 10? Like, that thing is ridiculous.
I mean, they have some in Cali, but
I kind of think I've heard of
when
it.
in Japan, they got the same thing, level 0 to 10.
Yeah.
And if you get the level 10, finish it, you get it free. Yeah.
I wonder if it's on the Thai level. Why is it small? It's like tall, like those cans, and you gotta say, I think that's, how many milliliters? 330, so that's about a 12-ounce can. I think a 12-ounce can is 350. So it's like a 12-ounce. They're very cheap. Beers are very, very cheap here. Extremely cheap. But Thai peppers and Thai spice, way different than Vietnamese. I had learned my lesson on that one. That Thai spice ain't no joke. Everybody's quiet tonight.
You talking about us?
Yeah.
I say speed time.
Yeah, everybody's eating. My nose is running a little bit. Not bad.
No, I can tell some getting beat and sweat on my forehead.
Yeah, he's got a fried rice. I normally get the pineapple fried rice. There's 3 different kinds. I think there's a regular, I think there's a coconut fried rice, and then I think there's the pineapple. I always get the pineapple. And then you pick your meat, you pick your base. So there's like 3 different styles. I think that's the coconut. Is that regular? So that one's the regular, and then you pick your meat. You can pick like beef, vegetarian, shrimp, chicken, or pork. I always get the pineapple pork fried rice. It's very good. I can't get it though, man. I'm on the carnivore.
You have to order. Try some of the rice here. I can't make out what that white thing
I'm not gonna eat it.
It's not tofu.
This is enough for me.
What's up, JV? You finally made it to a dinner stream on time. Well, you missed me. You missed me eating that first bowl. Yeah, Miss Sheeram Blue. I don't know, man. You guys keep telling me I need to do more live streams, and the past few days,
You still can't figure it out.
a lot of people aren't showing up.
Reminded me of something, but you can't.
Take it, eat one of those, whatever it is.
I didn't know there's not much pork in Malaysia. Maybe because Muslim country. A lot of Muslims there. That's probably why.
Well,
I'm just helping out a little bit. The sooner I eat this beef, then I won't have to touch the rice. I added my peppers to this one. So those peppers are almost gone. Is more meat, no rice, and possibly carnivore request at a restaurant? Yeah, probably, but the problem is 2 things. One, it's gonna probably cost more. That's why I get the 2. I normally just get 1 in the fried rice, but instead I passed on the fried rice and I got 2. And the other thing is, in Asia, I noticed, man, when you try to substitute things, good luck. They either won't understand, it won't come out right.
they've been hanging out on the bottom.
There's your peppers, man.
How hot are they?
You gotta finish your last bites with just pure pepper.
Try it. I mean, the pepper itself is good. It's always the damn seeds.
These ones aren't bothering me at all. What's up, bro? Yeah, these are nothing to me.
Really?
Mm-mm.
I just got hit.
Smells like it hit you in the back of the throat.
Yeah, it's good.
The thing sometimes is, if you see there's seeds in here, so it depends on like who cooks it. Sometimes it's even more spicier, the broth, because they cook it with like these, there's peppers in here too. So sometimes I'll get double hit because the chef will make it more spicy, and then I add the peppers into it. So sometimes it's like real spicy, but so far,
Knock the seeds out of it.
I like it, man. It's kind of like a buzz when I eat that spice. What's up, Sean? He's not gonna see. Come on, man. Look at him. He's trying to take the seeds out. Come on, man.
Judge him.
You can't try to eat a pepper and try to get rid of the elements of it. It's like walking around with an unloaded gun. I used to have to leave off. Yeah, man, when you ask to substitute stuff here, I think the other day, didn't we go to a restaurant and I was trying to substitute something? Oh, that was the local Vietnamese place. I was like, can you not give me rice? And then the guy was like, what? And I was just like, just no rice. Just give me the meat. And then he came back. Then he came back and was like, oh, what about this? And I was like, no, I just want this meat with no rice. And probably what I should have done, like, you're supposed to just order it the way it comes. But the thing is, I don't want to waste the rice. I didn't want them to get, because they give you a huge portion of rice, and I didn't want to just, like, leave it on the plate. So I was trying to help them and just be like, hey, don't give me the rice. Keep it. Like, use it for someone else. From Canada. There's actually a good amount of travelers out here from Canada. I run into them. So it seems like Canada's starting to pick up on Da Nang too. That's it. One last. And I'll finish off my beef. There, look at that, guys. That's what I got tonight. Gotta finish it off with those nice spicy peppers. Da Nang is nice for pretty much anybody. I've only ran into one guy that really didn't care for Da Nang, but he didn't really do Da Nang correctly, but oh well. I told you I'd finish off the peppers. Look, I only have 2 left. There's even the seed at the bottom that I'll scoop in there. Dale couldn't handle all the peppers, man. Like, I put him over there and he was knocking the seeds out. Is it spicy? Man, you guys make me feel like I'm a Thai person or something.
I'm good with a serrano pepper. I'm good with a jalapeno pepper.
Dr. Pepper.
I'm good with Dr. Pepper. But man, those red peppers are different level. Like, I like them for the heat that they bring, but if I could just put the whole pepper in and extract the heat from it, and then take the pepper and throw the pepper out, I'd be good.
Sounded better. I don't know. That's the second time it's done it. I can't really figure out why it does that, Mark. Let me show you guys this bite. You guys will like this bite. It's nice. Look at that big chunk of pepper with the seeds. Look at that.
You're gonna be reaching for that water bottle.
No.
I guarantee.
No
Watch.
worries. It just as hot as it goes in, it's going to come out the same.
Never phases me. These peppers never faze me. Look, here we go. You guys see that nice chunk of pepper? Look. No eyes watering. Perfectly fine.
Meanwhile, my nose is like drained over.
Yeah, same here.
Those peppers don't faze me.
You definitely want to open up your sinus. Your sinus passageways.
What's up, Trapper? You guys can see there's some peppers down at the bottom down there too. Yeah, I can eat those peppers like Oreo cookies. No bone tonight. Just a tingle of a spice for me. It's just a little thirsty. That's the Thai restaurant, guys. Yeah, the Thai food's good. I like this. I probably haven't been. I don't think I've been here. I don't think I've been here since Fluffy left. I think this is my first time in about a month and a half. Yeah, probably a month and a half.
Yeah. I just need a beer to wash this down. I'm good.
We used to hit up Le Bordeaux after this, but can't do that. On the walk back home. I don't think Dale knows any Vietnamese. Maybe just what's on the menu. But he's living in a much more local neighborhood now. Maybe he's gonna learn it now. I did a video at his apartment, so I'm gonna try to get that up pretty soon. I did a walk around his neighborhood and a tour of his apartment that's over by Lynn Visa. So look forward to that video. That'll probably be the next video after the Nha Trang video. What's up, Zorro? 6.7? No, I was never at 6.7. That must have been an error. But I know we're getting close to 6.6. I've never been over 6.5. Let's see, I woke up the other day. That must have been an error, but I've never had that many. I don't even know if we've hit 6,600 yet. Oh, we hit 66. I have 6606. Good thing it's not 666. So we have about 3,400 left before 10,000. The only problem is if I go to Kuala Lumpur, it's just for a short amount of time because I would land at 4 in the afternoon and then I'm leaving at 8 in the morning. I would leave at 8 in the morning, so I'm only going to be there for like landing and then basically just at the hotel. I think at a certain point we're going to get to Malaysia. Maybe the next visa run, we'll see. I'm leaning more towards the bus run now, the more that I think about it. But do I do the cheap one or do I do the one I've been doing always?
Yeah, you're right. These pieces are tofu.
Yeah, technically that's kind of the truth. 3,400 before the scooter ride. But that's probably going to take probably the rest of the year in my opinion.
Got the texture of a mushroom.
What is the Imagine saying? I'm not sure. Is that a food? I think he's talking about nasi. Because I think they have that in Bali also. It's like fried rice.
What's that?
Man, he's loving that tofu.
I know what it is. What? Broth is mine. It's fucking. It's so lame. Yeah. It's Campbell's fucking tomato soup.
Wow.
It's
but
Campbell's.
It's not heavy tomatoey, but it is.
Yeah.
But it is.
You just eat a grilled cheese now.
That's what it
It has
is.
peppers in it. It has peppers all in the bottom, dude.
Yeah. That's like that vegetable medley with
Mm-hmm.
This could be Campbell's soup.
Campbell's with some peppers.
I think what these little guys right here.
Some green onions.
I got
Like a root vegetable.
It's a root, definitely a root.
Yeah.
Definitely a root.
So no one knows what that is because I don't think nobody ordered that. They're gonna come over and be like, wait a second, that was the incense. That wasn't food. You're not supposed to eat that. That's why he's like, hey, I remember this flavor. And they're like, yeah, that's incense. It's like, oh shoot, I ate it all.
That's that fucking broth and
Yeah, there's yogurt here. They have Vietnamese yogurt. They have regular yogurt. I made my own yogurt. Making your own yogurt is shockingly easy. I was very surprised at how easy it was.
Yeah, how do you say it again? What do you do real quick?
Basically, you just boil milk, and you gotta kind of get it to the right temperature. No, you want it like at a slow boil where the sides are just starting to bubble up, and it's just starting to bubble.
And then you stop it?
And then you stop it, and then you put some kind of acid in it. I put vinegar, but you can use lemon juice.
So many citric acid.
Yeah, vinegar is probably the cheapest, or lemon. You put that in, and then you cover I covered it with a towel. You take it off, and you let it sit for about 6 or 8 hours out, not in the refrigerator, nothing. You cover it just with the towel, and that's what kind of creates the yeast and all like the reaction in there.
What burns it? What?
I guess the milk with the cultures in the milk, and then with the acid, and then after you let it sit for 6 or 8 hours, then you let it sit in the refrigerator I let it sit overnight. And then in the morning, you'll see it's yogurt, it's thick, but then what I wanted was to do it thicker. So what I did is I dumped the yogurt that was in the bowl into my strainer. So then all that liquid comes out, and then you get a thick yogurt, like a Greek yogurt. That's how I did mine. And you know what I really liked it with?
I'm buying yogurt all the time.
The great part is you make that yogurt one time, and when you get to the end, all you have to do is what can I say it now? Oh no, I'm sorry. I missed the ingredient. So when you do it, you put the milk in there, and you put a teaspoon of the yogurt, because the yogurt has the cultures in it. And then you do the same thing. So I forgot to dump that.
So it's just milk, yogurt, citric acid.
Yeah, so you just get a small amount of yogurt, like a little cup.
Well, what kind of milk are you buying? Full?
I'm
You're
not
not buying like a 10%.
I just bought the regular
You have to buy regular.
moon milk that's like not anything crazy, just the standard
How
milk.
much does it yield? Like out of a...
I got a good amount. I got because I bought the box of milk, and you get almost all of that. So you get a good amount. And then the great part is you don't have to buy the small little yogurt the next time, because you keep a spoonful before you run out, and then you can use that yogurt instead of buying the yogurt to start your next batch. And then what I did is I mostly ate that yogurt. Fluffy liked it because she used the yogurt and she put up like garlic and cilantro, and she made a dip for her chicken.
Oh,
It was like a yogurt sauce, but what I did, I mixed the yogurt with my homemade caramel. So I had a nice little dessert. It was pretty good.
yeah, because I'm using the yogurt mainly with my bananas and
I didn't
oats.
understand that.
Yeah, the yogurt's easy to make. It's easy, and it's technically cheaper. After the first time, you don't ever have to buy the yogurt again. And you can make it as thin or as thick as you want.
Are you going to attempt the ricotta?
The ricotta, so that's what happens. When I drain the liquid off, people told me that they use that liquid to make the cream cheese or the ricotta cheese. And I tried to make it, but it never, I guess I just didn't have enough cultures in it. But I was so close. I was going to make the cream cheese. And I was like, cool, I'll make cream cheese. But I couldn't. Gold. Please like and yeah, man, please. If you guys enjoyed this, you guys haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. I think the subscribe button is usually somewhere there. We're on a goal, on a mission to get to 10,000 before the end of the year. That would be a nice milestone.
And when you get there, you're riding a scooter.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
I'll do it. I'll do it for a
I
day.
think he'll
I
lie
think-
out.
No.
He'll chicken out, but he'll lie to his audience.
What I'll do is I'll probably go to Dong Hoi, or I'll probably go to
You
Thuy
gotta,
Hoa.
you gotta go somewhere far. You can't
No.
sit there and just be like, oh, I'm going to Mega Mart.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no.
What
you
I'll
have to,
do,
like, take a road trip.
I'm gonna do 2 videos on it. I'll do a live stream, so I need my little cell phone holder on the scooter, and I'll do that. And then I'll also film. I'll have my GoPro with me, and I'll kind of probably do like how to rent a scooter, or how to navigate the traffic. So I'll do 2 for that. But I'll try to time it up with like a city like Dong Hoi, or maybe Thuy Hoa. Thuy Hoa would have been an easy city to ride the scooters to. So that's what I'll try to time it
Do you
with.
even see rental places in those cities when you're in them?
I didn't really see them, but I'm sure they have them. I know they have them. I'm kind of looking forward to going back to Dong Hoi. Dong Hoi would be a good city if you had other people there. You could definitely enjoy it. But right now it's just kind of like pioneer settlers settling out in the west, like back in the 1800s. That's what Dong Hoi is like. It has enough stuff, but you would just be like, you would feel like you're in the wilderness as far as knowing people and associating with people.
Well, that's what that apartment reminded me of, the one you rented. It's like it
Hotel?
looks like a place. Yeah, I can't believe it was a hotel, but it looks like a place you would just want a bunch of people, chill up there, get a bunch of food.
If you had more people there, it would be a lot more livable because they don't really rent apartments there. You rent houses, and they are a little bit less easy to find. But no, there's not really apartment complexes and stuff like that. So people rent houses. And the one foreigner that we ran into, he rented a place. I think it was 5 million or 5.5 million, and it was a 1-bedroom. And he showed us the pictures. It was pretty decent.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it was right by where we were staying. It was only a couple blocks away from that
Like
hotel.
dated or like nice?
It was decent. I mean, it wasn't luxury and it wasn't terrible. Like it was something that I probably would stay at for 5 million. It was like 60 square meters. It had like
Wow, that's big.
it didn't have a ton of furniture, but it had a couch. It had a living room. It had a stove. It had all the stuff in the
I
bedroom.
wish that's one of the things. I don't like how they
Oh, you don't have a couch. Yeah.
that in the kitchen room with that big long office table. That's great, but I wish that was
couch.
in the bedroom along the window. In fact, I may move it in there, but I don't know. Yeah, I wish I had like a small couch somewhere in there. It has the space for it. At least in the kitchen area.
Fluffy was like, yeah, you
Just to relax.
should do little, like how I do the meetups and stuff. She's like, you should do certain meetups with different cities. I was like, but maybe I'll do like a group meetup. I would love to do a group meetup like in Dong Hoi or Tuy Hoa. I don't know how many people, I don't know.
Yeah, but I was about to say, I don't know how many people would.
That's the only thing about it. Because the only thing is, logistically,
Well, and then they're probably gonna want somewhere to stay at.
Everyone's gonna want
everyone's
the
gonna
same the
stay.
same
Not even
place.
as long as you stay in that same place, because the rooms are the same. And then if there was a bunch of people, everybody would just go up to the roof, no matter what floor you're. Because even if I go back there and I don't get the 6th floor, I'll still go up to that roof because the roof is not technically for.
Yeah, I mean he
that
has
person.
other. How many floors is it total?
It was 6 floors.
6 floors. Oh, so he has lots of rooms there.
Yeah, I think there's three or four rooms or something in each floor. Ours was the only one that had one. Ours was the only one.
Wait, I never asked you this. Did you get the last one there? Did it seem busy or?
I'm not sure. It didn't say it on Agoda, and I got it.
No, I mean, but did the place seem like?
We seen like 1 or 2 people coming in and out, like an older couple. Like I think they were American. They were definitely Western.
Oh, really?
What was I gonna say? But I seen that place went up a little bit. I don't know what it's at now, but it went from 11 to 14. But then I did see it another time, and it went down to 10. So it all depends on the timing. Dong Hoi, man. Dong Hoi would be a good place. So it has it's like a car. It's like an old school car that has everything except for the paint job and like the rims. It has all the engine's great. Like the city layout is a nice city. It's got a beach and a river. Beach and a river. It's got the beach. It's got the river. It's got a very nice mall. The mall's not. It's
You guys ended up staying an extra day, right?
we were at the first time we got there. We only booked a day, and I was like, "Screw it, we're gonna leave tomorrow." We stayed like 3 days there. It grows
By
on
the
you.
last day.
It grows on you.
And the sad thing, though, by the last day, you were starting to actually find stuff that you thought didn't exist there.
Well, they weren't great, but we found the localer, a little bit local, cheaper prices.
Yeah.
But food there you couldn't find food street options there, like for that price, for that food. You can't find that. You'll be able to find, like the pork chop place that we went to was 50,000. So you kind of pay for. But I've noticed that in all these smaller non-tourist cities, you can't find food like on Food Street, man. Like there's no such thing as a George Costanza in any of those smaller. And you would think that would be all of their cities. I take it back. In Tuy Hoa, I got Bonet for 25,000. And actually, I take it back. Wien Yon, I got 25,000.
Well, you know what I'm starting to notice too is both of those.
Finished.
You guys went to, if it's near us. One thing
School,
about
yeah,
Food Street
yeah.
we always forget is that it's near that university.
In Asia, if you go places, I was telling Mark that.
Schools, I noticed it's so the students go for it.
I told Mark that when we were walking. I noticed in Asia, if you go near schools, there's cheap options.
Yeah.
At least cheap street food.
Yeah.
That is the thing. I've noticed that. I noticed that the first time that me and Fluffy were in Manila.
I could have sworn when you were in Queen Hua or whatever, when you guys were walking, you said you saw there was a school.
There's a school right across the street from the cheap hotel. Not the first one we stayed at, but the cheapest hotel I've ever been at, $7 a night. And I stupidly passed up on it the night before when it was only $5 a night. That place was only, it gets as low as $5 a night. Or it's 5.5 million for the month.
And it was clean.
It's not bad.
Was there mildews?
No. The shower was shockingly, the bathroom was a good size.
No roaches?
Nothing. I don't like the 2 beds, but can't really do anything about that. It was probably 32 square meters, probably a little small for me, but then you get the view of a park, which is nice. $7, man. Like, there was nothing wrong. Oh, the thing that we found out, there was a dresser there, but then we seen there was a window behind the dresser, and there's a patio, but it looks like they built a wall to block. So there used to be a door to get to the patio in there, but then they built the wall, and then they put the dresser in front of it. So there's a window behind it. When we opened, I pulled the stuff back. No, they have 3 AC units that sit all on the patio. So it's like, it's taken up because of that. And I was like, damn, why'd they do that? That's stupid. Like at that place, at first we were like, oh, there's a window. And I looked at the corner that I could see there was a patio. And I was like, cool, we're gonna go get on the patio. And I pulled it, and I noticed it's a wall. And I was like, oh, damn. Then I was like, well, I can open up the window. And then I looked, and there's an AC unit on the floor of the patio, above the patio, and on the side. And I was like, why'd they do that?
The old school ones or the splits?
Like the ones that I have at my place, the outside.
Split, yeah.
But they're not the ACs, they're the generators or whatever the hell you call them, the ones that sit outside.
Yeah.
So like the main unit. What's up, Nika? But that place was $7, man. That's the cheapest hotel I've ever been to. The other place that we stayed at was $9. The $9 is bigger, and it's in a much more quiet neighborhood, but it's only about maybe 3-minute walk.
Don Louis was the one. That was the one. Where was the place that you wiped out?
That was Hue. That was Hue.
That was where.
Hue, I would have probably, next time we go there, I'll probably stay at my very first hotel that we went to. Iba Homestay, I remember that place.
That's on the way to Don Juan, or no? That's
Yeah. So how we do it is, it's on the way.
So it's
Hue is literally the middle point of Da Nang and Dong Hoi.
Okay.
That's our layover spot. 3 hours from here.
But there's nothing great about that.
I like Hue.
The park looked nice. That you got.
There's a beach. The city is nice. They have a bridge. The problem for me, it's at least as expensive as Da Nang. Slightly stuff is a little more expensive, but it's probably the second hottest city I've ever been to.
Really?
We went in June, and it was crazy. They have a nice, like a Emperor's Castle, because that's where that would used to
I
be.
mean, the locals were nice too.
Everybody was nice. I like that city. The heat and the price would probably keep me out of that city.
Is it more pushed in away from the coast? Is that why?
Supposedly there's a beach.
Or are you on the coast?
It's still pretty close to the coast. There's a beach, but it's not technically in that city. It's about 30 miles. The beach is about from here to Hoi An away, so no one really gets there. But it's a nice city, and it has lots of tourists.
That's why it was hot.
It's a tourist city there. $9 a night. No, that was my second cheapest. We stayed at a place after that at $7 a night. If you go look, I think you'll see it on my Wien Yon video. But it's crazy that you can get on the train and go stay at places like that for like $200.
Yeah, so not to Dom, but to Hue. That's halfway, right?
3 hours, yeah.
It's 3 hours.
It's it. So how I imagine, if I stay in Vietnam, I'm probably going to use Da Nang as my base. And once a year, I'm going to go to the cities that I like. I'm going to go to Dong Hoi. I'm going to go to Hue. I'm going to go to Wien Yon, possibly Nha Trang again. And if I go to Nha Trang, I might as well stay in that city again, Tuy Hoa, the one that had the huge dragon park, and then the beach where the dog washed up. That was crazy.
Wait a minute, Twee Hoa?
Tuy Hoa is the middle point between Wien Yon and Nha
I thought
Trang.
you were saying Twee Hoa.
That city is okay. That city is very similar to a Dong Hoi in the aspect of what it's like for Westerners, except for it's much more authentic than Dong Hoi. People were dressed in slacks. They were driving cars. The mall looked like Beverly Hills. Like,
Have you been to this place?
no, that's the island.
Yeah, I have a local that told me like, this is like a really, really nice place.
That's kind of the big tourist island. Yep.
Yeah.
And
Close to here, or is that?
that's down by Ho Chi Minh.
Yeah. It's like under Cambodia. Looks like.
Yeah, $9 a night, man. But that was our second cheapest. I've realized like now when we go out, especially on our trips, I never like 12, 13 bucks is like the most I want to pay. We got the place in Nha Trang. Nha Trang was 12. Nha Trang was $12 a night.
I think that whole trip, I don't think you did anything more than 14.
Yeah,
did you?
Twee Hoa was the most expensive.
What was that?
18 bucks a
Oh, that was
night.
18.
That was what's crazy. Is like that was the smallest, most randomest city, and hotels. That's what I'm telling you. It's so weird that these random obscure cities that have no tourists, they're more expensive. That's what I can't figure out about Vietnam. I can't figure it
That's
out.
probably why they ain't have no tourists.
But I guess what they figure is, if someone's coming here as a tourist, they're gonna pay because there's no other option. But it's crazy that in USA, if you go to San Francisco or you go to New York, you're gonna pay an arm and a leg. But in Vietnam, it's different. If you go to Nha Trang, if you go to Da Nang, if you go to Ho Chi Minh, you find cheaper stuff. It works the opposite in the USA. Like if you go to Modesto, California, you're gonna get something cheaper than San Francisco. But in Vietnam, it's the opposite. And I don't know why that is.
God, is that shit.
I guess supply and demand or something. I don't know what it is. Or they just know, like, hey, if Will's staying here, he's got no other options. What is he gonna do? Just get back on the train and move on?
I'm surprised that was. You said 18. Was that all you could find online?
We looked at the other one in the video, and I think it was 12 or 13, but there was a couple of downsides about it. Because we were right next to the beach, but where the beach was on that side, they had construction, so you technically couldn't walk straight on the beach. You would have had to walk 8 or 9 minutes and then cut down and then walk down the spot that we had. So it had that, and it had a weird patio. It had a weird patio and it was smaller. So then, and it was a little bit further away from the area that we wanted to stay. So you could find something, but there was a couple of downsides to it. Twee Hoa, I probably wouldn't really go back to unless I was going to Nha Trang again and use it as a layover point. A lot of these cities I like to use as a layover point. I like doing the.
But one of your favorites, not Twee Hoa, what was the third southwise? Heading that way. You guys did 3 cities, didn't you?
Wien Yon.
Yeah.
That's the
That's one you
closest to
like.
us. That's the closest to Danang.
Yeah, that's one you
And
like.
then
Like,
that
you
one,
go
I like
back
that
there.
one. I like that one. But the thing that's missing there is the Western amenities and the visa run. That's the 2 deal breakers there. You could do that city, but you would have to figure out how to do your visa run because there's no.
No, this is just the best base, period. It really is. It's hard to find something better than
You just can't, man. The problem is they don't have enough visa runs bus visa runs in certain places, and then the cities that you can find, they don't have the Western amenities or the certain stuff. Da Nang is just it just checks off everything. What's up? Wasn't me? What's up, buddy? But I would say the thing that I will say about Nha Trang, you could find much better, cheaper hotel stays than Da Nang. That's what it does have. Like, we did that $12 a night hotel, and it was either a 3-star or a 4-star. It had a.
But now, were you way out of the way because you listened to film?
No, we were in the main area. That's still that would be considered somewhere in An Thuong. I think if we would have went up a little bit further, it's kind of the smack dab. But I guess the equivalent would be like, if I consider Bikini Bottoms the main area of An Thuong, we would be somewhere like by where I live. That's kind of the part that we were in Nha Trang. You could go more up.
And no getting away from the Western prices. I mean, you'll
you
get
would
a
have
good
to
deal
leave.
on a room, but you won't get the
Yeah,
food.
so you had to give up one or the other. Either you would, because that's where all the hotels are. They're in that area. So you would have to give up one or the other. But our place was $12. It came with a pool. It came with free buffet breakfast. It came with the gym, and it came with like a pool hall room where you can play pool. And it was probably bread and butter to the beach. That's probably how far it was from the beach. Out here, you could never find that. But those are hotels. They're not good for people that want to live there long term. That's why Phil can do it cheap, because he can find those places, but then he's locked into a hotel. No stove, no kitchen, smaller room. You could do it that way if you can do hotels, but that's not the way I want to spend a year. And then he was flying out for his visa runs. That's the only option that you can do. And that's definitely going to jack the price up. Hey, what's up, buddy? I appreciate it. Wasn't me. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, buddy. Thanks to you for the membership. Yeah, man, we're just finishing up here. We ate our Thai food, and we're discussing Vietnamese cities.
How was it?
It's good. It's really good. But I gotta stop.
I gotta say.
I don't, because I'm getting up so late. I have no. So this was all I had all day. So I gotta start.
Appreciate it.
Get up and eat something early.
Yeah, Sean, man, Sean's a new member now.
I contacted him. I was like, "You guys still going?" Because I'm not sure. I'm Mark, and I was like, I mean, it sounds. It was so late. I was like, I bet you they're not going to go. So then I went. It's like a ordeal because all the scooters got to go inside this apartment complex.
Why?
Because they have a car, and they pull their car up onto that sidewalk. I don't know if the car was
And
there.
they block the scooters from going out?
And
Or give you a little sliver to go up?
they just like.
You can't park it on the street?
No.
Why?
Because I've done that twice, and I'll come out, and my scooters, the owners seem to like all this, everything neat and organized. Yeah, I mean, you can temporarily, but if I go up there for a few hours, it will be back inside.
That's crazy.
If you go up and just do something, yeah, I parked it out there for just going in and drop. Like today, I went over to load, drove back, dropped off groceries, and then went back out for something. Anyhow, yeah, but the father, the old man, I don't know. It's mostly them out there, not the wife.
Life.
So Wednesday morning, let's do network.
What is Wednesday? What's today? 9th?
Today's Monday.
Today's 11th. I think I'm going to do the visa run, so I think that should be fine. I'm going to get however many days before my visa run. I'm not going to get a ton of meat. I'm going to get probably half what I got last
So
time.
you're saying?
I'm leaning that way. I got to go do something tomorrow, so I'll probably do the Lynn visa. And then I'm debating, should I do the cheap one or not? Because
Just do the cheap one, man. It's not like...
I just hate, it's just so damn long.
Does it bother you that extra? I mean, do you really get back at 6?
I get back before 6 every single time. I'm back at home by 6.
It can't be.
I'm back at home at 6. So we get to the border at about 11 o'clock. 10:45,
The
11
last
o'clock.
one went quick for us because I haven't done it fast. I just keep doing the
You keep doing the 7.
Yeah.
So what time do you get back?
The first time got back late. Second time, I want to say was like, we put it this way, we were cutting through over by the bay around 8:30. You know where the bay is?
Yeah.
So basically,
Where that other beach is?
basically in Dunham. You
Yeah.
know, it looks like a beach, but it's really the bay.
Okay.
And because that bay leads out to the ocean.
Yeah.
To this one.
Yeah, so
We
you
were
get back at
cutting
9
through that
o'clock.
area around 8:30. By the time we got to the stop,
9
it was
o'clock.
like 9. So I was flabbergasted because the last one I got back at 10:30. But that was that massive one where I told you there was 5 buses. There was so many people on that beach.
No joke. I am back at my place by 6 o'clock. I get out at that dragon.
Yeah,
So
you're saving like 2.5, 3 hours.
So you're saving about 3 hours, which at the time before this one, it was $30. It was $27 more to do it. So I was paying $8 per hour to come
Yeah,
back.
I mean,
So I was like, screw it, man. I'll pay the extra $24 because even if I do 4 visa runs, it's an extra $100.
my whole
here.
thing is,
But now it's $40 extra, and I'm like,
well, besides taking that as savings and make it towards groceries or whatever, well, my whole thing is like, fuck, my day's already gone.
Yeah.
It's like.
But it
what's
sucks
another-
that you're literally
what's another-
getting up at the crack of dawn when it's barely light, and then you don't get back home till it's extremely
Yeah,
dark.
it's dark. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's dark and dark.
I'm getting back. I'm leaving. Well, in the morning it's always dark. When I get back, it's still daylight out, and I'm back at 5:45. I get back 6 o'clock. I take a little rest, and at 7 o'clock we go get dinner. Like we're back, but at $40.
That's why I always pick out at those in the morning there.
Oh yeah, that's they give you the free banh mi
Yeah.
without anything on it. You get
They
the
cook
egg.
little egg sandwich.
Fluffy
Or you just
always
get
has
the
it.
eggs. You
Yeah,
don't
Fluffy
have to-
always get the coffee packets. So I bring those and the candies. She always
I-
and the crackers.
Dude, I'm
The
like,
crackers.
Jordy goes, Dale, I don't know if that's. I don't know if that's.
Appreciate it,
Maybe
Sean.
you should take a break. And because I'm like, no, I learned this from other people.
I learned it from other people.
They buy like Costco style
Yeah.
kind of snacks.
And they give you those when you
I
get
saw
there.
them in the corner. I saw like there's so much like they'll put them out. In those
I think they probably go to
baskets.
Mega Mart or something
Yeah.
to get them there.
But there's so much there. So yeah, I don't know what they are. until
We've
I
seen them
open
at Mega Mart. Fluffy, so it's,
But
oh, there's the crackers.
because they're all individually wrapped.
Yeah.
So they're not see-through. So they're crackers, different types
Yeah.
of cookies and crackers on.
And candies.
And I was just loading.
I did
my
that
back.
too. I
I was
loaded
like loading my back. And the Jordy, who I went there with, was like, Dale, maybe she'll leave some for someone else. I was like, dude, I go, did you see all those boxes? I go, we paid for this. I'm getting my money's worth.
Yeah, that's what I do too. I load up on those, and then I get my banh mi right before I leave. The only thing I don't ever get is the soup. They have like a cup of noodles or whatever. I never get that. I don't drink coffee, so I'm like, I rationalize and go, I'm not taking any of the soup. I'm not getting any of the coffee. So I'll take more of the
And you know
candies,
why I
and
skipped-
I'll take the
You know
crackers.
why I skipped the soup and the coffees or anything liquid the very first time I went? Because I wasn't sure.
Of the
I don't think
bathroom.
you told me time-wise. I wasn't sure. Yeah, when is the next stop?
2 hours. You stop
I got-
every 2 hours.
I got an old man. Yeah.
You stop every 2 hours. That's
After my 40s, it went. Yeah, I am short, and I can't, and I don't have that 19-year-old. Oh, I can hold it for 8 hours.
No, you stop every 2 hours. But here's where I'm trying to figure out where that 3 hours goes, because we get
They're
into
quick,
Lao.
though. There's so many stops. I don't worry about
We
it.
only have 2 stops each way. Maybe.
I feel like there's 3.
Ours is, so we live at 6. The very first stop is almost about 8 o'clock. It's at the big giant,
The gas station.
that one. And then we drive again for 2 hours. So it's like 10 o'clock when we stop at the next one, at another big one. And then we drive for about an hour and 20 minutes.
You guys don't stop at that eating place, the very last one, where everyone eats?
No.
See, that's probably
That's
why
the
you guys
difference.
are quicker.
Yeah.
That's
I'm trying to figure out-
Because that's a long stop.
Okay, that's what it
Everyone
is.
eats for the most part.
That's it. Okay.
It's an eating place. Like, everyone
We're
eats.
in Laos about like 11 o'clock, 11:10 at the very latest. And then we're out of there by like 12:15. So we're already heading back. We're heading back
That's
before
what
1
it
o'clock.
is. You guys are not doing that.
Our lunch spot is on your own. Like when you're done getting your visa,
Right.
you got to come back
Yeah,
to
I
the
get
buses.
that. I get
That's
that.
it. Once we get on there, we're heading back.
That's what it is. You guys are skipping that.
Yeah, we
third
don't do
stop on the way
No,
out. Okay.
we don't do that. That must be the difference.
And that's the long one, because it's not a bathroom one. I mean, you can go to the bathroom, but you're there, right, and everyone's doing it.
Because when we leave Lao, our first stop is the place where you get the tuna. That's our first stop.
Yeah,
And then our second stop is that big gas station.
yeah.
The first one. And that's it. That's our only 2 stops coming
Yeah,
back.
on the way back, yeah, we do the same.
So 2 stops there, 2 stops back. That's it. Because I couldn't figure. I was assuming that you guys stay at the border longer, but last time I was at the border, I was only there for 30 minutes.
Well, I mean, we do come later in the day, so that's another thing. Like that very first one I did, dude, that was a busy border day. I mean, there were so many people. It's like semis just going all the way down the road. So the border itself was just busy.
We never
And
noticed
on
that.
top of it, we had 5 buses on there. It was
I
massive.
never noticed that many, but we come there, I guess, at the first one because we're leaving at 6 in the morning. So I
Even
don't
the
think-
teacher, I befriended this guy. I forget. He's always on my same ones now because our lunch fellowship. Even he's been living here 3 years. Even he said this. That run, he's like, this is the largest I've ever seen this many people ever.
I only see that
I
one
was back
time.
there in
The
the
last
winter.
time, I think. No, it was the last time. I think it was the last time, and we had like 4 or 5 buses, and people said that. But when was the last time you went?
Just recently.
So, do they still give you that half page? I heard it's a stamp. Kim said
You know,
it's a
I
stamp.
didn't look. I didn't look.
You
this
didn't look?
time. No.
She says it's just a stamp.
I hope so. Well, I went after.
I can't believe you didn't look. You didn't make sure your dates were correct?
No, I just trusted.
You're gonna be like, oh my god, I overstayed by 10 years.
Yeah, I did hear about that actually. I kept meaning to check to see if they.
I want to see if it's stamped.
They
She
did
said it's a
the full-
stamp because that's already taken up 4 of my half pages. This will be my 5th. And
No, that's great if they
my
did.
passport expires in 2029, but I think I'm gonna run out of pages before I run out of
But
time.
I've been hearing that everyone's got a little stamp. That's what I've been hearing. Everyone's getting a little
Okay,
stamp.
I hope so. I hope
But
that's.
I think Shannon did theirs. I don't know if they did theirs right before me or right after me.
That's what I said too. Someone said you look like Billy Bob Thornton. I said the same thing. But you know, Dale. I don't know. I think you're still considered an actor, right? Dale is an actor. You guys can go take a look at his movies. He's a Hollywood star. That's what Fluffy always tells me is that. I forgot what was the name of the movie that everyone was talking about that you're in.
Which one?
Remember the one where you look like John Travolta? Remember that one that Mitzi was loving? The long-haired one.
Suicide Blonde.
Suicide Blondes. He's in that movie, and he was the main character too. So you guys can go watch. You guys can go watch Dale's.
Yeah, what? This is 1990s.
1990. They weren't even. No, we got some older. So you guys can go watch Dale's movie. You guys can see him. He has long hair in the movie though. And then remember, Dale told us about his. Dale told us about his time working on the porn set. That's on his resume.
Not in front of the camera.
No, behind it though.
It was crude. My buddy.
Do you still have your
He's
actress
actually-
card?
He's actually a good friend of this day. My buddy wanted to make a quick money. He knew a bunch of people in the B-roll, the B-movie world, and so he befriended this guy, and he got him into softcore kind of porn. So my buddy produced a few. Anyways, I one of his shoots. He said to me one day, he goes, dude, I need like you need like a grip. And I don't even know what that person does. And I was like, yeah, I know what they do. And he goes, well, we got
Small man
we have
fluffer.
a key grip. You just need someone. He goes, I'll pay you, whatever the rate is. I go, well, I think it's $600-700. He said, yeah. You just come hang out. It's easy. It's not a major set. So I go.
Yeah, go check out Dale's
And I
movie.
got to.
He looks like John Travolta
That
in
was
it.
the first time and only time I ever was on a.
He said it's called Suicide Blondes.
It was. There's some funny things like. So he did his shtick.
I'm about to say, and I bet they're probably so professional too.
There's no professionalism. It's just like it's just so good. It's just a few people. It's not like a real film set. Like that's my real world. That's what I used to work on. Real. But yeah, this was like 8 people crew kind of thing. And so my buddy, it's all about coming up with like at least back then, was coming up with like a shtick. So my buddy was like, how is this gonna sell? So remember when MTV Cribs was like a thing? So he goes, why don't I just take that idea and move it into porn? So like you come, you knock on the door, and then the actor comes out. And then it's probably some copyright on it. And then like the porn actors would like answer the door and go, oh, hi, welcome to my, and then you come in, but everything's fake, like her husband's not really her husband, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she's showing you around her crib. And my friend, he got all this for like nothing. Like his good friend at the time happened to have like this mansion in the Hollywood Hills. So his friend, because he's just like a pervert, is like, yeah, shoot at my house. Yeah, come up and shoot. Wow. Like just gave him this beautiful mansion to shoot at, to pretend that it's the porn chicks place. And we shot there, and it was, some of them were real couples, because we would just use the same location, but just shoot in different areas.
Yeah.
To make it look like we're going to different places, but we really did it all in one mansion. And so this one couple was a real couple, right? So we were setting up for the next shot or whatever, and I'm done, and I'm just hanging. I think I was in the living room, and I see my buddy out there talking to this guy in shorts. In my mind, I'm like, that guy's a porn guy. So the guy's out there, and all of a sudden, the camera guy's like, all right, I'll be ready in like, 2 minutes. And so the guy, as he's talking to my friend, just starts, he puts his hand down his shorts, and he just starts warming up. And he's just
He needs a fluffer.
yeah, he's fluffing himself. And as he's talking to my friend, I'm just watching, they're like talking like they're, and so anyway, so they come inside to where we're gonna be shooting, and my friend, I'm not gonna say his name, my friend's walking in with him, and he goes, he introduces me to him. And so as the guy's coming in,
Don't tell me he takes it.
yeah, he goes, oh hi, nice to meet you. And I'm like, and I, just being the nice guy I am, I shook his hand. I immediately went and washed it. Don't get me wrong.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and then he just goes like,
Yeah.
they're just
They're a different world. They're a different breed. They're a different breed.
I can't even fathom those kind of people. Like they're just odd. There's just something off about them. Nothing against you, porn.
There's some porn stars probably in the live chat. The porn world. I wonder if
That was I'll never forget that moment. He's coming in, he's like, because the guy's behind him, and he's still like, and my friend Tony, my friend doesn't even notice, that he's still doing it. And Tony's like, hey, did you meet so-and-so? You good? I was like, no. And he goes, hey, and he gets like right at the last second, hey, man, how you doing? And I'm just like, you got it.
Bring it in.
Bring it in.
that's the.
I don't know how long ago for it.
Let me ring the bell. Maybe
Did you ever
the.
get your bigger?
Yeah.
Oh, that is
I'm gonna go over there.
Look at this dog. He's waiting for some Thai food too.
cute dog. Yeah, what was this strange? I can't picture this.
Campbell soup.
I can't picture this coming with the.
Campbell's. Campbell soup.
Do you have a better turnout than last night?
It's been long,
It's not
man.
19.
We're at 22. It's crazy. Like everyone's like, do more.
Where's all the regulars?
I don't know. But Fluffy, I think last time said she didn't get a notification. I don't know if it's a notification problem or what, but I don't know. And then I'll get messages like, oh, you didn't do one today, and I'm like, I'll get around. And then when I do them,
Well, the notification went out because as we were sitting there, I got it.
but I don't know. Then I do them. Actually, what's crazy is I did one. Was it today or was it yesterday in the afternoon? I think it was yesterday. And I had about 40 people in there at that time, but now my regular time.
You did an online thing today?
Yeah, I had a video consultation. Went
Someone
on.
is going to be coming to you?
He's already here. He's already here. He was asking about my apartment. He wants to stay in my apartment, but he's worried about the noise because of he works online.
What's the stand?
Not in my apartment, but in my building. He stayed here for a
How
couple
do you
days.
know if your building has areas? How do you know?
I guess he found it from Agoda, and he just booked it for a couple days, and he wants to stay here, and he's been trying to find places on Facebook and stuff that are renting, and he checked out like 2 of them. One was kind of too noisy for him, one was something else, so he's been desperately trying to find a place of mine. He wants to know like how often do I hear noise, like stuff like that. 'Cause he said he's a sales guy, and he's on the phone like 10 hours a day, so he doesn't want to deal with noise. So he basically ran down every question for me
But he
about.
probably has a high budget.
Probably,
I mean,
but he really likes the place.
budget, I mean,
he wants to stay there. He wants to be near the beach. He likes the place. He's just worried about, because he looked at that place and then he looked at Monarchy, he said. And I just told him, I said, that's like 35-minute walk from the beach. And it's further away now. I think it's a little more luxurious, but you will have to get a scooter.
Oh, why am I thinking Monarchy is by the beach? I thought it was...
Monarchy is over by the Dragon Bridge. That's kind of the luxury version of a Muang Tan. I hear a lot.
There's something else that starts with an M. That's supposed to be really,
Over here.
really nice.
Mona Lisa?
Is that what I'm thinking?
But Monarchy is over by the Dragon Bridge. And it's like a more...
This side or on the other
Yeah, on this side. It's basically where the other market, not the Bak Mayan, but the other market is. And then back behind that, about 15-minute walking. It's right before the river. But it's more luxurious, but it's more expensive. And it's like more amenities. I think they have a swimming pool and stuff like that. That's where the people that think Muang Tan is too lower class, they go to that one. But then they give up staying near the beach. So he looked at that one and I told him, I was like, there's no guarantee that even if you stay at that place, that you're not going to have noise there either. Plus you're further away from the beach. Plus you'll probably have to rent a scooter. So you got to factor all that in there. Did they take the voucher?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a little difference. I'll pay the difference on it. On the.
It's good.
You sure? Because I think there was a little bit of a difference. You good?
Yeah, good.
Okay, cool.
No, I don't think the guy knew how to do it, so he got the other guy to do it for me.
Yeah.
That's
my
the
phone
stuff that
always
you
gets
learn.
taken to the back.
Mine gets taken too, and the worst part about it is I'm on the live stream, so I gotta pause the live stream and do it. And I'm like, but it's crazy. Like that's the little stuff, like things that like I'll get people like, I can't wait to come to Vietnam. I'm ready to move out of USA. Those are the little things that people don't realize. Like in USA, they would know how to use the vouchers. Like, oh yeah, they probably have a machine. They probably know how to do this. Here, you'll come next week for that guy and give him the voucher again, and he'll have to do the same thing. You're like, it's just the little stuff. And it's not deal breaker stuff, but it's those little things that you're like, why don't they know how to do this? Like,
Yeah.
but that's just
it's
Asia and that's
your
Vietnam.
voucher. How do you not know?
And then you just realize like, hey, this is a different world, like stuff like that. You would think that they would know that, but I don't think there's too much training that goes on. I don't think there's those sexual harassment videos that you watch like back in the USA, and you do like 4 weeks of training. It's like, in this situation, what do you do? Like, I doubt that there's that. So I think they go like, you want to make 25,000 VND an hour and you can be here? Okay, throw this on and be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, how do you do this? Like, figure it out. I think that's how it works here. What's up, everybody? You guys are dead. You guys are dying over there.
That's the truth. You know, that's one thing I thought would be good here. And I just
What? Never had it.
is that not one of your go-tos with Thai food? I like it. You know, it's good. Well done.
You know what's going to be hard? I went to this place for a year plus with no discounts, but once they get rid of that discount at here, that's going to be like, oh man, it's back to the rate. But I paid for it. Because when you don't do the discount, me and Fluffy would spend $160 or $170. Because I would get the fried rice and the beef, that's $110, and she would get the curry that was like $60. So we spent like $170, $180 here. But now, when we get the voucher, it's like she gets an entree to take home,
Oh,
and then
dude, you
something
gotta get
else.
spring rolls. Oh, that's one thing I forgot. I didn't need
I've never had the spring rolls here. I've had the Thai tea
It's
here.
just, you get like two.
I am so spoiled with the chicken place.
You
though.
like it, yeah.
Man, those spring rolls are the best. They're 70,000.
Why did you change the name? You drive me crazy when you call it chicken because when you go there, you order the pork.
I
You
order the
call
pork.
it- yeah, I know,
but
but you call it the chicken.
It's basically a chicken
The
place.
the woman.
Yes,
The woman.
but it's a chicken
The one with
restaurant.
the pot sears?
No. I want to go to that one too. That one's the Nepal place. This place, I don't know if you've seen it. We've been there a few times.
It's next to Moon.
It's next to the. I don't think he's ever been to that Moon Milk yet. On
Which one? The
by
one
Bread
right-
and Butter. So where my house
I
is.
haven't been there. I know where it's at, but
Yeah.
I haven't. It's by
It's-
666 bar.
Diner 66,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
It's about 3 buildings down, and it's an awesome place. That was the second restaurant we ever been to.
Yeah.
They have the best pork chop I ever had. So this is how you know it's good. When we go to the pork chop, the regular pork chop place, it's 25,000. When I go to that place, it's 50, and I still pay for it. And
Okay, so stop right there. So yeah, so you've been going, in lieu of her, you've been going to, where's this other place for that pork, for the same dish, the pork chop?
yeah,
Where?
the pork chop's better.
Where have you been going? Not,
The chicken place.
oh.
The chicken place is
Where's
the
the
best
other,
pork chop.
where's the other pork chop place?
Across from the Korean fried chicken place.
Directly across the
Direct,
street?
it's like directly across the street and one building over. It's on the, it's right directly with the
It's
fried
that big of a difference? It's not, it's
The taste, yeah. She has a better sauce, and the pork chop is much more tender. Like, I've never had it different. Like, the pork chops all
that's a
taste the
huge price
same.
difference. That's like double. So I'm trying to figure out why is it such a huge.
The rice is better, which it's hard to have better rice. The rice is better, the pork chop is better, the sauce is better, and then I usually will spring for the spring rolls. The spring rolls, man, they're crispy, they're the best.
Sprinkles are good, I find.
But the spring rolls are more expensive than my pork chop.
Yeah. They're
But
80, right?
they're 70, but they might have went up to the 70. And that's the one place, like I can't have spring rolls besides that place. Because I spend 70 there, but I learned you can do a trick. Instead of getting the 6 orders of spring rolls, you can get the pork chop, the rice, the egg, and there's a combo plate that gives you 2 spring rolls. And it's like 85,000 or something, 70,000 or something like that. But that's how good it is because I'll pay for that, and it's like double the price of the other place. But I've never had a pork chop in Vietnam that's ever tasted. They all pretty much taste the same. That one is the only one that
Are you
has.
making the one from the across the street from the Korean place just sound
No, that
totally
was-
not worth it?
That one's just regular. It's just a regular. The great part about it is you get all that food and it's 25,000. You can't. That's technically that's my cheapest meal. I always say George Costanza, but it's that one. You get rice, a fried egg, and you get a soup, and you get the pork chop. It's 25,000. That's actually technically my cheapest, but it's just a run of the mill. It's not great and it's not terrible. It's a regular pork chop. Like here's the fried Korean place, right? It's like right across the street, but diagonal, and it's kind of like there's a little sign outside.
Oh, so towards that intersection.
No, going back
Oh, going
towards
back
him.
towards the church.
Yeah, the fried Korean place is the furthest away that anything goes. But I like that pork chop place. You know what other place is a good place? It's just more of a lunch place to me, but it's actually pretty good. Smaller portions, but it's very cheap and it's good. Was the place that's near that coconut ice cream place? There's a little lunch spot, like right where,
On the opposite side of the
right by where it's only a few buildings down from the 10,000 V&D store. It's on the same side as that. We've ate there twice, and it's actually not bad. Smaller portions, but you can get meals for 25,000 there.
What's their main thing? Like, what are
There's all different. Like I get the when I get the local
Is that the one on
Vietnamese.
the corner you were talking about?
No, it's in the middle. It's remember where we seen the Kids Street where I told you where they have
Yeah.
the big milk tea? It's almost right across the street from there. It's about 8 buildings down from the cafe, from the juice cafe with the sweet potatoes.
Okay.
It's opposite side, but right before you get it's right after the that restaurant that got tore down and then rebuilt upstairs and downstairs by the church. It's a
So
little past
if
the
you're going
church.
from the 10K store, you walk
The 10K store, it would be
towards
yeah,
George's.
you go that way, and it's
And
a
then
few
across
buildings
the
there. Same size.
Oh, same size.
I like that place. I've been kind of missing the dumpling place. Not
Yeah, you
Carnivore.
mentioned that in your text today about this dumpling.
I've kind of missed that place. I think those are kind of the cheapest
Did
dumplings.
you guys, did you and, not this street, but when you walk back and you make that left, did you guys ever eat that dumpling yet?
I've never seen another dumpling.
So, Diane would always bring it up every time you were always in front of us. She would always be like, I want to try that dumpling. But
Not that I
just
remember.
after you pass Bordeaux on the right.
Oh
Walking
yeah,
back.
I found out about that place. I've heard good stuff about it, but it's never open at the times that I go. They have weird hours. What's up, JV? The dumpling place is good because different varieties. You can get the steamed one or you can get the fried ones, and they come with custom sauces. The one sauce that I really like.
Okay, so that's the place I'm talking about. They look like popsicles.
Yeah, but they're called Nepalese momos, and it's a guy that was in Nepal,
Yeah.
and he married a Vietnamese lady. That's why Fluffy loves it too. It's like a love story. On the menu, you look at it, it's like their whole.
Yeah.
Oh, they were both working on a ship, and then they got separated.
But I never.
They're right next to Guild. They're like
Here's
2
the thing.
buildings down.
I know it's not the same, but I'm always getting at the store the bag, the
These are not
mandu,
bad.
making them at home.
Those are, I think they're only 30,000,
Dude,
and you get an order of
I
6.
just went to Mega. The last time I was at Mega, they had the 2 for 1. So 2 bags for 1. I was getting 2 bags, and it was like 58. I was like, whoa, that's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Because usually it's like 58 for 1.
Yeah, these are good though. They deep fry them.
68 or 66.
We've seen those, and I think we got them one time. These, I really like the fried ones. Fluffy, the fried ones are definitely better, but we always still get an order of the steamed ones.
I can't decide, like when I make them at those bag ones, I can't decide, because I do it both ways. I'll steam them.
They
or
deep fry them,
I'll
so they're good. They're
I-
extremely good.
They're good. I mean, they're good.
But what's weird is if you get the steamed ones, because they'll give you 3 sauces. One's like a, they give us, I forgot
That's
what
one thing I
it's like a
don't get. I
cilantro
don't
sauce.
have.
The sauce.
Yeah, because those bags don't come with
Yeah.
the sauces. I have to like.
There's like a garlic herb mayo that they give you, and that one is awesome with the deep fried one. But then like the tomato basil or tomato whatever sauce is good with the steamed ones. It's like a tomato something. There's a tomato. So they give you 3 sauces. It's not that. It's like tomato basil or tomato something. But they give you these 3 different sauces. It's right
That
next to
makes sense
Gilda's.
though, because you just give off a different taste. Like
give
when
off-
I can fry mine, yeah, it's totally different than.
It's weird because if you put that same, you put the steamed one in the sauce, like the garlic mayo, it just doesn't go with it. But when you dip that other one, you're like, wow, man, this is good.
that makes sense.
And it's because Fluffy says, oh, every time I eat the steamed one, they taste like pasta. She thinks they taste like pasta with the sauce. But what we normally get, we get the vegetarian fried, the vegetarian steamed, the chicken steamed, and the chicken fried. We get 4 orders, and they come 5 orders, 5 on each order. And we've brought home some a couple times. There's one night we ate all of them. I think it was like 24 or 20 of them, and because we were just coming back from the video. We didn't eat nothing that day. We ate them all. They were good though. But that place is good. Gilda's is right next door. We still have about 10 restaurants on my list.
Oh, that place you're talking about is next to Gilda's
It's like 3 buildings down.
on the same street.
Same side. It's right next to Gilda's. I want to go to Gilda's, but we just had pizza. I really like
I'll
Gilda's.
throw in the towel. Next time you guys do pizza, I'll do.
Oh, no, here's what I know that you're going to like. If you try, I got spoiled because he gave me a free dessert there. It was a pumpkin coconut pie. Man, that thing was one of the best ones I ever had. And I was like, damn, why did he give me that? 'Cause I think it's like 40,000 or
Did he,
something.
but did he actually use coconut, or did he just use like coconut milk?
No, there was like coconut pieces in there.
Oh, he did.
And I was like, damn, this is good. Like, the best 2 pumpkin pies that I can remember is his and Jeremy's. Those 2 very unique, different tastes, but they were extremely good. And remember, I told you, he told me that he was going to have a pizza buffet, but he hasn't had that yet. And I was like, make sure you put that, because you can get a calzone there. You can get a New York style.
Well, wasn't he saying come to this spot with the different?
Yeah, the burgers. Remember,
ovens?
he was making them at
He was posting that his pizzas are gonna be better
last
out
time-
here than at.
because they cook them in the cast iron. But then I'll have to ask him again. But it seems like he's not going there anymore. That's what it made it sound like last time. But at Shake 'em Buns, Shake 'em Buns is right where we
So
passed.
he doesn't own that.
No, they asked him to. Either he worked out an agreement, or they asked him to come there.
I
So-
got confused that day, 'cause I was with you when you were talking to him. I was like, oh, okay.
But I was like,
So
what?
it wasn't his,
No,
he
that's
made
not.
it sound like, the way he was talking made it sound like he was gonna be there too.
He was, but I was like, why don't you? So the only problem about him, his place opens up at 5, in the afternoon. It closes at 10, and I was like, why are you coming down here and working with them? You should just open your restaurant earlier. Because he just doesn't like to open up his restaurant like earlier. I guess his wife and him just don't need to do it or something.
Yeah, they don't open till what?
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. But I'll tell you, man, it looks like he makes some good desserts. I had that one, and then the peanut butter's there too. But you said the peanut butter went up.
Dude, me and my girl one time, I don't know if you guys, have you ever made a true, I'm talking about true, not by the puree filling, I'm talking like from scratch. Have you guys ever made
A
a true
peanut butter or pumpkin pie?
Oh, what?
True pumpkin pie? Dude, I come home from work one time with the last girlfriend I lived with 2 years ago, and she has this big thing with around Halloween, of course. They make a pumpkin pie from scratch, and I'm like, I've never, and I was like, I'm down with
What's up,
it.
Tim?
I like
I mean, I've
pumpkin.
done sweet potatoes and that pumpkin.
Yeah, I'm like,
What's up, Tim?
and I sat there and I was like, I don't know. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean from scratch? You're not gonna make it. You're gonna go buy the can and then, just no.
Getting a damn
We
pumpkin?
got the pumpkin. And I'm like, let me read the instructions. So I never even thought about it before. But
I would
I'm
assume
always
that's the
down.
same way.
But it's weird because it's
not.
it's
not.
stringy
I'm
inside.
telling you.
It depends on how, if you're making it like in that, like,
It
that
comes out.
puree type feeling.
Here's the thing. What I'm trying to say is when you do make it from your own pumpkin,
Yeah.
it's very labor intensive and it's
Of course.
blah blah blah. But when you actually do make your own puree,
Yeah.
you can decide on just several things as you're making it from the actual pumpkin. One is how much do you want to, because like you blend it after you're done baking it off in your thing. The biggest time-consuming thing is squash, which pumpkin is squash family. And after you gutted it out and seeded it out, you just cut it in these huge chunks and you roast it in the oven for X amount of time. Comes out, you let it cool, and then you got to take these bricks and you got to squeeze out the water, right? There's so much water, it's unbelievable. And then you put it in a food processor or whatever. And then you can decide the consistency really from there in your processor, right? So I didn't want to make mine liquefied.
Yeah.
Because I don't like that texture
Yeah.
of a standard
Yeah.
pumpkin pie you buy off the
You want
shelf.
something
at the
nice
grocery
and
store.
thick.
Wanted some weight
weight
to
to
it,
it.
but it didn't have the string to it. So I got it to a pretty decent consistency. Now here's where, because me and her were healthy people, I'm looking at the rest of the recipe and it's just like
Sugar.
so much sugar. And I'm like,
Molasses,
babe, we're cutting this in half. I go, that
brown
just sounds
sugar, white
insanity.
sugar.
Because in my mind, I'm the kind of person when it comes to any pie,
Yeah.
I like to either do with some whipped cream or some vanilla ice cream with it. I'm just like that with pies. So I was like, and we were like, I'm not doing that. I go, we're gonna cut that in half. We can always make it sweeter by adding sugar. She's like, okay, whatever. So I cut that in a bud. Like it was like something like 2 cups difference of sugar. It was crazy how much it wanted. And then I think it also called for the favorite here, you see everywhere, a little bit of condensed milk. And I was like, no. Didn't even put that in it.
No nutmeg, no.
And so our crust, that stuff standard,
Yeah.
cinnamon, nutmeg, that's fine. Those are all healthy.
That's why I was asking you for that nutmeg, because I want to make sweet potatoes.
Yeah. And I go heavy on that. I'm heavy. I never pay teaspoon. What's a teaspoon?
Yeah.
I put fucking like 2 tablespoons in my coffee. No. So I was dumping cinnamon and nutmeg and all that stuff. But and then how did we do our
No
crust?
egg?
We did a homemade graham cracker. Okay. So dude, we baked that off. I am telling you, it made me. I have never since that day gone back to any store-bought pumpkin pie. I was like, that was fucking amazing. What it yielded.
I was about to say, did
yielded
it come
2
up
pies.
thick or did it? It seems
was
like when
firm.
you cut that sugar
It was
away, it
firm.
probably.
It was
Walk it
really
down a
no.
little.
It was because I poured so because I'm controlling, right?
Yeah.
I'm putting in the filling,
Yeah.
which is basically the
Yeah.
pumpkin. I mean, it was nice and it was firm and it was thick. And dude, while we were eating it, I remember her going, I almost feel like this is healthy. I go, I know. Because if we didn't put any sugar in there,
Yeah.
think about it. All we were eating is vegetable.
But it wouldn't be.
With
Flavorful.
granted with the cinnamon and the nutmeg and everything else, but
And the 9 hours that it takes.
it did take a long time. But man, when you truly make a true homemade pumpkin pie, it is hard to go back to the other stuff. Because you're like, dude, this blows anything I've had in my entire life out of the water. And we were both shocked because that was our first time doing it. And the only thing we manipulated from that stupid recipe was how much sugar and stuff that we wanted to put into it. And it was still had its sweetness. You know?
And then you went to the grocery store, you're like, wait, there's a discount on pumpkin pie, $4.99. There was 10 of
Because
them.
the pumpkin, you know, like, shit, I think, what did we do? Oh, right after the Halloween, you know, they all go on sale.
The only thing I ever get out of that old ass pumpkin is I'll do the pumpkin seeds, and that's too much labor for me.
Yeah.
You gotta scoop them out, and then you gotta roast them. For me, that's like already too much labor.
This part, though,
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
was the
But
really
you,
time
but
consuming
you,
part.
but you gotta do that though, because if you
have to.
don't do that,
Yeah,
that
but it's
it's
liquid.
gonna
come out.
soak, it's gonna soak
It
into
would
the
come out like
graham
they're still
cracker,
in
or
July.
it's gonna sit on top and just not.
And we'll come out like those
Yeah.
pureed cans you buy a pumpkin and just pour into your pie filling. That liquid, yeah. No, that's one thing I was, I remember in the recipe, they were like, do not skip this step. Like,
Do not skip.
and do it well.
Yeah. That's why I kind of miss the oven.
Oh, you know what? Do you like red chili pepper? He gave me a whole bunch, and I had a backup one. He gave me a whole container, and I have a second one. I'll never get to this if you want to take it. He gave me a
I'll
bunch of
definitely
spices.
use it. Will last me around the rest of my existence.
I have that one. You gave me one, and then I have another container of one. No, it's just vacuum
It's
sealed.
vacuum sealed.
When you open it, it should be like.
Oh, it
Powder.
turns the powder?
It should be powder, but it's vacuum sealed, so I think it's tight because of that. That's how I always got them.
Yeah.
Because I bought 2 of those before. I still have a half a container of one. He gave me another full container, and then I had that one.
That's what I'll need to get it.
That's what Fluffy did.
Go to the 10,000 store.
She gave me that. So I was like, damn, I'll never get to that one. There's no way because I still have half of mine, and then he gave me. There was one of them that you gave me. It's like but it's all in Vietnamese, so you must have got it out here.
Yeah, and I was like, but see, I don't like that.
I put that on stuff. I don't put it on a lot,
I
but
have
I'll use
cayenne
it.
pepper. I actually brought cayenne pepper back from the
I have
States.
both. Yeah.
So is this grinded with seeds? Is this super hot? Or is it
I
just red
use
pepper?
that,
No, it's just
and
the-
it's just
the flavor,
it's
it's
regular
local
like
flavor.
Oh,
chili
I'll
powder.
put that
It's
on
like
my
chili
shit.
powder.
Yeah, no.
It should. I noticed it felt like this, but I remember when we bought it, like it was like this too, but it's vacuum sealed. So I think as soon as you cut
Once
it,
the air,
it'll. I would assume because that's what it did last time. But it's just like chili powder. I think it's literally
I'm
chili.
used to cayenne
Yeah.
pepper. I mean, it just gives off a different flavor. And when I'm cooking something and I want it to taste the way I want it to taste,
Yeah.
I know how cayenne pepper tastes in food. And that just will turn my taste buds off. I'll be like, it's not saying that it's bad, but it won't reflect what's in my mind. So, I got it.
And then I was going through my other spices because I was putting those spice containers up, and I was like, oh damn, I forgot I bought a packet because it was discounted. A packet of the Bonnet sauce. You can buy those at Moon Milk. They have them, but I'm like, what the hell am I gonna use it for? It's a packet, and it's Bonnet sauce. Like, so the sauce that you get at Bonnet, apparently that's that, but I got it for 50% off.
But they
So
all seem a little different.
it must just be like the standard one. So whatever
What
the
is it?
standard. I don't know, but I don't know what I'm gonna
What's
cook
the
it
answer?
with.
I would love to know what the ingredients are. Because that's a mystery I can't figure out.
I figured you've heard of Tony Sassoon's.
Mhm.
Right? Okay.
Oh, it's this one right here. That's it.
Get the fuck out of here.
So that's it. So, but I just don't know. I'm not gonna make any steak like that. That's my packet that I got, and it was 50% off. So it was only like 5,000. So I was like, screw it, man. I'll buy the sauce. But I don't know what I'm gonna use that for. I don't know what I can. I get beef, but I get ground beef, and I'm like, don't really think you can.
It probably still works.
Maybe,
It
but-
could probably be like a good
You know what?
gravy for it.
Like do like a chili with beans. Like,
No, I mean, I think
Put
like
that
if
in
you
Or maybe I could do a Bonet ground beef style.
Bonet chili.
like
Bonet
take
chili.
take some of those mashed potatoes,
Mhm.
take some ground beef, and
there you
make that Bonet sauce to put
Then
on
use
it
that.
for the.
I don't know what I would do, and I kind of
It's
got
a can? Is it like a soup?
It's a packet.
No, it's a packet.
Because we have that, and we have a packet of yellow curry. Because I wanted to eat that ever since here, and I never got to those two, so I got to do those. But I was even just thinking, I was like, screw it. If I just need to use it, maybe I'll make ground beef like taco meat, and then I'll just put in the Bonet sauce, and I'll make 2 eggs, and I'll make a ground beef Bonet instead of the steak. And I was like, maybe I'll
The
just.
thing is how much does that thing yield?
I don't know. I'd have to look at it, but
I was
it's.
about to say probably keep the sauce on the side, like in a side bowl, and then dip it, so you don't
Yeah,
mix
that's
it and then be like, I don't like the way it tastes, and then now all the rest of your stuff is
I
messed
had
up.
no idea if they were selling them.
I-
I've never seen it.
I don't
before.
think-
Well, I haven't looked for it.
I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff, and I was like, wow, they got this. But I never tried that one. I do want to try it though. That's Owlski.
That's too funny.
That's Owlski. And this is the Thai restaurant. Look at all that. A Thai feast. I guess we're about to head out. We've stayed the whole day basically.
You already paid.
Yeah, it's already done.
Movie stars. I'm not a movie star. I don't have the Hollywood card like Mr. Dale, upscale Dale.
Don't disrespect me like that.
Dude, that's just my fucking upbringing, man.
Yeah, I know.
Sure? Thank you.
All but $2.
Thank you for
I'm
my,
sorry,
my
I appreciate it.
Campbell soup.
Campbell soup.
I don't know.
Yeah, the food was good.
Mystery things.
You guys know I'm doing the carnivore, so there's a lot of rice left. These were, I think, my 2 rices. Unfortunately, I couldn't eat one, and I did have a couple of bites of the other one, so I did have to soak up some sauce, but past that.
I did. It was good. I mean, but I just had a lot.
I think you should try the pineapple. You don't like pineapple?
I do. I love pineapple.
I think the pineapple is the best.
Fried.
I think that pineapple one, because the pineapple one's much darker, and there's
Yeah, that's
something
what I'm
mixed into
saying,
it. I've had Fluffy had the coconut one or the regular one, and then when we tried the pineapple one's way better. They give you chunks of pineapple, and it's darker. It's a darker one, so I think there's a different flavor. And ever since that,
Is that one of it have it looks veggie flavor?
because one is regular,
I mean, I
standard.
only ate around from this
It's
area.
standard, and then they have the coconut fried rice, and then they have the pineapple. I think the pineapple is the best. I think the pineapple is the best out of all of them.
Definitely got a kick to it. Those little red flakes all over it. It tastes good.
It does have
It,
flavor.
does, it,
looks
does,
like
it doesn't
doesn't.
seem like it has a lot of egg. I think probably if it had a little
Maybe
more
that's
egg or
what-
something in it,
It
probably
seems
would.
like it doesn't have flavor, but look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Have you ever had the pineapple fried rice? No. Pineapple fried rice is awesome. That's the one I miss. I'm not eating rice. That's the problem. I'm doing carnivore. That's why I got all the beef. So I'm not eating rice. I'm not eating any of the carbs. If I was eating them, I would have ate these with my beef, but I'm not eating them because my old coworker says that he's got a pool body, and I tell him it's a full body, not a pool body.
Those out here, Mark? I have
Just get the one at George Costanza, 35,000. That's what Fluffy gets.
That's what Fluffy does. I don't know why. Every time I go like this,
Shoot, you might as well just get
what's the one
35,000.
she gets that?
There's only one. So
Oh, there's only one.
I heard I don't see the other one anymore.
And she can't choose what's in it.
No, there's all seafood one. It's like seafood and other stuff. So I think there might be chicken or
What's the
something.
other?
Like seafood, vegetables, and I think there might be chicken or like a meatball or something. That's
I
why.
gotta be careful when it comes to Diane because she's Filipino.
But they had 2 of them. But the thing about it was, one was a single portion, and the other one was like for like 3 people. 4 people. That's why it was 100 and something.
Yeah, she seems to really like it. I mean, she eats a lot.
I just can't believe it's 35,000.
I forget they have it. They always do.
Baywatch.
Try.
What are you, the director? I did not get the fried rice. Only got the beef. But man, I just can't believe that price of that. I think here, if you look at the hot pot, I want to say like the hot pot's like 200,000 or something. Here and over there it's 35, so it's like 10 times cheaper. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Guess we're gonna head out.
Dude, you're gonna immediately feel the difference when you walk out here. Bro, I started sweating immediately.
I'm shocked, man. The humidity kills me, but I never can get used to it. But I think Mark gets hit by the heat worse than me. Man, when we went to the Korean fried chicken place, the guy was sweating up a storm. Yeah, man, I'm from California. We don't have this. We went to the fried...
Just because I'm used to it don't mean I can't.
We went to the fried chicken place, and he was just pouring sweat. He was like, I need the fan, I need the AC. I was like, are you gonna die?
Nah, it was something going on. I don't know what it was.
Look at this Harley right here.
Right?
Look at the hog.
He's even got the burnt orange. Look at this hog. He's a better man than me, though, because I could not ride this. Look at, he's got his little stash, though. That's his helmet spot. He's got all his little stuff in there.
Night goggles.
Bug goggles.
What do you got, a P500 mattress in there? You got an
Oh,
Envision?
that's the raincoat.
He's got an Envision. Oh, and he's got his glasses. Where's his mask? Oh, he's got his mask. He's trying to fit all in. He's trying to go all out.
You don't want any of that road spooch and
He's got an Envision in there.
You're looking like Dumb and Dumber with all bugs in your teeth and stuff.
dude, you get behind a bus or something, it's just like
Look at, there's his little cell phone holder. I think they all pretty much come with the cell phone holders, right?
yeah, like there wasn't one on there.
Oh, you had to get
And
one?
I asked, I asked her, and she made me put it on.
Because I'm kind of worried that when I
Right
get
out
a
the box.
scooter, they're not going to have one, and then I'm like,
No, they'll put it on for you.
Put it
if
on.
you need one, like if it doesn't have one, I asked her.
Maybe-
"Do you have a phone?"
yeah, because that's what I'm worried about. If when I rent one to do that, I need to do a video. I'm worried they're going to say like, oh, you don't have it. That's the scooter I need right there.
Yeah, it's quiet as most.
Yeah, his
I got
the coverlets are in there.
Yeah,
The
it's
sheets.
You don't hear it?
Test drive.
So I can't fucking.
He's back over to his part of the town. He's not in our neighborhood anymore, so he needs to get back to his place because he doesn't belong in this neighborhood anymore.
This I did buy my own helmet.
Oh, you did?
Okay.
Looks like a freaking baseball
I
hat.
wanted.
You probably don't want everybody else's hair sweat on you.
That's what happens when people get on the
people
grabs.
will either put a baseball cap on first and then put that on there.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
But it was too much pressure,
Yeah.
and I was getting a headache. So
He's got a woman's helmet. Oh, they're telling you got a woman's helmet.
I probably do.
What do they say? He's got a woman helmet. It's got the ponytail hole. Well, that's for his ponytail.
Grow long.
He's growing his hair. He's getting the John Travolta back. What was I gonna say? Something else about that. Now I can't remember. I was gonna say something else about the scooter. Look at his exhaust. But how much have you? How many times have you put gas in here? Twice, and you've had it for how long?
I've done. I've had it 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
I did a 70K and I did a 30K.
Hmm.
But I've driven all the way down to Hoi An too.
Shoot. So you probably.
And I've also driven that way again. Just, I don't know, I think it took me half an hour.
So it gets pretty good gas. You're gonna not spend much. I bet maybe $10 a month.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a 50.
That's what I would get too. I wouldn't get anything crazy. I wouldn't get anything crazy.
You don't need 125. What the fuck do you need all
He
that?
said 21 or more days, and he put gas. How much gas do you put in each time?
I did a 70K.
So-
they gave it to me empty, pretty much. So I
$3.
I put 70K in the first time, and I just recently put in 30K,
100. So he's put in $4.
$4.
$4 in 3 weeks. So maybe $1 a week. And he said he's been going kind of far. So kind of
I went on 2
very long trip.
I would guess $1 to $2 a week.
I mean, Holy and back.
$1 to $2 a week.
40 minutes one way.
Yeah.
Down over from your area.
All right, thank you again. All right.
No problem, brother.
Thank you,
Anytime.
All right, we're heading back to our place.
What's going on tomorrow? I don't know if you have any suggestions or anything.
I don't know. Do you guys want to do the dumpling place soon?
You guys want me to make you that?
You ain't got no sauce.
We either do the AI or that, but then maybe Wednesday. Maybe I'll get some ground beef. I mean,
Yeah, I was about to say Wednesday. I'm not gonna be.
But Wednesday,
I'm going rest.
you want to go to Mega, right?
on Wednesday.
Wednesday morning. I want.
Okay.
Yeah, because I got. Yeah, I'm not gonna be.
Then maybe what I'll do is I'll get some ground beef and then I'll start cooking a little bit more.
Grab some stuff.
All right, guys.
The only thing that's gonna suck is passing that bakery in Mega Mart. I bet you they'll be fully stocked with everything there.
I'll make sure to rub it in.
You already do. All right,
All right, Dale. Later, brother.
we're heading back now. Look at that hog. Let's see him. He rides a wheelie away. 50cc or under, you do not need a license, but I'm not sure if he has the international license. I have the
U.S.
I have the international license. It's very simple. I got it from AAA. There's no special thing or nothing. It's just a piece of paper that you can get from AAA. It's very simple. But if you ride an electric scooter or a 50cc scooter, you do not need, look at this dog. You do not need a license. So 50cc, like his, you do not need a license for out here. You're gonna collab with Clee Torres from Foz? I'm not sure who that is. I appreciate it though, love, but I'm not sure who that is. Clee Torres, not sure. Is he renting or bought the right? He's renting it. What was that about? There's the Winmart that used to be my hidden Winmart. You want to go on Winmart?
Yeah. Going in. And then we're going out here.
Yeah. You don't want to do the moon milk?
No, I do need to go to Moon Milk.
Oh. He's doing some shopping tonight.
No, I need. I'm doing right.
I think he said $40-something a month. About $40-something a month, I think he's what he said. So it's probably going to cost you with gas and that price. It's going to be about $50 a month, most likely with gas and your scooter rental, $50. But for me, it's more expensive because remember, I walk everywhere here in An Thuong, and my transportation budget is only about $5 a month because I rarely take a Grab or an InDrive. And if I do, it's only $1 or $2. Look at this, popcorn. Travis? I've messaged Travis a couple times actually. I think maybe Travis is back in San Rafael. Travis is too famous for me. Plus, he used to yell at me at work, but he would do it when he was running and sneaking out of the window. Travis. I should tell you guys some stories about that guy. Not Travis from Da Nang, but Travis, my old manager back in the USA. A straight character. No, he's talking about our old manager. Our old manager back in the USA. Oh, look at all these candies. Look at these. These are like the candies you get when you go do the Visa run. All these candies. Eggs. Look at these little eggs. I never eat these eggs. 27,000 though, guys. Look, 24,000 for 6. So the cheapest place we can find eggs is Moon Milk. Cheapest is Moon Milk. Fluffy. I always like to see what new. Look at their little gummy worms. Damn, their gummy worms are like 80 cents. They're not that cheap. What else they got over here? Oh, this looks like my coworker. This is exactly how he looks at lunchtime. The guy Jimmy in here, this is exactly how he looks. They might have taken a picture of him and drew a cartoon character of him, but that's exactly how he looks during lunchtime. I think the box store is around that price for 10. What box store? Have you decided? I have not. I do think I think I'm gonna do the Visa run. Because I think maybe I'll do that Philippines part maybe in August or September. And I'm just kind of torn between, should I do the cheap bus Visa run, which I don't want to do, or should I just chalk it up? Damn, look at this one. I can get this. Look at, I don't know how good this is, but I could cook this, I think. Let me see. Yeah, I could do this. Look at this. This is a big one. Look at Fluffy. I could do this. I'm going to ask him how much. This is a bigger can. This is, oh, it's 1 kilo. I've never seen this big of a can. I can't obviously eat it now. I'm doing sweetened condensed creamer, so it's not as thick. I don't know if it'll taste as good, but let me see how much this is. Our smaller one. It's a little thin too. So, Chow, can you tell me how much?
Yeah.
50?
You buy one, get one.
Oh my god, it's buy one.
Yes, buy one, get one.
Buy one of these?
Yeah.
No, the big one, big one.
No. Buy one, get one.
This is buy one, get one.
Yes.
How much is this one? This is 50,000. I'm gonna get this. I'm not gonna eat it now, but I'm gonna store this because I know I'm not gonna ever get a better deal.
You membership?
No.
Okay.
Okay. How much? 50?
Yeah. One portion.
This will go in the cabinet. It can last.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not gonna eat it. But I can store this. I can't pass up that deal. Look at it. This one is 34. This is the size that we normally get. And that is 380 grams for 34, right? This is the size that we normally get. Ours is 22,000, I think. This is 50, and this is 3 times the size. So I couldn't pass on this. Let me put this in my backpack. I am not gonna eat. I'm not gonna eat this. Trust me, guys. But I will be happy whenever I break carnivore down the road. I will have this, and I could never seen this size, and I've never seen that price. So don't worry, I'm not gonna eat it. I'm not gonna eat it. I bought it because I see how good of a deal it is, and I'll never find that deal again. Why didn't I pay with my phone? 2 reasons. One, my balance is only down to like 48,000, and 2, I'm doing the live stream, so I'd have to pause the live stream. 1, I don't have enough. I'm trying to use it all because the downside of it is, so my Visa run, once your Visa run's up, that Timo bank account, it expires. So then you have to go back into Timo and you got to give them your new updated Visa. You can't use your funds, you can't do anything. So I don't think I'm ever going to add money to it again. I'm going to use this last 48,000 before my Visa run, and then I don't think I'm going to add any more money to it. No, I'm not going to eat this. I bought that because I know down the road. You can keep that in the while. I'm not going to eat that. The price was too good, and that size can was too good. So that's going to go into the pantry, and it's not going to... I'll probably wait till Fluffy gets back to open that. So don't worry, guys. I'm not going to crack into that. It's just something that was such a good deal. I know you guys are like, no, he's lying, but I'll show you guys. Ask me in a week, and that can will still be there. Go to the right. This is where I took that video where the pickleball is. There's the hole in the wall. You get a mystery prize. If you put your hand in there, you get a mystery prize. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Because what I do, I'm not sure if you guys see my live streams before, but we used to make homemade caramel. And that stuff is, look at this scooter, the whole family. It makes the absolute best caramel. We love caramel. We use caramel probably way too much, especially when I was before the carnivore. And it's the easiest, best, simplest caramel to make is with condensed milk, one ingredient. Yeah, we can go either way. And then we use it and I store it in the refrigerator. People, not really. Some people, not really anyone directly related, but some people, like their ideas or kind of just the whole mindset, more about prices, more about politics, more about crime, like just the general overall. We can go left or straight, either one at any time. At a certain point, we got to go left, but maybe we'll go down some more. We'll all end up at the same spot. Yeah, you should put your hand in that hole. You can get a free prize. These are like the... Man, even though ice is just not so standard here. You can actually buy cups of ice at these little markets. And I only have like one ice tray, and I don't ever really want to waste my good water on ice. So I don't really have ice. So anytime I get ice, I always just toss it right in my water bottle. That's a nice little patio hangout area up there. I wonder what that is. See, it seems like my camera comes in better when it's like low light, but kind of like natural, not natural, but like signs and stuff. My camera usually looks a little better like this. I guess, we'll just go straight. We'll make a left at that street. Oh, there's a cockroach. We do see those. I guess it's apparently hard to kill cockroaches. I was reading an article.
Yeah, these things have been around. They survived the nuclear.
That's what's crazy. It's like I read something that said like if you threw a cockroach off of my building, it would survive. And I was like, what? And it's like, yeah, the way that their exoskeleton is, that they can do it. I was like, that's crazy. I was like, that's insane. So, like, apparently, cockroaches are pretty durable. Yeah, it's a nice night, but it is humid. I bet you it feels to me. I can't check the weather, but I bet it still feels like it's 90 something. Do you have that little app? It'll say like, oh, it's 79 degrees, but it feels like 94. My little app always says that. That looks just like Dale's. Look, maybe he stopped here.
That's a Vespa.
It's the same color, but... Central. Thank you. Come on.
85 feels like 94.
94, yep. So it's 84 degrees, 85 degrees, and it feels like it's 94, and it's what? Almost 10 o'clock at night. And it's only going to get hotter. It's not going to get any less. It'll stay like this all the way till about August. Oh, this is the restaurant we were talking about. Oh, they're closed. This is Shake 'em Buns. This is where Gilda's, the owner, was making his pizza. It's crazy. They're closed. I hope they're not closed permanently because it's only 9:40. I don't think they close this early. But it's... Oh, but... I don't know. I hope they didn't close. And then here's Le Bordeaux. This is Le Bordeaux. They close at 9 or 9:30. And then our backup butcher shop, I think they close at 10. 40%. Here's my personal opinion. I think a lot of Americans think about leaving, but I think a lot of Americans will never leave for many reasons. Scared, nervous, or have family, don't know how to do it, have kids, have debt, don't have a way to earn money. So I think a lot of Americans will say they want to leave, but to really not leave, I think a lot of them won't. I'll show you guys you guys seen that little tea/homemade soda place where the little kids were dancing the other day on the live stream? I'll show you guys. It's just right across the street. The kids were taking over my live stream that day. They were dancing up a storm. Whoa!
We're gonna cross at some point.
Let's. There we go. Now, let's just watch this side. That's the soda place right there, where the kids were, where they were dancing on the live stream, guys. Remember when you guys seen all those 2 little kids? That's the place. That is an awesome place because it's a cool look. Look at this little baby seat. Look at that baby seat. That place, the prices are crazy. They're like 12,000.
Okay.
And then we just cross right here.
Straight here.
It's not that far. It's just.
I never really paid attention walking
That little street, it never used to be like that, but there's a lot of Eastern European and Russians that moved there. So now there's much more traffic. That used to just be a local area, and people kind of congregated there and got out of the main An Thuong neighborhood, and Eastern Europeans and Russians is what I mostly see over there now. That's the only thing. I don't worry about my safety here, just the crazy traffic. That's the only thing that I'll tell you guys you have to worry about. But I don't worry about getting robbed or anything crazy like that. I don't worry about that kind of stuff. I had the Thai restaurant. Heading back home to the AC. And dangerous. That was probably their middle name. Danger.
more bike rentals.
Yeah, those are the good ones. I've been trying desperately to use those, but I don't think I'm gonna get around to it. Especially if my Timo QR code runs out of balance. No, I walked here lots of time. This is the same path that we walk every time from the Bak Mayan market or from the Thai restaurant. So definitely walked here, and when we come around this little corner, you guys will see we're only 2 blocks down from where Fluffy plays that claw machine game. I went back the next day. I forgot why I was back down here. And then I seen someone got one of those stuffed animals that was hanging in the thing, but the other one was still hanging. Yeah. One was gone, and then the other one was still hanging. He's just hanging out on the hammock. You guys can see, he's just, look, just hanging out on the hammock. Hanging out on the hammock. This is the new street that Motor City is on. So if you guys are interested in that pizza place that we went to, right over here, I think it's An Thuong 3. And then we're going down this way towards Bikini Bottom and one of the Moon Milks. But that's where Detroit Motor City Pizza was that we ate at. We didn't even get our free ice cream. But I wasn't supposed to eat the ice cream, but it said on the menu, if you get a pizza, you get free ice cream. We never got it. Those two look dangerous. Walking down the mean streets of Da Nang, Vietnam. You guys still in here? Where you guys at? Where you guys at? What's up, Native? What's up, buddy? We're walking, remember the claw machine. Let's see if someone got those ones that were hanging in. Oh no, it's still hanging right. No, I think they're doing that on purpose. They're doing that on purpose. Look, this is their tactic, guys. Look, that one's hanging there, right? Now look at this one. That one's hanging there. And then look, and that one's hanging there. They're doing that as a tactic. Remember I was telling you, I was like, I wonder if they're doing that on purpose. But look, these little characters are all hanging. Look at that. So all you got to do is just knock his feet over. And then look, knock his feet over. So whoever's the owner of this is using a little propaganda.
Clickbait.
Yeah, it's like clickbait for the claw machine. I'm with our buddy Mark. So we're heading back from dinner. There's not that many people here tonight. This place is usually pretty booked, pretty full, but not tonight. Not so many. Yeah, man. The other day they got me to play it 2 times because those were hanging. There was 2 of them hanging in the one little hole spot right there. And I was like, shoot, all I got to do is just knock it down and it'll fall. But it looks like the owner is pretty smart and using that as a little bait to come play it. It is only 10,000 to play, which is like 30 cents probably. 30, 60, no, it's about 35 cents. Little sneaky bastard. Yeah, that guy's sneaky. This place is supposed to have good bonnet. Never had it though. Bonnet. But it does look different. See, I'm not a big bonnet guy. What? I don't even see the beef bonnet. Where's the beef at? See, that doesn't look like beef bonnet to me. That looks like a different type. I don't know, man. That bonnet looks different to me. That bonnet looks different to me. That thing looks different to me, guys. I'm the bonnet expert. The bonnet expert. Oh, look at this. Grilled cheese. Banana pancake. Oh, the Monte Cristo. Man, I haven't had one of these in...
Wait, is this the place that I ordered from?
This is a Greek place.
No, this is the place that I ordered from.
Centauri. It's a Greek place. I've heard about it, but I've never had it.
Oh, dude.
The Monte Cristo, the only
Listen.
place I've ever had that was at Disneyland.
Listen, it looks better in real life.
You've had that?
Absolutely.
But have you had the one at Disneyland?
No, never been to Disneyland.
Man, that one is amazing. I never knew about that sandwich. Look, here it is right here, the bestseller. The one at Disneyland. I'm sure you guys know about the Disneyland one. Disneyland is amazing. It's it's definitely the top 2 or 3 sandwiches I've ever had. And I had it like 20 years ago. But ever since then, I don't think I've ever had another one. Or I think I might have had one and it never came close. Is that it?
Yeah, this is a Monte Cristo.
Oh, it gives you the jelly too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, those sandwiches. Those are the most underrated sandwiches. Monte Cristo.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that, though.
I mean, and it looks that way every single time.
The Monte Cristo, man. There it is. I had it at Disneyland. Let me know if you guys have ever had that at Disneyland. It was amazing. It's like a grilled cheese with ham that's like on French toast bread.
And
it's weird. It's like, imagine French toast, and then you make a ham and cheese sandwich in it, and then you dip it in like a jelly. It's like a club sandwich. It's like 3 layers.
Yeah, man, it's so good.
Bennigan's Monte Cristo. We had it and it was under a ride. There's like a ride that you ride. Maybe it was Indiana Jones ride. It was some kind of ride that you go in the water and you go ride through the ride, and there's like water, and then the restaurant, you can sit right by the water. I forgot what ride it was. But those sandwiches, man, those are one of them. You never hear anybody talking about those sandwiches. But if you get a good one, man, those sandwiches are one of the most underrated sandwiches ever. Oh, they got the discounts. Can't get any of them, though. Can't get any of them on the carnivore. Let's see what else. They got a discount on that. Let's see. Someone drop this. Oh, they got a couple of discounts. 10 to 50. You don't want that?
Nuh-uh.
What about the Vinmart? Or are you going to skip it until...
Denmark?
The Vinmart that had the grapes?
Oh.
Or are you just going to wait till Moon Milk?
Since I'm right here.
Space Mountain, it could have been... No, you know which one I think it is? I think it's the one where all the mannequins and stuff are waving to you. If you guys told me the name of the ride, I would remember. I think it's like, is it a Small World? No, I don't think it's a Small World. It's another one that's similar. Oh, the Pirates. Pirates of the Caribbean or something, where they have like the guys that are like breaking the rocks. It's that ride. Gym, man, the gym is too expensive here. Plus, I'm not a gym guy. I get my stuff done in steps. If it's on discount, nah. I'm trying to keep. I guess I have bad reception. Here. They gave me an H, so. Oh, man, you're getting the oranges. The good thing about this Vinmart, they usually have discounts on drinks. Wow, look at this. So if you buy 2, you get 1 free. So actually, damn, look at that. So it looks like if you buy 2 Mirindas, 20,000, you'll get 3. So you're getting them for like 7,000 a piece. Not bad. That's usually what Vinmart's good at, is they have the buy one get one. The buy 2 get 1 free at Mirinda. You get 3 Mirindas for 20,000. It's not a bad deal.
It's what, 7.3?
Yeah. It's a buy 2 get 1 free. He loves grapes. How many grapes have you went through already?
Oh, I ate all of them.
How many packets? 3?
Yes, 4.
4. Man, he's already went through 4 packets since the last time you seen him. He goes through those grapes like they're nothing. Let's try to get outside because I have a bad reception. It tells me H. Hopefully it'll fix when I get out of this little area. No, I'm not on Wi-Fi. I disconnected. So inside it's telling me I have an H. So right here is a bad connection. So I'm hoping when I get out a little bit further, I'm hoping that it'll work a little bit better. Oh, there's the AOA. So hopefully when you walk here, it'll kind of pick up better. Buffering, damn, I can't really do anything. It should be better. When I walked in there, it switched from 4G. Oh, you know what I'll do? Here's what I can do. I can do this for you guys. Give me 1 second. I can mobile hotspot from my other phone. So give me a second. I'll do this, guys. I'll mobile hotspot. Mobile hotspot. I think I could do this. Let's see. See if I can do this really quickly. Wi-Fi. Let's see if I can. Moon milk. No, I don't want moon milk. I want the. There we go. There we go. I should be on Wi-Fi now. It should be better now, guys. Let me know if it's better. It should be better now. I logged in. I'm mobile hotspotting from my other phone. There's the country barbecue. Let me know if it came in better now. Frozen grapes. Is the reception better now? It should be better. Okay. Yeah, because I logged into the mobile hotspot. So good thing I got a little package for that other phone. Okay, good. Bella. There's where you guys always talk about Bello Pizza. There's Bello Pizza. Never had it. I always walk by it. As of today, Gilda's is still my number 1. Still my number 1. Remember? Oh, it's still doing it. Remember that people were looking at that. Look at this damn. The other day, people were thinking that it was gonna catch fire. Where is it at? You guys see that little, like right there. You see that flame? Not the flame, but the electricity. The other day, the people were looking at it thinking it was gonna cause a fire. And this street is getting busy, man. This street, I kind of feel like a lot of the locals are coming down here from their other cities. I think the schools are letting out. And I think locals are coming down here for the beach and for the firework festival now. So I think Danong, this is the peak season. There's some people getting a massage. These are the cheapest, the very cheapest massages you can get are at these places. I think you can get them as little as like 50,000 and different prices like that. That's the cheapest you can get is out here on the street. Oh, they open up this little place. This never used to be anything. And then here's another Thai. Let's see if the Thai place. Oh, there it is. Is this it? This is the other option for the Thai restaurant. So that one's a little Thai, but I heard it's not as good and it's a little more expensive. And you're out here on the street, but that's what I've heard. These are the cheapest massage you guys can get is on the street. You got street, and then you got the smaller places, and then you guys got the more luxurious places. But if you guys ever just want like a foot massage or a back massage, these are gonna be the cheapest places. Let me get out of this way before I get hit. Yeah. And then there's another Golden Lotus on the other street too, about 4 blocks down. Beep, beep, beep. Where are you guys at? You guys still alive? We're almost back at my building.
All right, brother.
All right, man. I appreciate it again.
I appreciate it. Yep. Let me know about tomorrow.
All right. Yep. I'll message you. So we're heading back to my place. I'll be very happy to get in that AC. Very, very happy to get in the AC. You know what I want to get, man? I have no clue if it's from the carnivore diet or what, but I've been getting this cramp in my leg. And it's only when I get up, like if I'm laying down, like right here on the front part of my thigh, it's like a stab. It feels intense. But as soon as I stand up, it's gone. It's gone instantly, but man, it's intense. And I don't know why I'm getting it. Then some people said, oh, you need magnesium. Magnesium? Yeah, it was magnesium that people told me. And I'm going past this pharmacy, but I don't know really what I should get. It's hot. Yes, it's very hot. They do tell you when you do the carnivore to get electrolytes, but I don't know how to get magnesium. I want to just get, I don't know how many different types there is or what. I just want to get a regular, it was called like magnesium something. I've never taken vitamins in my life and I don't really want to. I don't know. There's the bun guy with the stove on the back. And I am sweating, man. It's definitely getting hotter, man. Remember, this is 10 o'clock at night. And when we check the weather app, it says it feels like it's 94 degrees. It says it's 94 degrees. Well, it says it feels like it's 94. It says it was like 80, 83 or something, but it feels like 94. And I'm sweating. I don't know if you guys can see it. Look. I guess I'll cross. Yeah, come on, come on, come on. Our regulars haven't been popping up in the live stream lately. We have new regulars now, it seems like. There's a rotation that comes in now. Oh, cool. I'll hang out here. I have a little spot out here I usually hang out. Ah, there we go. I almost tripped. There we go. There we go. Mona Lisa. What's up, Earl? Let me break out my drink, man. I'm dying of thirst. I drank a lot of water today. That's another thing, man. I don't drink enough liquids. I do not drink enough liquids. Look what I got from the store, guys. Remember, I'm not using this, but look at that. I don't feel like it's going to be as good because it's a different brand, but I couldn't pass up that deal. I don't think so. I mean, if they click on it, they would see that it's not, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I tell you guys, man, so I think, so it's not a supply and demand issue. Look at these lights. There's so many lights that are not on. So people keep trying, I hate to say it this way, but I think people, man, are trying to sell you the wrong idea. Da Nang is not overly populated, but I do think the landlords are charging or asking more for places. I honestly, in my heart, I do not believe there's more people than there was last year. But I believe there's much more Western people, and I believe landlords are trying to charge a higher price. But in my opinion, I do not think there's more people. If you just literally count the number of people from last year to now, I don't believe, and if it's higher, it's almost unnoticeable. But I do believe there's a lot more Western. I believe a lot of the Koreans left, and I believe a lot of Westerners filled in for them. That's what I believe. But I just don't believe this. Look at how many lights are not on in all these buildings, guys. I just don't believe it. I don't believe, oh, everything's sold out, that's why everything came up. I believe that the landlords know a lot of first-time Westerners are coming here, and they jack up the price on them. I just really honestly believe that. Actually, this one's never full. The Mona Lisa that I go to, there's this Mona Lisa, which is like the hotel. The Mona Lisa that I like and I recommend is down here. It was full the other day, but I heard that it's not full next week. But all you got to do is look, man. All you got to do. When we walk back, we always see this. I honestly believe the landlords are just charging more, and the landlords are not wanting. So before, when there wasn't that many tourists, they would just take what they can get. Okay, this guy shows up. Here's what our price is. Now they probably watch videos. They watch YouTube. They hear about it, and now they say like, oh, there's so many Western people coming here. Price. I just honestly believe the landlords raise the price and just think that, hey, someone that comes from Boston for 3 weeks, they're going to pay it. They're not going to complain. And that's the people that they want to target. They don't want people like me. They don't want to rent to me. They want to rent to people that have never came to Da Nang and are here for 3 weeks. And they say, wow, $900 for a studio. That's an awesome deal. Back in Boston, it's $2,000. So yeah, I'll take it. No problem. I honestly believe that's what's going on, but some people disagree with me, but that is my opinion. That is my opinion. I am hot. I don't understand why. Some nights it feels like it's hotter than the day. I'll go out in the daytime, then I'll come out at night. I feel like it's more humid at night. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. I just always like put those kind of cities. Sometimes I interchange them. Boston, Toronto, San Francisco. Like, it's just those first timers coming from out there. I've been drinking a lot more water lately than I normally do. Like some days, I just never really, I don't get too thirsty. And I can't ever force myself to drink. But some days I just drink one of these, which is, I want to say this is like 40, I think it's 40 ounces. So sometimes I don't drink much, but today, this is my second one, and the one's almost gone. So that'll be like 80 ounces. My whole life I've never drank enough liquids. But I don't know if I necessarily believe the drink 3 quarts of water for. I don't know if I necessarily believe that. I'm kind of in the boat that if you're not thirsty, then you don't drink. Some people I know just drink and drink and drink and drink and drink, even if they're not thirsty. I'm the type that I only really drink if I get thirsty. But lately I've been trying to force myself to drink a little more, but I know it's been hotter though, because I've been coming home, and when I get home, I'll be like, damn, I'll take off my backpack. When I'm reaching, I'll go like, why the hell is my back wet? It's like I've been out in the hot ass weather and humid weather, and my back's all wet from sweat. That's how you know it's hot. And it'll be like 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and it's still like that. So that's kind of the thing that you'll notice about that. Hanging out at the Q Market. It's always weird because one's called Q Mart, the other one's called Q Market. Here we go. There's the wild streets of Danong. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We'll hang out, just finish my drink, and then I'll probably head up. I only got 5,000 steps in today, guys. These steps are just not... They're so much harder when you're in this hot-ass weather. It's just so hard to get those steps in. And what are you guys gonna see? Wish we were up close so you guys could see the street. Man, I am sweating. Where's everybody at, man? Went up 5% since the end of May, so maybe landlords. I don't buy that part because most tenants are the ones that pay for. Most tenants are the ones that are paying for electricity, so the landlords aren't paying any extra money unless they're price gouging. But 95% of all tenants pay their own electricity. So even if the electricity went up, why would that affect the landlords? Now, I'm in a different boat because I negotiated where my water, my electricity, and my rent all are in the same one price. But for most people, they pay their own electricity. The tenant pays their own. So even if electricity went up, that shouldn't affect the landlords at all because the landlords are not paying the electricity, it's the tenant. So I just believe I'm honestly in the boat. What's up, El Feo? I'm in the boat that Asia, not just Vietnam, is in the opportunity of strike while the iron is hot. They know that they're like, hey, this is our time to shine. Danong is getting big. People are talking about it. This is probably one of the biggest times it's ever been talked about. YouTube talks about it. And they say, hey, man, we need to capitalize. This is our time. Maybe next year, maybe people leave, but we need to get every bit of as much money as we can. I think that's the landlord's mindset. That's my real honest opinion. But at certain points, cities break themselves like that. There's cities that do that and they go too far and they start charging too much. Then people leave and they discover other cities. And they're like, why am I going to go back, man? I have a better city that I found now. And then it's too late. Probably in the same boat as you, Matt. My landlord, at least on the first part of the deal, when I first got here for the first year, she was probably making a little bit of extra money on me, but I paid a little more so that I didn't have to deal with the, having to pay at the end of the month, having not to know what I was going to pay, stuff like that. What's up, buddy? So I like to pay when it comes in advance, so I don't have to worry about it if I have to leave. I have to basically pay in advance, right, and not have to worry about how much I use. They could. That is the thing. But that's why I told her to give me a price. I said, you tell me a price. Water, electricity, rent, all included. You give it to me. You tell me how much you would charge for that. Because at first she was like, oh, I'm going to charge you $10 million and then you pay electricity. And then I was like, I don't want to pay that. I don't want to have to deal with that at the end of the month and be surprised. I said, you just tell me a price of how much you want, and I'll pay it. And then she was like, okay, 12. Or what? No. I think she told me when we came here this year, she wanted 11 or 11 and a half, something like that. No, 12. She wanted 12 million. She wanted 12 million for rent only. And I was like, well, how much for rent, water, electricity? And then she was like, well, then I'll have to do 14 million. And I was like, okay, screw it. I was figuring our highest electricity was like 1.3 one time. Water is like 100,000. So that was like, that's like 13.3. And I was like, okay, screw it. We'll just take that. Do every country expect visa runs? Most of them. At a certain point, you can't stay in a country. But they have different lengths. Thailand right now, I think, is 30 days. Vietnam is 90 days. The Philippines, you can stay for up to 3 years if you continue to renew your e-visa online. So the Philippines technically is 3 years. So different countries have different requirements. I like countries that are at least 90 days. 90 days is enough time to save. Because if you do it every month, man, you're doing visa runs and you're leaving the country and you're spending a lot of money. I have not decided on the visa. I have to decide probably... I got to decide now, pretty much. I can't keep waiting. The thing that I'm really hating is that Kuala Lumpur layover. That part's really jacking me up. That's the part that I don't really like. But I tried looking for a shorter layover. They don't have one. I tried looking for a direct flight. They do have one, but the prices are like double. So that's the other part. Arvos, I think that's how you say it. That's the law, though, because I understand it from their side. They don't want people just living here becoming somewhat citizens in a country that they're not citizens. So they give you a time frame of like, hey, you can travel. You guys are tourists, you're travelers, and you have X amount of days. So that's kind of the reason behind it. My battery's dying. So we will head up, and I am freaking hot. And I gotta go finish some stuff. So let me put my drink up. I want to go see if that... I think they cleaned up the building that had the fire. You guys remember the fire? Let's go... Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. Technically you somewhat can, but there's only certain visa border checkpoints, and some of them take longer. Oh look, I thought that was music, but that's a guy playing an instrument. So technically you can do that. The only problem that you would run into is certain, hey, what's up, buddy? The only problem is you run into certain checkpoints that don't get them done in time. So sometimes you might have to stay one or 2 nights or 3 nights. I don't see, remember when they had the fire? Were you here when they had the fire? I was trying to look to see.
Oh, you weren't?
I was, but I don't see which one it was. I think they cleaned it up.
It's the 4th floor.
It was the 4th floor, and it was one of those, but it looks like they cleaned it up. That's surprising they cleaned it up. I kind of think it was that one that has that little.
Oh, I see the black mark. I don't know. Yeah.
It looks like they cleaned it up, though.
Cleaned it up well. I saw the aftermath of it all. A whole bunch of junk piled in the back of the.
I think it only affected one place, though. Hopefully.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'm assuming it was like a kitchen fire or something, though.
Yeah.
But
I don't have an idea what these apartments look like down here.
I think they're the same layouts. I've never been this low. I think the lowest I stayed on 15.
I put I'm very neat, and I put my cigarettes into a plastic bag. But after, of course, they're cool.
Yeah.
But I went out one time and I went, what's this? And I cleaned the ashtrays out with tissue, and it's like, oh my fucking god, it's on fire after this fire.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's like, that was freaky, man. I mean, yeah.
I still don't understand what happened. I never heard the story, but
Yeah.
I'm assuming it was a kitchen fire. What's up, Ben? Haven't seen you in a while, buddy.
Hey, the Laos stamp.
Is it small now?
Oh, I thought you had gone.
No, I'm going in 2 weeks. I haven't went, but people told me it's now a regular stamp. Did you see that?
Full page. No, I'm going on. What am I going on? On the 1st of July.
Okay. Everyone's been telling me it's a regular, so I hope it is. I haven't booked mine yet. I got to either book mine tomorrow, and I'm slightly debating doing a plane visa ride, but I'm leaning more towards the bus.
Yeah, it's $100 difference.
What sucks now is the one that I do. I do the faster bus run. There's 2. There's the regular one that you'd leave at 7 and you come back at like 9 at night. I do the one where I leave at 6 in the morning and I get back right before
With
6
Lynn.
at night with Lynn. But they just raised that one.
That's right. You had mentioned. I thought,
They raised the price on that one though. So now it's like $190 now. Then the regular one's $150. A flight to Kuala Lumpur round trip is $100. A round trip to Bangkok is $140.
Let's see. What's the other guy? The other guy. You're popular. The guy who lives on the other side of the river.
Probably Travis. Yeah.
He had a video and he said
He did it, but he paid.
He flies to.
He flies out, but he
Thailand.
pays for the rush emergency visa to come back. So that's an extra $70. You could do that. You could fly out.
Well, he gave me. I bugged him on YouTube, and I says, he said, and it's David, and he's just around the corner. And I just did a cost comparison. It was $100 more compared to Lynn. Then I have to book my own ticket. Blah blah blah. And I don't know really.
Lynn will do it for $70, not $100. They'd do it for $70.
But for a flight.
You got to book your own flight, and then there's some rules. Like you got to show them your exit stamp before 11 o'clock in the morning. You can't do it on a Saturday or a Sunday. For me, it's not worth it. I feel if you fly out of the country, you might as well stay out of the country until you get your new e-visa. Because so you'll pay $70 or $100 for that rush visa. I'd rather use that money for the hotels to stay those 3 or 4 nights until you get your new e-visa. It doesn't make sense for me to get up 2 hours early, to go to the airport, to go spend almost the same amount of time to fly there, wait for your next flight that might not come back till 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then you get here at the same time you would get back on the Lynn visa, and then you pay the extra $70. For me, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, it's but right now it's a no-brainer.
How I would do it, I would either do the bus, because the bus is the cheapest, the quickest, and the easiest. That's the way that I look at it, because you get 6 o'clock. If you do the fast one, you're back at 6 o'clock. If you fly from like Bangkok or Kuala Lumpur, you might not get back till 8 or 9 at night, depending on what time your return flight is. Plus, you have to pay the $70. And here's the other thing: if you book a round trip ticket, what happens if that e-visa, the rush one, doesn't come in? You lose your return ticket.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Or here's the other downside. Let's say you try to be smart and say, okay, well, I'm not going to book my round trip. I'm going to book a one-way until I get my e-visa. But then you're booking a ticket on the same day, which is not going to be cheap to return back. So I don't really like that option. If I fly out, I'd rather stay out for the 3, 4, 5 business days until I get the new e-visa for 25 bucks instead of paying the 70 and doing all the work. That's my take on it. But some people like to fly out. If I fly out, I would stay for the 3 to 5
Where you
days.
going?
I'm going upstairs. My battery's low and I got to go take a shower. I'm going to walk this way.
Yeah.
What's up, Ben? New U.S. passports. Is yours expiring? Are you running out of pages or what? But yeah, I definitely, if you guys are close to expiring or running out of pages, I would definitely get it in the USA. You can get them out here, but it's just going to be a little bit harder. These are all your 3 ATM banks. I tried to pull out more money from this one and it doesn't work. So what I normally use is BuyDiv, 5 million. So it's not too bad.
I went to a bank today and I tried to pull out 5 million. I tried to pull out my rent. Oh no, I tried to pull out my visa payment. And it says rejected like 5 times.
What?
To go back. And so I tried, instead of 5 million, I tried 4.
And it didn't work.
Oh no, it did. But
Oh,
it
it
gave
did.
me this fucking massive water cash.
Oh, the small bills. I hate when it does that. I've had that happen one time.
And I thought, 500,000 times this? Oh, I'm going to stand and count this. It was only
If you ever need to get more, you go to HSBC. HSBC will let you pull out 15 million in one transaction. But there's only 2 HBCs here. One at the airport and one at... Hello. Nice to meet you. And one right across from the Dragon Bridge. I have a fan. I have a local fan. That lady said hello to me. That's rare. Oh. I have a... Thousands of accounts? Yeah, but remember, 1 million here is only 40 US dollars. So anybody that lands here is a millionaire. Some people are even billionaires when you land, depending on how much you got in your bank. 1 million is 40 bucks, 40 US. So it's not a bad price. Are you out of here? All right, man. I'll run into one of these days when I'm doing another live stream. All right, buddy. Oh man, it's hot in here, man. It's hot. I'll feel good when I get into the AC. We did a live stream. It's already 2 hours and 40 minutes. So 2 hours and 40 minutes gone by. I am a millionaire here. Almost anybody, as long as you guys got 40 bucks in your bank account, when you land in Vietnam, you're a millionaire, man. Come on. You guys are millionaires. I think, I can't imagine anybody would come to Vietnam with less than 40 bucks. Man, it's hot. It's not really it's hard to say it like this, but it's not really the hot that kills you, it's the humidity that kills you. I am in an elevator, yeah. I hope I'm in an elevator. I hope. That was our buddy Clarence. He's been a resident here for a while. The very first time I ran into him, I realized he was paying too much here. But I accidentally, because he was like, oh yeah, I'm staying in your same building. I was like, oh cool. And I was like, how much are you paying? And I think he said 13 or 14 million, which was exactly what I was paying. And I go, oh cool. And I go, 2-bedroom, right? And he goes, no, 1. And I was like, oh my God. And then I think he reworked his deal. Ah, it feels good now, guys. Ah, it feels good. There's the fan. Oh, guys, look, I did my laundry today. Look at this. Shocking. I even folded it. I folded and I put the rest up. This is the only stuff I didn't put away. But I do it Vietnamese style. What I do is I wash it and then I hung it out here to dry. So I didn't use the dryer and then I hung it out here. Let me log into the Wi-Fi. I always forget about logging into this. I'll show you guys where we were at. So the Thai restaurant is probably, let's see, you go down here. You go here. I'm gonna say the Thai restaurant is probably somewhere right around there. That's where we just walked by. After signing, I'm not sure. I don't think so. I've never really heard anyone doing that. All the way for the past, what, year and a half, I've never had a contract. And I technically still don't have a contract, but I did for the very, 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 very first time. I used to pay month to month all the way up till last month. I was paying month to month. I would tell my landlord, hey, I want to stay another month. Can you come pick up the rent? Next month, hey, I want to stay another month. Can you pick up? This time, she gave me a discount. She knocked it down $1.5 million. But she said with the agreement, if I lower your rent, you need to pay me 3 months in advance. So I did that. So I paid her 3 months in advance, and that'll take me to August 12th. And then I don't know what I'm going to do on August 12th. Man, it feels so good in here. There's my passport, guys. My passport's here. Because I was going to Lynn Visa the other day, but I didn't take care of business. I didn't get it done. But look at how big these freaking supposedly. So that's how big the page. The Lao stamp is a whole half page that they take up. And look, I got one, 2, 3, 4. So I've done 4 Lao runs, and they take up 4 of those half pages. But supposedly now they only do a rubber stamp. So it seems like it's going to be better. No, I'm staying in the same spot. I've been here for a year and a half, but our landlord did lower the rent. That was good. Everyone else's rent went up. Ours went down. Ours went up from $550, everything included, rent, water, electricity, everything, $550, and now it's down to $480. So basically went from 14 million VND to 12.5 VND. So I'm paying $480 out the door, everything. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, water, rent, electricity. Yours is a rubber stamp. Why would yours be a rubber stamp? When did you go? Maybe Fluffy went after me. I can't remember. But I feel like I did a Visa run after her. Everyone's saying that it's now a rubber stamp, which I'm hoping it is, because then it's small. I hate them taking up that much, because like I said, my passport doesn't expire till 2029, and those pages are freaking getting... I still have a good amount of pages, but I just hate wasting that much on that. So here's the quick breakdown. These are just flights. So the Kuala Lumpur round trip ticket is $100 US. The round trip to Bangkok is about $135. The round trip to the Philippines is $210. So it's literally double the Kuala Lumpur. It's about 1.5 times the Bangkok. That's the flight tickets, right? Now here's the problem. Problem and the pros. So in Kuala Lumpur, I would be paying for all my hotels. I'm assuming I can get a hotel for roughly $20 a night. So let's say I stay there for 4 days. That's $80, right? Plus transportation, plus food. Kuala Lumpur is going to cost me about $200. I'm assuming maybe a tad less, but close to $200 when it's all said and done the whole trip. Bangkok is going to cost me probably $220 maybe, right? Almost at 200 almost. The Philippines, it's going to start off at 210, but the positive thing is I won't be paying for hotels there. So I save all the hotel money, but I will be spending the money in the sense that I will be paying for food, entertainment, everything else like that. It won't be much. So I'm thinking I'm going to spend $300 in the Philippines, maybe $350. 350 in the end on the Philippines, 220-ish on Bangkok, and probably 200 on Kuala Lumpur. So it's probably 1.5 times, or about $100 to $150 more going to the Philippines. And the other thing that kind of sucks about doing the Philippines is I would have an 18-hour layover in Kuala Lumpur, which means I gotta, supposedly the airport is not close to the hotels in the place that you stay in Kuala Lumpur. So it's like a close to an hour airport ride into town. Plus it's kind of, they said it's like $20 to get in there. Then in the morning, literally less than 12 hours, about 15 hours later, I'm taking another hour taxi in, another $20 or so, at like 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning to get on my connecting flight to go to the Philippines. And then when I come back, it's doing the same exact thing. So that's kind of the downside on the Philippines part. 11:40. It is 10:40 here. It's 10:40 here. Philippines is 1 hour ahead. We are in Vietnam. Philippines is 1 hour ahead of Vietnam and Bangkok, Thailand. I have Jello. I forgot I have Jello. You guys like Jello? I am from the USA, but I'm in Vietnam. What's up, Nika? We're still on live. We're not going to be on much longer because I just got back home. My buddy Mark, the guy that we went out to dinner with, he brought me, that whole bag is filled with Jello boxes. So I've made some Jello. I've had 2 boxes. I'm back home. Yeah, we just got back from dinner. So we're back. Feels good. I got the fan going. I have not used this AC, even though I probably should. Because I basically have unlimited electricity. I just let that fan run, and it usually works pretty good. The fan's here, but we have this AC here. We have that AC in that bedroom, and then my bedroom has an AC as well. So we actually have 3 ACs here. But I just leave this fan on all the time. And I actually haven't really had to, it keeps it cool, man. The fan works for me. What's up, Earl? Earl the Pearl. Earl the Pearl. Oh, my backpack. I could finally take off my backpack. I got this heavy water bottle in here. Yeah, I got the 3 AC, but we never run them. The only one I really run is my bedroom one 24 hours a day. I got this heavy ass can. And then I have the, oh, I knew there was something else heavy in here, and then my heavy ass charger. It's still hot to me. You know what's crazy is that every time I go out with Mark was in New Orleans, and he's sweating up a storm like crazy out here. And it makes me feel crazy because, like, I don't feel I can ever get used to this weather. I will never get used to the humidity. But he's sweating up a storm much more than me. Turn on the AC in my bedroom, have AC and when it to turn. I always leave my bedroom AC on. I don't think I've turned it off in months. No, Thailand and Vietnam are the same. Philippines is 1 hour ahead. That's what I was saying. Because someone in here is from the Philippines. They were saying 11:40. Philippines is 1 hour ahead of us, Vietnam, and also 1 hour ahead of Philippines. I know I'm right on that. Let me double check. But Bangkok time, it should be 10:40, right? Yeah, it's 10:40. Bangkok and Vietnam, same time frame. Philippines, 1 hour ahead. You guys hear that ice? I love that ice. Curry. I have a little packet of curry, but I've never used it. I guess supposedly we're gonna go to Mega Market Wednesday, so I'm gonna go get some ground beef. get some ground beef. But I don't want to get too much. Last time I got 4 kilos of ground beef and I got 4 kilos of ground pork. Yeah, Philippines is 11.45. Here it's 10.45. 1 kilo, man. I just don't feel like this is gonna be. I don't feel like it's gonna be the same quality, but for 50,000, I couldn't pass up. Ground beef at Mega Market is 200,000 per kilo. So 200,000 per kilo is $8, I think. It should be right around $8. 200,000, $7. So $7.70. So a pound of ground beef at Mega Market is about $3.25, maybe $3.50. That's pretty damn good. At the butcher shop, it's $2.90. So it's about another almost $4 more per kilo, or $2 more a pound. Yeah. One hour. Meow meow Fluffy. So, and actually the ground beef at Mega Market is fine. I have no problem with it. And I actually think it cooks burgers a little better. I've had Moon Milk's ground beef. I've had Butcher Shop's ground beef. I've had Vinmart's ground beef, and I've had Mega Market. I would probably say either Vinmart or Mega Market is the best. Those are, I could go with either one of those. I like the Mega Market's better because you can get it in as much size as you want, small, big. At Vinmart, we only got it because it was a buy one, get one free, but that stopped. So it was very cheap there. But you could only get it in the small little packages. It is cooked. It's technically, it's very hard in Vietnam. Very hard. Food is damn near the same price at these local restaurants as it is if you cook, especially if you have to buy like oil, if you got to buy salt, pepper, like you're going to spend a lot more. It's extremely hard to beat the prices here in Vietnam. Almost everywhere else in the world, it's definitely cheaper. But I'm telling you, like, we went to George Costanza. George Costanza, I get sliced beef, a big portion of rice, and an egg, and it's 30,000 VND. And you get a soup with it. That I don't eat the soup, but you get it. That's $1.30. Like, I couldn't make it for that cheap. Even if I made it for damn near that cheap or close to it, it's not going to taste the same. I'm going to have to prepare it, and I'm going to have to clean up. Parks. I know of 2 parks. There's a smaller little park over by where Big E lives, over by the food street. There's a little park there. We hang out there every once in a while. It's a cool little local park. There's a couple of parks. Not really that big, though. Not really that big. Some stuff is cheaper. Like when I make my burgers and fries, when I make my homemade burger and fries, it technically is cheaper. So if you make Western food, you can cook cheaper here because Western food is going to be more expensive here. But with how cheap local food is here, it's extremely hard to cook it at the same price. And even if you somehow manage to do it, we're talking maybe 20, 30 cents cheaper, maybe 40 or 50 cents at best. And then you still got to clean up, and then you got to prepare it and cook it. And that's like extremely at best, like 40 or 50 cents. So I only advise people to cook if you're missing something from your home country, or you're trying to make something that you just can't find out here. But I tell people, don't cook Vietnamese food here. You're never going to make it as good, and you're never going to make it as cheap. But now if you want to make burgers and fries, I can make burgers and fries here for Moon Milk, or not Moon Milk, but Mega Market. If I go get the ground beef, I can make my burgers for $1.50, and then I go buy one big potato that's like 8,000, maybe 10,000, which is 30 cents. So I can make a double burger with cheese and a good huge portion of fries for about $2, $2.25. Where at Bikini Bottoms, it's double that. It's about $4.50, $4.75. I've still never went to Bana Hills. I know some people do, but I'm just so shocked at that. I think we're going out to dinner tomorrow. Everyone's kind of talking about the dumpling place. I don't think some of you guys have seen the dumpling place because we went there twice. So we might do the dumpling place. Let me actually. Do I have my? I don't think I have it on here. That menu, you may not need kitchen at all. It depends. I do like to cook though, so that's kind of a reason why I can't really do the hotels. I could kind of only do the hotels if I was living city to city, like how we went from like Nha Trang and Tuy Hoa, Quy Nhon. I could kind of do it like that because I would constantly be on the move, but I don't really think I can live long term with no kitchen, man. I like cooking. Let me see. I just spent 15 on a bacon, egg, and cheese. So what I eat in the morning, I eat 3 eggs and bacon. Bacon here, the closest bacon that I can get to the USA that tastes the closest is at Moon Milk, and I get a pound for about $3.50. Orange trash cans go? What orange trash cans? Orange trash cans. Remind me on that. Actually, the place that I'm talking about, Shova, is the place, the dumplings that we're talking about that we might go to tomorrow. It's a place called Momo's, and the owner is from Nepal. They're Nepal Momo dumplings, and I've been kind of wanting to get that, so maybe that's where we'll go tomorrow. This month has been terrible. The month won't end for, well, that month just ended. But this month I'm at the first 9 days, and I think I've got one video up, and I've done very little live streams. Once I get this Nha Trang video up, I have Dale's apartment video. I'm gonna start putting them up a lot more. Next month is the month that I'm gonna expect to get a real, legit, back to normal income. But this month I already know. This month and last month screwed up. Can't find bacon in Turkey? That's crazy. Why? Why can't you find bacon? Dumplings are not, man. I did carnivore. I think I need to switch to ketovore. I've been reading about it. Ketovore is maybe what I need to switch to. I'm going to try to stay on carnivore as long as I possibly can, but then I think I'm going to switch to ketovore. Ketovore means you can have like up to like 20 carbs a day. I could easily do 20 or less. Right now I'm trying to do 0, and I'm going to try to do that as long as I can, but maybe I'll transition to ketovore, I guess is what they call it. I love bacon too, man. I eat bacon every single day, and I'll show you guys. This is what I love to do with my cooked bacon. I dropped that. Look what I do with my... If you guys don't do this, man, you guys need to start doing this. So instead of buying that crappy butter, look at... Here's my bacon grease. So what I do, when the bacon's done, I store my bacon grease. And then I cook with that. I cook my eggs in the bacon grease. And look, I told you guys I made some Jell-O. But look, you guys see how much bacon I have. I eat bacon every day and eggs. That's all. That's how I eat. That's my first meal of the day. And then I usually go out and I'll eat a bonnet, or like tonight I ate 2 portions of the beef. But I use that bacon grease. I use that because I pretty much don't use that crappy oil, man. Oil is bad for you, and I've kind of known that for a while, like vegetable oil and stuff like that. It's not good for you, man. So then I switched over to real butter. Margarine's not good for you. The oil's not good for you. Then I switched over to the real butter, which is pricey. But now that I buy lots of bacon, I've just been saving that. I don't eat any fiber. No, you don't eat it. So all you basically eat on the carnivore diet is animal products. Butter, cheese, milk you can't do. It's kind of weird that it's kind of an animal product. But basically for me, eggs, beef, and bacon is 99% of what I eat. I I eat them in bulk from Costco. Very nice. The thing that I like about the carnivore diet is the food that I eat is awesome. I love it, and I'm never hungry. So I eat twice a day. I eat about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I usually go eat at 7. And I'm never hungry throughout the day or throughout the night. What's up, Steve? This is a budget travel channel, pretty much. I've been to 20 countries since 2019. I've been in Vietnam for a little bit over a year now, but I show you guys how to navigate the city of Da Nang, Vietnam. I show you guys how to negotiate, how to save money, how to budget. So, budget/travel channel. I'm trying to, man. I'm trying to. I would love to start traveling more, but we gotta wait till the channel start at least breaking even financially. That's our first milestone, is to start breaking even, and then we can start doing some more options from that point. But what else? There was something else I think I was gonna say. I guess maybe tomorrow I'm gonna go pay for my visa run. I gotta make a decision. It would be nice if I woke up tomorrow and all of a sudden those Philippines tickets were like half price or something, which I don't expect them to be, and I don't think so. But it would be nice, then it could kind of soften that blow. I appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate it. Truckee, California or Truckee, UK? I know there's a Truckee in California. The Philippines, there's two medium problems. The first one is it's going to cost me 100 to 150 more, which is about 25% of my monthly budget, right? And the second thing is it sucks I'm doing a quick layover in Kuala Lumpur, which means I got to rent a hotel twice. I got to rent Uber 4 times to and from the airport, and it's an hour long each way, so it is a little bit of a hassle. Oh, from Truckee, that's your name. I didn't even look at your name. My bad. I just seen it right now. I didn't see your name. You said from Truckee. I was saying, man, Truckee, California, because that's the only Truckee that I know. But that's your name. I see it now. I never see good prices in the Philippines. I see okay prices, but I never see cheap. Like from Da Nang to Bangkok, $50 one way all the time. Da Nang to Kuala Lumpur, $40 to $50 all the time. But to the Philippines, you're from the UK. That's at least what you said up there, right? Let me see. Yeah, you said from the UK. But Philippines usually it's at least $100 each way. It's double. It's basically double. There is, but at that point, I'm already spending too much money. I'm spending too much because I would have to get to Ho Chi Minh. I would have to get back. And by that point, I've spent time getting there, probably have to rent a hotel in Ho Chi Minh to catch the next flight the next day. And it's more expensive than the way that I would do it. So it's just a bad situation, man. It's such a bad situation from Da Nang to the Philippines in many aspects. Price-wise, layover-wise, it's just a suck situation. The scooter you can't do because I couldn't get to the Philippines there. So I kind of looked at a roundabout way. What I would have done is I could fly from here, Da Nang, to Bangkok, but it was $65. It wasn't as cheap as it normally is because I have to pick a certain day. So it was $65, and then it was like 90. I think it was $90 to the Philippines. So that's like $150, and then coming back was like $150. So the tickets would have been about $300. I've never heard of V-Heat. The cheapest hotel I've stayed at was in Wien Yan. But you're not saving much money, Utsav. First of all, it's like 16 or 18 hours on that train. And if you guys watch my videos, you guys know I won't do a train or a bus longer than 4 or 5 hours. From Da Nang to Ho Chi Minh on that train is like $30. it's close to 30 bucks, and it's like 16 hours. There's no way I can do that. That's way too long. The flight to Ho Chi Minh from Da Nang is like 40 bucks, so it doesn't make sense to do a 16-hour train and be miserable when the flight is only like $10 or $15 more from Da Nang to Ho Chi Minh. But I would have to do that twice, which adds another 80 bucks to the trip. And then that 80 bucks basically balances out what it is to go from Da Nang to here anyway, so it's basically the same price. I looked at every route. I looked at every single possible route. Kuala Lumpur is the cheapest to get out of Da Nang to. Bangkok's number 2, and then I've looked at flights individually from there, and I just can't do it. A few nights. Even, man, the hard part is just paying that, because it's just so hard to be like, if Fluffy was here, we would just get on the plane and we would just go do Kuala Lumpur. It would cost me $100 for a round trip. It would cost her $100. It'd be easy. But the problem is, I don't want to go do a new country by myself. And then it just doesn't work. Yeah, so man, that's the thing, man. You'll find some cheap, like, I bet you there's a $20, maybe not 20, but I guarantee you there's damn near close to a $30 flight in Vietnam. Watch, if you look Vietnam to Vietnam, let's take a look. Watch, let's take a look at this. Let's see what the cheapest Vietnam to Vietnam flight is in June. Let's take a look at this one. Let's take a look at July, because we're already in here. Let's take a look at July. Let's see what next month. $35 flight. So I can fly from Da Nang to Ho Chi Minh City for 35 bucks. Or Hanoi for 39. Nha Trang's 45 bucks. It doesn't work that way though. I wish it did, Mark. Because remember, I just put out that Wien Yan video. The Wien Yan video didn't do so good. The Dong Hoi video did okay. The Hui video did okay. Tui Hua video didn't do good. And I'm about to upload the Nha Trang video, so it sounds like it would make sense and do it, but those videos don't always pay out. And when I went to the Philippines, this channel technically somewhat started before in the Philippines, before Vietnam, and my videos didn't do too good in the Philippines. I did videos in Cebu, Manila, Iloilo, and Bacolod, and Dumaguete. I did videos in all those. Maybe I'm just in a race against time. I'm in a race against time to run out of money compared to time. So one of them is going to come before the other. I just don't know which. Hopefully the channel will keep growing. Hope the revenue will keep growing. And then we'll just keep going, man. That's my ideal goal. Hopefully by the end of the year, stuff will start picking up and maybe balancing out. Can't predict it, man. That's the thing. Never know if it's going to happen, when it's going to happen. Not sure, so I can only play it by ear. But, oh, it's 11 o'clock. So I guess this is where we're going to wrap it up, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the dinner. We kind of did a lot of talking. We've been getting less views lately. I'm not sure why. A lot of the regulars are not here. But I'm trying to do as many lives as I can, especially when I go out. The problem, we tried to do that, Matt. But the problem is, if we downsize, we're downsizing to half the size and damn near 95%. So we have an amazing deal here. We're paying like $480 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, electricity included. If we go to like a 1-bedroom in this building that's like smaller and 1 less bathroom, they still want like $430, $440. And we're like, why are we going to pay damn near 90% and downgrade everything to save $2, if that, a day? And like, it just doesn't make sense. I'd rather move out and maybe travel up and down the coast than to go take a smaller place and save $60 and have half the size. Maybe they went to the new live chat. Well, I don't know what new live chat you're talking about. I just don't. I gotta focus on the channel. I can't do half and half. Like, people are saying, go teach English in Vietnam a few days. And I'm like, no, because if I do that, then I'm going to get distracted from the channel. I'm going to be busy. I'm going to be tired. Then I'm not going to focus on the channel. And then I'm going to go do the teaching. So I got to do one or the other. That's why I kind of dedicated this whole year to just trying to grow the channel. Now, next year, if the channel's not growing, then maybe we look again at going to China to teach English. But for the rest of this year, it's just focus on growing this channel and hopefully breaking it even. That's my take on it, but that's the position that I'm in now. It's June. Actually, we still have a whole half of a year. Live with the Vietnamese. But the problem is Fluffy will be there, and I don't even want to live with a roommate. I don't even want to live with a roommate. I love my privacy. I love coming out and cooking my food in my boxers. I love playing my music when I want. I love sometimes staying out here in the living room till 2 in the morning. I don't want either people to be disappointed or feel like I'm imposing on people. Something will turn around. I don't know what it is. Something will, but we'll see. We still have another 6 months. We still got a good amount of time. The Philippines is expensive. We've broken that down, and it wouldn't be that much cheaper, but we would be giving up a lot of amenities to go live somewhere else, and it wouldn't be as good. We don't know if the channel would do as good, because in the past, the Philippines channel didn't do good. We'd be living in a smaller place. The internet is not as good, so I wouldn't be able to do live streams like I do. The internet is overall not good in the Philippines. Electricity is very much more expensive there. The electricity cuts out. They have brownouts. The food is not as good. Transportation is more expensive. So you would have to get a really, really, really insane cheap apartment in the Philippines to make it balance out, which is extremely hard. Start gambling. That'll either extend my time here or cut it down drastically. That would be nice to go put it all on red or something and double the money. But if not, then be like, oh, guys, I got to go home tomorrow. I'm done. I got to go back to the USA. It landed black and I picked red. So what I don't think I'm close enough on video wise to start breaking even. I think what will break me even is doing 2 in-person services a month. If I did 2 in-person services a month here, like where I pick the people up from the hotel, from the airport and do the whole 2-day service, 2 of those a month would break me even. Whereas right now, if I just did videos, no in-person service, I would probably have to double my views and get about 15 to 18 videos out per month. So video-wise is probably not as possible. In-person service-wise is probably where the channel can quickly pick up revenue-wise. Like what, Toby? I do have this idea. I have another idea. I just don't know if it'll work. But I don't really know what else. So the problem with the tours are, I don't want to do small little tours because, for one, I hate to say it this way, but it's not worth my time to do small tours and make $10, $20, $30. It's not worth the time and the hassle to do that. I do that 2-day service, and I charge $190, I think it is, which is a decent amount of money, but it does recoup back my time because we spend 5 or 6 hours doing that. So that's about $40 an hour. But it's a small tour or something is not really worth my time of taking a Grab to go meet up with someone, taking a Grab to come back, maybe paying for transportation here, and then spending 1 or 2 hours, and then I profit 10 or 15 bucks, and I only have 1 or 2 of those. I would love to come up with some other ideas, but I just don't know what else I can do. We'll figure something out. I'm really kicking myself in the butt because I've been so far behind on these not train video. But Dale's video, I didn't edit, but I shot it very easy. So it will be easy to edit that one. Airbnb supposedly is illegal, but they're still going on. Hostels, yes. Hostels, yes. But Airbnb is technically illegal, but they're still up and running. Switzerland. The 90 days wouldn't really make me much though. So in Vietnam, when I went and I did an interview for a job here. The problem is they don't want to hire no one for more than like 10 to 12 hours maximum a week. And you make $17 an hour, right? So I would make $170 a week, if that, maybe a little less. Let's call it 150 a week. 150, that's three. I'd make $600 a month. I would make $600 a month times three. I'm making $1,800 to dress up, to have to come back, to take a grab there, to take a grab back, to deal with kids, to teach, to do lesson plans, to make $1,800. $1,800, yes, is nice. $1,800 will last me about 3 extra months. But to go do a job for 90 days, I'm not really saving much. It would get me an extra 2.5 months of bills. 2.5 months, like that's not going to make a major difference on the long term. Now on the opposite, if I go to China, if I did to China, I would commit for 2 or 3 years. China will pay me $4,000 a month and give me a free apartment. That's the thing here. There's no free apartments when you teach here, and you get very little hours, and you're paid by the hour. China is salary. You'll make, I would only take 4,000. They offered me a few jobs for like 3,500 and 3,600. Monday through Friday, no weekends. You're off by 5 o'clock. Free apartment. So the only thing I would be paying is food, entertainment, and random. So I'd be pocketing well over $3,000 a month in China, times 12. Pocketing $30,000 a year, times 3 years. That's 90 grand. It's just not worth it to me, man. Okay, it's not worth it. The $150 is not worth it. If I'm gonna take a job, it needs to be worth it, and worth it means that it extends me for a long time. Working 90 days to buy me an extra 2 months, it's just, I have to get up early. I'd rather try to do whatever it takes to get one extra in-person service a month or every 2 weeks, because one person in service equals a whole week of teaching English in Vietnam. It's just not worth it to me. Hostel prices, I've heard like $3 or $4, $5 mostly. I'd say right around $5. But for me, there's places here that are hotels that are like $9 a night. I'd rather stay in my own personal hotel for $8 or $9. They might not be the greatest hotels, but I'd rather stay in a hotel for $8 or $9 than at a hostel for 3 or 4. I'm not a hostel guy. I'm not a hostel. If I'm gonna teach, because teaching in Vietnam or teaching in China is the same effort, the same energy that you put. So would you go teach in Vietnam and make $900 a month, or would you go teach in China and make $4,000 a month for basically the same effort? It doesn't make sense to cheat myself doing the same, because I have to wake up at the same time. I got to commute the same amount. I got to teach the same amount. It doesn't make sense to rip myself off 4 times the price. I'd rather go to China and stack money. If I work in China for three years, that's 90 grand put away. 90 grand lasts me 8 or 10 years here. If I worked 3 years in Vietnam, that would be 3 years. So it's a difference. If I worked 3 years in Vietnam, it would buy me 3 years of living in Vietnam. If I worked 3 years in China, it would buy me 9 years of living in Vietnam. There is some people that do that. I watch a couple of people every now and then that do the China life. The big problem about China is Fluffy can't get the visa there. She can, but it's a lot more difficult. That's kind of the downside of that part. Could do normal tours. That I don't want to do. People have mentioned that, but I don't want to be a tour guide. I don't know enough. I don't know the history. I don't want to fool people and say like, oh, here's the history of the Bach. I don't know about the Bach Mayan mark. I don't know when it came around. I don't want to do that, and it's just not worth it. I can't charge people a good amount of money. And for me, it's not worth it to say, hey man, give me $20 to go tour you. Like, it's not worth for me to get up, get dressed, walk down there, walk back. $20 is not worth it to go do a tour like that. Here's where I did have an idea though. I have thought this idea. I need a larger sample size of what people think. But I was thinking, you guys know how I go to cities like Dong Hoi, Wien Yan, Tuy Hoa, even Nha Trang, Hue. I was thinking maybe what I could do is get a group of people. Like if I can get 5 or so people, I would charge a fee. And what we would do is we would do like a 3 or a 5 day excursion where you could maybe or maybe not all stay in the same hotel complex. And then I would show you guys, like since I've been to Dong Hoi and I know this, I would show you guys the market. I would show you the Western tourist area. I would show you guys the market and show you guys these smaller cities. So it'd be kind of like a 3 or a 5 day, something like that. So I've thought about that idea. Dividends tax is only 5% in Vietnam. That's the problem. So what would solve my issues instantly is I could trade stock options. I could sell stock options and collect the premium. The problem is I don't have the capital to do it. So back in the USA, when I was in the USA, I used to buy $20,000 to $25,000 worth of stock every week, and I would sell the option and collect the premium. I'd make $300 to $400 minimum a week, 4, 8, 12, 16, at least $1,600, and I would sell the option. But what I would do is I would buy the shares and then I would sell the premium. So I would do that. The problem is that capital is gone. I don't have that capital. I moved out of the USA in 2022, and then basically I didn't have any income from 2022 to 2024. So I lived traveling the world on my stock trading capital. So if I had that capital right now, I wouldn't even have to rely on the YouTube. What I would just do is just sell weekly calls, and I would sell weekly calls, premiums, and that's all I would do. But I don't have the capital to do that now. It would be easy because then if I went to China for the 3 years, stacked up 90 grand, then I could start selling premium and call options in the same boat during that time too. But I just don't have the stacked up capital to do that. No, because to sell, I'm not talking about buying options. I'm talking about selling them. The only way you can sell options is buying 100 actual shares. So let's say I wanted Twitter, not Twitter because Twitter's out. Snapchat. Snapchat is like $12 a share. I have to buy 100 shares. So that means I have to go put out $1,200 in cash. I get 100 shares. Now I sell that premium, which would it'd be small because it's a small stock. I'd make $40 a week on that premium. So it wouldn't be enough. What I used to do is I would buy like Microsoft, MU. They'd be about 50 or $60. So I'd spend $5,000 on buying 100 shares of them, and my premium would be like $80, $90 for the week. And then I would buy like 5 different shares like that. So I'd make $400 or $500. But you need the capital. You need the capital to buy, because I have to buy the shares, and then I sell covered calls. It's not buying an option and hoping it goes up and down. You sell it. You could care less what the stock does because someone else paid you thinking that the stock was going to go up or down. You just collect a premium. You just get the premium and you keep that no matter what. You don't lose on selling the options. Whereas when you buy the options, you take a risk. A funded account? I don't know what you mean by funded. I will never trade on margin. I'll never trade on margin. I always traded cash. I would never trade on margin. I would never trade on margin. Never. That's how people destroy themselves. Never would trade on margin. I only trade on cash accounts. The beans, there's no beans. Where's there beans at? If I had $100,000, that would last me, first of all, just 10 years of not even collecting any money here and living in Vietnam. But at $100,000, all I would do is just sell weekly calls. I would just sell weekly calls. But it's much easier saying, hey, if I had 100 grand, if I had $100,000, I would be bringing in $2,000 or $3,000 a month just selling call options, covered calls. But I will never trade margin. I'll never trade margin. I did all cash. Cash you can sell, come back, sell. Whereas there's many more rules on a margin account. On a margin account, you can only trade a certain amount of times in a day, and if a stock drops at a certain point, they call you have a margin call. Like, I'll never do margin. I'll never do margin. I just couldn't do it. Even my brother never traded on margin. I just don't want to do that. I traded stock options for about 4 years, and I like the cash account. I love everything about the cash account. I can't go over what I've ever done. You can't get margin called. Like, I don't like that. I just couldn't do an account on margin. If I get back to trading stocks, it'll be when I have saved up enough capital. Have no clue how long that'll be, but it would be nice. It'd be nice to go back to that. Dal. That's Fluffy's middle name. Dal Fluffy. Yeah, man, I will never do margin. I've heard too many bad stories. I'll gladly take my cash account. Man, people get hammered on margin. It's crazy. I've heard some bad stories, and I'm the type that worries about everything, so I'd be paranoid to go to sleep. I'd be like, damn, I'm almost getting margin called or this. Like, I'd be terrified. I just sell covered calls. And I made good money. I made anywhere from like $1,500 to $2,000 back in the USA just selling weekly premiums. You guys are crazy, man. Margin is like the trading version of riding a scooter in Vietnam. Everyone's like, oh man, I have no problem. That one day that stock market crashes and you're on the opposite end, man, and you get margin called, Jesus Christ. That's a terrifying cash secured puts. But then that's still risky because you don't have the shares. So if a stock crashes, what do you have to pay the difference. Whereas for me, when I buy the 100 shares and I sell a covered call, even if that stock goes down or up, I have the calls. They would just take the stocks. But if you sell covered calls, but it's only covered in cash, what happens if there's some catastrophic drop in the stock market, and all of a sudden that stock drops majorly down? You're like, whoa, I'm $10 below on this stock. Like, this is crazy. That's why I don't mess with margin. I don't like margin. Now, okay, you're trading as for a profit. You are buying. I'm talking about selling the options. So you buy the options, I would be the one selling them to you. That's the most profitable, secure, less risk way. That's crazy. My first account that I signed up to was Merrill Lynch, and I had to BS. My brother told me, they're going to ask you some trading questions, and you got to act like you know. And I was like, I don't know what to tell them. And they asked me some question. My brother kind of was, I think my brother was on the phone, and I was texting him when they were asking me the questions, and I was able to tell him real quickly. And I think he told me a couple things like, oh, you want to know about margin? Tell him this. Oh, you want to know how long you've been trading stock options? So I kind of did that, and they approved me. And then, so I only had 2 trading accounts. I had Merrill Edge or Merrill Lynch, and I had Tasty Trade. I don't know if you guys know about those. It's not true, man. It's not true. Go look at 2020. Go look at all those stocks that crashed. Boeing back in 2020 crashed big time. There's a lot, man. Go watch, what was the one called? The Big Short. Go watch The Big Short, man. Like, everyone always says it's never going to happen, and it does. Tasty Trade. I like Tasty Trade. I love They're like the ESPN of trading. I love, they had a YouTube channel and like they're little guys, the guy with the funny hat, and they'll talk and they'll be like, oh, I want to tell you about this. I like Tasty Trade. Not necessarily though, Matt, because let's say I buy the stock, right? I've had this happen. So you buy the stock, right? And you collect the premium, and then the stock drops. Okay, great. Then what I just do is the next week, that person's never gonna, that person just loses their premium to me. And then what I do is I just put that stock back on, sell it the next week for the premium, and I sell it for weeks and weeks and weeks until I basically make back that money. And I don't ever have to sell those stocks until it goes back up. So I haven't really had bad luck with the stocks dropping that I've purchased. Tasty Live, yeah, that's it, Tasty Live. They're like the ESPN, man. They explain stuff really, really good. I like them. I didn't trade too much with them every once in a while. I like how their setup was cool. Like you could do like, they do like iron condors and butterflies. And I was like, what the hell is all this? Like, then they explain it because it's cool. They'll do like a video and it'll be like, this is how you do an iron condor. This is how you do a two-legged butterfly. This is how you do a this. And I was like, whoa. I haven't traded since about 2022, I think. Basically, I think it was 2017 to about 2021, I was trading pretty much full-time. And then when I left the USA to travel, I kind of stopped then. Yeah, but so I made good deals. I still love, man, I love hitting the deals. I love them, but I realize, man, selling options, you're not going to make as much money, but it's selling calls or puts is the #1 most successful trade strategy in the whole world. Nothing beats selling options. There's no other more successful, higher percentage of successfulness than selling options. And for me, living in Asia, all I would need to do is just cover my bills. So I would need to make $750. Like, that's easy selling options. $200 a week. Like, I could do that easy. I was making that easy. But now you go like, oh, I'm gonna jump on this deal, man. This deal's gonna pass. There's so many times I bought contracts and I was like, I know it's going up. And it either did go up, but the time intrinsic value and the theta and all this didn't go up. And I was like, wait a second, the stock went up and I didn't make anything. And then you're lost. Then you lost all your money in that option. And you're like, damn, man, I got screwed. But like they say, if it was easy, everybody would do it. I don't really think there's too many things in the world that are easy, at least in the aspect of making money. Like, everyone thinks making YouTube videos is easy, and it's not. Everyone sees YouTube from the eyes of watching it. They're like, oh, Sammy or Will walk around, and then they just show this place, and you guys just think, like, as soon as we turn the camera off, that video just pops up, like, we got to go through it. There's some parts that have bad audio. Maybe your SIM card doesn't load correctly and you lose 2 clips. Maybe you forgot to shoot the opening. Now you got to go back the next day and go shoot the opening. Now maybe this clip doesn't show this. Maybe there's a bad part. Then you got to do some voiceover. Then you got to upload it. Like, everything is a lot harder than it seems. I use Adobe Premiere. I'm so used to Adobe Premiere. I just use that. That's what I use for everything. This is my camera. This is my setup, my Rode wireless mic, my GoPro, my stand, my tripod stand. That's what I shoot. That's my setup. And I wear my wireless mic. I got 3 GoPro batteries. Until I like the GoPro, man. And then here's my backup camera. I got the DJI Pocket 2. I wonder if the Pocket 2 went up in price because the Pocket 3 went up. But I like this camera, but there's a couple of flaws that I don't like about it. I bought this right before I left, and I just haven't got my use out of it just because of the 2 somewhat big flaws in it. But I wonder if the DJI Pocket 2 went up because everyone was talking about the big spike in price on the DJI Pocket 3. The Pocket 3 like doubled or went up 1.5 times the price that it was when it was brand new, right after the tariffs. So I noticed that. It's hard to say. If I had to pick one, I like the GoPro 9. But the DJI Pocket 2 stabilized. I like the gimbal. The quality's a little better, but there's no interchangeable battery. The battery only lasts about 45 minutes, and plus it's a weird setup. When I set up, it's not an easy setup to do my audio. So I want to connect the Rode. Watch, I'll show you guys. So you see how the Rode mic sits up here? It sits there perfectly, and it plugs into that. But now, if I want to plug it into the DJI, watch this, guys. If I want to plug it into the DJI, I gotta, look. Or, there's nowhere to mount it on this. So this has to hang, or it's got to be clipped, and it kind of gets in the way. No interchangeable battery. So there's a few issues with it. Hey, what's up? What's up, Marcus? I've heard some good stuff about the DJI Pocket 3. I would be wondering, do they have interchangeable batteries? That's the number one thing. And can you hook up, how easy is it to hook up the Rode 3? But see, I want to use this. I don't want to use the Bluetooth mic. I love these microphones. This audio is so amazing. You guys know I'm a budget guy, but I spent $200 on these, and the audio is amazing. I love everything about those mics. And then you know what else I've been hearing about the Rode? The Pocket 3 is that screen that tilts and stuff. I've been hearing a lot of people have been having flaws in that. They've been sending it back. So I know people that say, like, because I think the screen like turns or it locks in at certain points, and I've heard people have had problems with that. I can modify it, which I did. Look at this, kind of the modification of it. So on this takes a Bluetooth mic. The problem with their built-in DJI Bluetooth mic that is okay, you can't hook up 2 microphones to it. So you can only have 1 mic. So I can't do interviews. I can't put a microphone on Fluffy. So what I have to do is use the Rode, but the only way you can connect the Rode is into this headphone jack. But then look, there's nowhere to place it. Now I thought, okay, what I'll do is I'll put the Velcro on there, right? And I put Velcro here. And you could stick it like this, right? But now here there's 2 problems. One, the pocket is supposed to be small. It's called the pocket, so it's supposed to not be bulky. But now look, if I mount it here, look at my hand. Like, my hand, I'm going to drop this. Like, my hand can't wrap around all this. It can wrap around it when that speaker's not there. But what am I going to do? Just walk around with this dangling? Or if I put it here, then I can't wrap my hand around it. And there's nowhere to place this. So that's the biggest thing that I don't like about it, is that. And then there's no interchangeable battery, which means I have to walk around with my battery charger, and after 40 minutes, I got to plug in my battery charger and connect it and walk around shooting like this. Those are the 2 downsides of the Pocket. The Pocket to me is not an option until, I don't know if it's possible, but I would love to have a Bluetooth setup where you don't need the cord for a Rode mic, and I would like to have an interchangeable battery. I've heard on the wrist, I've heard that. Maybe. It's just a little bit of a hassle. I love how it's so tucked. Look how it tucks away on the GoPro. This is what I love about it. And I will tell you guys one other flaw. So look, it's tucked away. Never have to touch it. It doesn't cover the screen. It sits there. Perfect. Another thing, I can't get used to it enough. So you guys will notice this. So let's say I'm recording you guys, right? So let's say I'm recording Facebook. Hey guys, check this out. And I want to switch the camera back on me, right? You got to hit the button 3 times. Sometimes you hit it twice and it won't turn. But watch. Let's say like, hey guys, today look. And I'm going to give a expression of my face, right? Like, hey guys, check this out. You guys will never guess what kind of hat I'm wearing today. See, you have to wait till it turns around. Or if I hit it, watch. let's say I accidentally hit it twice. Hey guys, look at what I hit today. 1, 2. It doesn't flip and I go like, oh. And then I go, okay. That's a hassle. Whereas with the GoPro, hey guys, check it out. Hey, we're shooting here today. And you guys know I got my lucky hat on today. There's little things that when you play with these cameras, you start realizing there's little flaws and stuff with them. Like when you first break it out and stuff. But I think this DJI, the Pocket 2's quality is a little better than the GoPro 9. I love the thought process behind it, but the execution behind it is a couple of flaws. The GoPro's downside is the stabilization. So look, stabilization and shooting videos at night. Those are the two downsides. I would love to have a camera that combined the able to flip your stuff this way, able to set up the Rode mic here, GoPro style, but I would love to incorporate the stabilizer in the GoPro and the quality of nighttime into the GoPro. That's what I would love. If you can combine these two cameras, you have the absolute best camera ever. Because the GoPro has two flaws, which is the stabilization, because it doesn't have stabilization, and the videos at night are terrible. Not terrible, but they're pretty bad. I'd say they're one step above terrible. I did hear that, but the problem is I bought these $200 microphones, and it's like they work perfectly good. Like it's the same thing as my GoPro. I love the GoPro 9. Like, why buy these cameras right before I left the USA? I spent $500. I spent $500 on these. And then if you count the mics, I spent like $600. So it's like, I don't want to go buy another $400 or $500 camera when I have both of these. The camera turning's okay, that's nice. But it's just too expensive now. Now, if one of these breaks, maybe I'll upgrade to it, but I don't know. I have two great cameras right now, and I don't know. Wide view, as in what? The GoPro, I would say, is a little bit wider. I'm not gonna try to say I'm not. Stuff that I'm interested in and know, I learn the inside and out. Like learning languages, I'm terrible. I'm not even gonna try to pretend like, oh, I can learn a language. If you talk to me about GoPro, if you talk to me about visas, like stuff that I'm interested in, I know a lot about. But the stuff that I don't know about, I couldn't tell you. I'll show you. So we'll turn on the GoPro really quickly. I mean, I don't really think there's many cameras that will show you the whole thing. Why did my GoPro turn on? Let's see. There, here we go. So this is what you would see. So this is our view right here. So you basically, and you're not going to see the whole room. But I love the GoPro, man. It's such a good vlogging camera. But I like that. I wish, but I did hear the newer GoPros have a stabilizer in them. I'm not sure if that's true, but I think the 12 or whatever the newer ones is, I think they do have a built-in stabilizer, which is good. The built-in stabilizer, but I don't know how the night view is. Now, I have done a few videos with this, and the night view is good. These, like this camera I use if I just do some kind of like little walking video, and it's going to be a quick video, I will use this camera. Or if I go out at night, I very, very, very rarely do night videos. If I do those, I will do the DJI. I'm not sure if Marcus is still in here, but how much did you pay for your 3? How much did you pay for your 3? And are you shooting at nighttime on that? That's what I would be interested about. But I do like I just wish you can combine the positives of both of those. That would be the ultimate camera. You know what I used to shoot on was a Sony A6000, which I liked. But the problem with that, it's too bulky. It's the actual camera. But man, the video quality was great. But I had to have an actual gimbal for it, and it's just impossible to do traveling vlogs. But you'll see some of like the people like Drew Binsky, guys like that will have those big ass cameras, like the big Sonys and stuff. And they look great, man. They look great, but I know they're a nightmare to carry around. I have 3 kicks to 2s ass. Nighttime, I'm happy with the night. I'm happy with the night coming from the GoPro to the DJ. I'm 100% happy with it. If the 3 is even better, that's fine. But for me, the 3 came out about 2 or 3 months ish from the time that I bought the 2, and I was like, wait a second, it was like $500, and I was like, I just spent like $230 on it. No way am I gonna upgrade. It's not worth a $250 upgrade just for that night view for me. I like the A6000. Now there was a one step up that I didn't get. It was a little more expensive, but it was the Sony A6400. But I was perfectly happy with the A6000. The only problem is it's bulky compared to these, and you would have to carry it, so it's even worse. It's even more bouncy than a GoPro. So you'd have to have like the real, like what was the name of the brand? It's like a Japanese brand. People were holding those big ass phone gimbals, big ass camera gimbals. Do something different. I do the same stuff all the time. Nothing I can do. People either like my content or not. I can't do anything different. From Iran. Okay, very nice. We had a couple people from Iran. There's actually a guy out here right now, our buddy Mel. Mel is from Iran. So for me, budget is kind of the hardest thing. Budget, and I do videos on stuff I know. So it's kind of a boxed in situation. Like I can't, like people like, why don't you go to Bonai Hills? I'm like, Bonai Hills is $80. Like, I'm gonna go there and lose money doing a video. So I have limitations on some of my videos. I am from the USA, but I've been out here in Vietnam for, let's see, about 1 year and 5 months now. And actually 2 years if you don't count the little 4 months that I went back to the USA in the middle of that trip. I'm gonna do more uploads. Actually, speaking of, let me do this. So as soon as I get off, I will force myself to do it. China Mac. I can't do that though. You guys will know if I start doing stuff that's not me. You guys will be able to see it, and it just won't come across. Like people are like, go show girls, man, go to the bars. And I'm like, you guys will know. I do stuff that I know. I do stuff that I'm passionate about. If I go do stuff that I don't know and passionate, it's gonna be like a guy mumbling like, yeah, man, look at that girl over there. Oh man, look at it. He's just pounding shots. You guys will be like, dude, this isn't you. So I can't be someone that I'm not. October. A7C? What's the A7C? Is that a Sony? I only know the 2 models, the A6000 and the A6400. Let me try to... Damn, I can't ever get this freaking password correct. Jesus Christ. There we go. Now let me open up Adobe. China Mac has some staff. Yeah, but he was already, I don't know if he was a millionaire, but China Mac is not a vlogger. I hate to say that, but he's not a vlogger. He came from the music industry. He was already on tons of podcasts. China Mac was a rapper back in the USA. And he was on No Jumper podcast. He was on Soft White Underbelly. I have no clue how he ended up becoming a vlogger. He left the USA and became like, I watched his one of his first videos. He was like at an Airbnb, and he didn't know anything about travel. He was like, really? The cleaning comes with it? And like that? And I was like, damn, how is he a vlogger now? He just jumped into it. But I'll show you guys. So here's my not trying video. So I will keep this open. So as soon as I'm done with this, I will try to finish this up. What's up, Kim? I'm not going to say he's a fail, because obviously, man, he makes money, and I think he's one of the biggest streamers in Vietnam. So he's not a fail in that aspect 100%. I just don't, oh, man, maybe I do have a lot. Okay, let's try to watch this. So I have about 6 minutes done. Let's see. I just don't think of him as a vlogger, though.
That's my first.
So here's the not trying. How much minutes do I have of not trying? Okay, I got 6 minutes done. Let's see.
Maximum here, bonnets were.
But what he did, he parlayed himself into. I'm not hating or saying anything bad. I'm just saying if he didn't have the USA previous experience of being a rapper, being on all these podcasts, he was on Soft White Underbelly, he was on all this stuff years ago. He was able to parlay that and jump quickly into being a vlogger. Like, if he just would have had no backstory to him, I don't think his channel would be as big. I'm not saying that as a hater or nothing. I'm just telling you guys, like, he was the manager of Crip Mac. So some of you guys know who I'm talking about. But here's all the stories, man. These are from years ago, man. This is China Mac before he left the USA 2 years ago. No Jumper 2 years ago. Like, he went to prison years ago. Like, he's been a rapper for years and years and years and doing this stuff for a long time. Crip Mac, that was only about 2 years. I don't even think that was 2 years ago. Like I said, I don't have no problem with him. I actually watch his stuff, but I just, now, I haven't watched his stuff in a long. Maybe he turned into a good vlogger, but it's just kind of like, put it this way, like some people consider Rock a movie star, right? Here's a perfect example. So you guys know the wrestler The Rock, right? The Rock's done a lot of movies, and some girls be like, oh, I love that actor Rock. And I'm like, no, Rock is not an actor. Rock is a wrestler. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, he's a wrestler. He's not a, and they're like, yeah, he's in the movie. I'll say, yes, but his whole start was from wrestling. Everyone knows him for wrestling. He's a wrestler. That, I'm not saying it as an insult or nothing, but to me, I don't see him as a vlogger. He's not a vlogger to me. 6 years ago, the China Mac interview. He is a rapper and built up a fan base of doing podcasts and stuff like that. And then he had a large fan base. Like, if I had a large, put it this way, like if I had my fan base right now that I have, and then I went and became like a DJ at some radio station, people are going to follow me, and I'm going to have a built-in base, and then they're going to say like, oh, I love Will, he's a great DJ. And then all my fans are like, no, I know him from, he's a YouTuber. And they're like, what? What do you mean he's a YouTuber? And like, yeah, that's how I see China Mac. No, but everyone else, so it's crazy that nobody knows him. Like, there's so many people that only know China Mac. They're like, oh, did you see that new YouTube vlogger? And I'm like, who? And they're like, oh, China Mac, he's like the most, and I'm like, the rapper? And they're like, no, he's a YouTube vlog, he lives out here. And I was like, really? That was like, I don't know, 6-8 months ago when he first came out here. And then I looked and I was like, damn, because I'll show you where I first saw him. I saw him on Vlad TV, and then I saw him on Soft White Underbelly. So if you guys ever want, if you guys are interested in China Mac, go watch his interview. His interview was pretty good on Soft White Underbelly. I'll show you guys. This is Crip Mac. China Mac, there's his full interview. I love Vlad. If you guys ever want to watch a good channel, Vlad does some really good interviews. Go watch Vlad TV. I enjoy his interviews. Let me see. And I don't want to come across like I don't like China Mac. I don't know nothing about him, like personally. I just don't see him as a vlogger. It's just the same way I don't see The Rock as a movie star. I see The Rock as a wrestler. This is how I used to remember. This is how I used to remember Crip Mac or China Mac. Either from No Jumper or from. So 1 year ago they had the fallout when Crip Mac went to prison. I think that's when they kind of lost contact. And then that's almost the same time that he left the USA. I have not, Kim, I have not decided on that yet. I'm leaning more towards the bus run now, though, because two things. That Kuala Lumpur layover is kind of a big pain in the ass. And supposedly Fluffy tells me that we can kind of do that same little hotel type of thing in August or September. So I might just push that back to when and if we move out of Vietnam, or at least get out of here for a little bit. That's at least. So maybe I'll just chalk it up. I'm even debating about doing the long one. But I don't know, man. The only thing that's killing me about that one is that stupid Kuala Lumpur. I didn't know that well, even if I don't see her now, by the time that visa run would be over, she would be coming back in 3 weeks later. So it's not that bad. If I don't see her after the visa run, she's coming back like 3.5 weeks later. Nerds gummies, what the hell? You're too old to be eating those. Nerds gummies. You're crazy now, Philip. I'm on the carnivore diet, right? But I couldn't pass up. At least I can store this. Look at this, Philip. 1 kilo of condensed milk. And you guys know what I do with the condensed milk. I turn this into the most amazing caramel sauce. 50,000. I usually buy a 300 and something grams. So basically I got like two smaller cans for free. I can't use it though, but I will put it up in the pantry for maybe when Fluffy gets back. I've been thinking nonstop about it. The only thing that sucks is that Kuala Lumpur. So someone mentioned in the live stream that Kuala Lumpur's airport from the main hotels is like 1 hour away. And then they also mentioned it's like $20 to take a taxi. So the way that it sucks, I don't mind the hour. The hour doesn't really mind the day that I get there, because all I got to do is check into a hotel and then I'm leaving in the morning. But it really sucks in the morning because I think the flight is either at 8 or 9 in the morning, which means I got to I got to be at the airport 2 hours early. So if it's 8 o'clock, that means I got to get there at 6. But remember, it's an hour away. That means I got to be leaving at like 5 in the morning. And that means I got to get up and take a shower. That means I'm getting up at like 4 in the morning. I'm taking 2 expensive taxis, like $40. And then when I come back, it's exactly the same thing, because I come back on the last day and fly from the Philippines to Kuala Lumpur, have to take a long 1 hour taxi, and then do the same thing coming back. I heard the train, they said it's about 30 minutes, but I'm really nervous about risking. So I don't mind taking the taxi or the 1 hour the day that I land there, because I don't have anywhere to go. But I am nervous about taking the train at like 4:30 in the morning and hoping I give myself enough time to get to the airport. That's the other thing. And that's why I don't really kind of want to go to Kuala Lumpur, because I've never been there. Like if I went to Bangkok, I know where to stand at the airport. I know how to get out. I know where to go. That's the only thing about Kuala Lumpur. Someone told me there's hotels at the airport, which I would almost be fine with, but they told me they're pretty damn expensive. And I was like, because I'm hoping that I would be able to spend $20 on a hotel, and that's even cutting it. But they told me it's going to be more than that. So I was like, damn. So the Kuala Lumpur part of it might be more expensive than actually the tickets. So that's the problem. But on the opposite end, if Fluffy was here right now, we would not do the bus run. Me and her would go do Kuala Lumpur because it's $100 round trip. I would buy her a ticket for $100. I would get a ticket. That's $200. That's what Lynn Visa is charging for the one bus trip. We'll see. There is a slight option. I looked at another way of flying from here to Bangkok, which is a little bit more. It was like $65. I would stay in Bangkok for one night. And then the ticket from Bangkok to Manila was like $80. So that's like $150 to get to the Philippines. And then it was like $130 or $140 to get back. But then the tickets are like $280 without anything else. So I was like, Jesus Christ. But then Fluffy told me, she said that the hotels, all the free hotels, that stuff supposedly can be also done in August and September. And then at that point I said, okay, that's fine because we can move out. Our rent here will be done August 12th. So if we want, we can just get a one-way ticket to the Philippines, go do that at that time, and go do the visa run. So that's kind of the point that I'm looking at. A dumper and go sleep in the stall. So I cannot stay at an airport for 17 hours. I can't even stay at an airport for like 4 or 5. It's just the hassle that it's not set up like Da Nang where you just take a quick cheap grab and you're at your hotel in 15 minutes. Joe Montana? Where's Joe Montana? Yeah, but I think maybe tomorrow. I'm really dreading to do that long one. I just talked to Dale today, because Dale does the long one. Dale does the one I think you guys do, and he says he gets back around 9, and I'm like, sheesh, 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and I'm like, man, I do not want to do that one. I might just chalk it up and just say, screw it, I'm gonna pay the $190. And just be done at 6. Joe Montana. I love Joe Montana, man. I grew up with Joe Montana because the 49ers are my team. And then it just sucks that that fast one went up. I would have thought, in my mind, they would have raised the slower normal one because more people do that, but they taxed everybody. Not taxed, but they raised the price on everybody that does the faster one. So I don't know. This is the longest I've ever waited for the visa, but Duck supposedly was on vacation when I went there on Friday, and they said he would be back Monday, which was yesterday. Or was today Monday? No, today was Monday, so he came back today. But I'll probably go there tomorrow, unless I figure something out. I think I'm leaning more towards the bus run. I seen something, Philip. I tried to click on your channel, but it said it was over or something when you did a live stream the other day. But Mr. Moneybags, Philip was saying something like, I need money. Send me some money. And I was like, what the hell? Philip that always dogs me and says, oh, stop being a brokey. And then I was like, no way. I was like, why is Philip putting this on his headline? What's up with that, Philip? I seen that title, but I tried to click on it, and it looked like I came in late or something. if I do the slow bus visa run, I could make a video and say like, hey guys, I got some updated news. The visa run that I do is more expensive, and I'm going to show you guys the cheaper alternative way. I could do something like that. But I just don't want to be on the damn bus. Philip, man, you try to dog me, call me a brokey. You're turning into, what's his name? Fat and broke. You're old and broke now. That's who you are, Philip. Old and broke. What was I gonna say? There was something else I was gonna say. We'll see, man. I would love to do. I honestly would not mind going back to the Philippines. I haven't been to the Philippines in over a year, and the free hotels tempt me, but that layover. Honestly, if it would have been a direct flight, I think I would have done it. Or even if it would have been like a 3 or 4 hour layover, but going from an hour in from the airport, getting a hotel, paying the $20 for the taxi, doing that 2 different times on that trip, 4 different times, 2 the first day and 2 the last day, kind of sucks. Visa run, so there's 3 options now. To me, in my opinion, there's 3 options. Cheap bus run, expensive bus run, and flight. And they all make sense for certain people. The cheap bus run is if you don't care on spending an extra 3 hours on the bus. Expensive bus run, if you'd rather pay a little more and save 3 hours on the bus run. Flight, for me, that only makes sense is if you're going to be out of the country for 3 or more business days. Hey, what's up, John? What's up, buddy? Haven't heard from you in a while. Yeah, haven't heard from you in a while. Where'd you? We were gonna put you on a milk carton. I just got my name on joint accounts with my brother's extra 22 grand. Why don't you start sending some of that money over here, Philip? $25, that's still pretty expensive, but that seems like an okay deal. Obviously, I wouldn't get the breakfast because I have to go to the airport at like 5 in the morning that morning. Instead of rushing, I kind of think it's better to do the Philippines in August or September. I kind of think it's better to do that. At least that's my mindset right now. Oh, very nice, very nice. Army guy met up with China Mac. I think he said he bumped into him. I think he told me that. If I was in Ho Chi Minh, I'd have no problems bumping into him. I don't have no problems with him. I just don't think of him as a vlogger. Maybe I'm wrong, but or maybe I've only seen a few of his vlogging videos. I've seen all of his interviews. I always thought his interviews were interesting. He went to prison. I know his basic backstory, but that's why it's always so weird to see him as a vlogger. Because he went to prison. There was another guy that he was involved with. It was another Asian rapper, but I think it was a Chinese rapper. He used to do a food. Actually, I see him more as like a food vlogger. So he was in New York, and he used to do like food reviews. I like that show. But it's just so weird to see him as a vlogger. I've seen all his No Jumper interviews, his Vlad TV interviews, his Soft White Underbelly videos, and he did a food review video. I don't know if you guys seen that story. So a lot of people, like when I talk to them about China Mac, they have no clue like he had a past fame in all of his stuff. Let me see. He used to go into like little New York delis and stuff like that. For me, it's the opposite. When I do food videos, they bomb. They're never good. Market videos, food videos never do good for me. Seems like they do good for everyone else, but not for me. They never do good for me. Oh, that's what it was called. Mac Eats. Look, This is what I used to watch. This is from 2 years ago. So he would go around and do these. Like this is more what I remember him doing. Barclays Center, the pizza review, and he would be on podcasts all the time. That's how I know him. That's why it was so crazy when I seen him on a YouTube, and I was like, he's a travel guy? I was like, what? And they're like, hey, he's a travel vlogger. And I was like, since when? I heard public transport is pretty good too there. The only thing is, it'd be at the crack of dawn, man, and I always worry about not hearing my alarm and rushing or something happen. Vlogging soap opera. I've seen a couple of his. The only ones that I really seen is like when he first came here, and he was like checking into an Airbnb in Ho Chi Minh, and he was like, "Really? There's cleaning with us? All the electricity's included?" And I was like, because then everyone's like, "Oh, he's a travel vlogger." I was like, I don't think he's ever really traveled. What's up, Matt? What's up, buddy? I consider him. So if I won't say he's a vlogger, I'll say he's more of a. What he's doing now, I would consider it like a reality vlog, maybe, or a reality show on YouTube. That's what I would consider it more as. Like the other guy, Casey, the guy that rides the skateboard, I would consider him in the same boat as that. They're not really like a vlogger. You know the guy that has the glasses and he looks like Sean Penn? Casey, and he rides the skateboard and he kind of just vlogs about his day. Those to me are like more like reality shows. He's doing vlogging. What's up, Matt? I'm sure he does, because like I was telling people, man, people don't understand, like, when you watch a YouTube video, people just think, like, you shoot it, and then when you hit stop, like, the video just pops up online. Like, they don't understand. There's a lot of stuff that goes behind on it. I don't know, but that's... Other people call him that, and that's how I found it, because they were like, Will, did you see there's a new guy? And I was like, who? They were like, oh, he's a travel vlogger, the Asian guy. And I was like, I'm not sure, maybe I've seen him. And they're like, his name's China something. I was like, I'm not sure. And they were like, China Mac. I was like, what? I was like, no, not him. Like, yeah, he's the biggest travel vlogger in Vietnam. 'Cause I think he is, numbers wise. Let me see how many numbers he has. Because there's another, oh, you know who Fat and Broke was like, oh, I'm the biggest famous person out here in Vietnam. And then people were in there and they're like, no, China Mac is the biggest. And then there's another guy. Who's the other, the white guy that speaks Vietnamese? I think he's the biggest. But I think China, and they were like, oh, even China Mac's way bigger than you. Because he's got way more followers. But that's what they say. He's a travel vlogger, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't have no issues with him. Nothing negative. That's just how I see him. Like I said, perfect comparison is I can't see The Rock as a movie star. I don't see him as a vlogger. I see him as a famous celebrity, a famous person that now does something on YouTube. Just like the guy Casey. I don't watch Casey too much. But Fluffy used to watch him, and I would watch him, and I go like, all he just does is kind of like his life, like kind of his, it's more like reality show to me. That's what I would say. Evan? Evan, the guy that I do with, he started in Ho Chi Minh. Evan's got more than me, too, man. Evan's channel grows pretty good. I haven't talked to Evan in about 2 weeks. I don't know where he's been. Yeah, I know. I think Fat and Broke thinks he's a lot bigger than he is, but I don't know. Ethan? I'm not sure who Ethan is. Yeah, but if you listen to Fat and Broke, he'll tell you he's the biggest. Travis is the biggest that I know of in Da Nang. I think he's got over 30,000. David and Kim, I think they got like 20. I think I'm like one of the lowest I'm one of the guys that's on the lowest. I think Because I think it goes from the guys that I know, that I consider full-time guys in Da Nang. It's Travis. I think Kim and David are number 2. Evan, I think, is number 3. Evan has like 12,000 last time I checked. 11 or 12,000. Sammy's got around 10-ish. And then I'm at 6. So I don't know who's right above me, if there's anyone, or right below me. I just think Fat and Broke, my opinion, he just, there's nothing positive about him. He doesn't teach you anything. He goes around being drunk and obnoxious. He messes with locals. He brings a whole bunch of problems on. I don't honestly see any positive thing about him. He doesn't teach you anything. There's nothing knowledgeable. He goes and hangs out and drinks beer all day and gets in drama, gets in fights. I don't see anything positive about him. In Vietnamese, I don't know. He came here to Da Nang, but I guess he left pretty quick. They threw stuff at him out here. I appreciate, man, I don't know if people believe me or not, but I'm the same person on my videos that I'm off. I think everybody that met me knows. And that might hurt me because I'm not like, hey guys, how's it going today? We're going to have a great time. Like, I'm not that. I'm the same. Whatever you guys see me on my videos is the same guy that I'm here. I've seen, so I will tell you, I will say this. I forgot to say it, but he did an informative video on the rental places about 3 months ago. And that was the first video that I seen that he did a decent video. But that was supposedly like he was saying like, oh, I'm sober now and I'm changing my life. So I don't know. But he did a good interview, but it was because based on he used to live in those apartments and he was watching the inflation grow. So he had good information, but 99% of his content is nothing like that. That was I did see one good video from him. It was informative. But it's so much easier for me to be the same person on camera as off, because some people put on an act and they're overly funny or they try too hard, and for me, I'm like, I don't want to have to keep turning on that persona. Like, I'm just me. I give you guys the information. I give you my side. Like, almost everyone that knows me, the positive things, they'll always say this: you're genuine, you're transparent, and you give me information. And that's basically what my channel is. I'm not on camera, I'm not the funniest guy. Now, I'm a pretty damn funny guy, but you guys never see that. And I'm probably not the most entertaining out of a lot of people. When is your I had to leave Vietnam video? I don't have that yet. It's easier for me that way because I don't have to be two different people or turn it on or off. I didn't have nothing. I remember I've been doing the carnivore diet, so I haven't been doing the desserts. YouTube is a lot behind the camera. I know that. I don't think, in my mind, I don't think I'm going to be in Vietnam forever. I don't think. The problem is it's too hard to leave Da Nang because Da Nang offers everything. Like, it's like saying, hey, we'll get out of here and go somewhere else. And you're like, okay, I'm going somewhere. And you're like, where am I going? Like, there's no other option. It's like in 2 weeks. It's on the 20-something. It's on the 20-something, but I can only do 2 different visa runs on the Tuesday or the Friday. So I'll probably do the one that's like 1 or 2 days before my visa run. I don't like to lose that many days. Technically, I've been here 2 rainy seasons. Almost 3, because I left in September, but then I've been here 2 rainy seasons after that. The other time I left right when rainy season was here. It's hard, man. I'm telling you guys, it's hard to leave Da Nang and go anywhere else because you're going to be like, dude, where's the $1.50 dinners? Where's the 12-minute airport ride from the beach? Like, there's so much stuff that you lose here. I did it live horizontally. I believe it has an air mattress. as the thumbnail. What's up, Chris? Albania. I've heard a little bit about Albania. I was going to go to Albania during my Eastern European trip. I was going to get out there. But I always thought Georgia is kind of the better option than Albania, but I never got a chance to get out there. Da Nang, I'm telling you, there's a guy that I know. Actually, it's my mom's cousin that's out here. The very first city he's ever been to in Asia is Da Nang, and he wants to go travel. And I said, the good thing is you found one of the best cities. I said, the bad thing is once you go to Manila or you go to Tokyo, you're going to be like, Jesus Christ, like, what's going on? Like, I'm used to all these old prices and I'm used to this. So this year's rainy season, in my opinion, it wasn't bad. It did rain a good amount, meaning days and stuff like that, but it didn't rain all day. It never really ruined my plans, and I don't mind the rain. As long as I'm not out shooting a video, I love to watch the rain. So it didn't bother me. And most of the time, like, it would rain for like 3 hours, then it would stop. Or it'd rain in the morning and then not for the rest of the day. Or it'd rain at 9 o'clock at night till 2 in the morning or something. So it didn't really bother me. Tokyo, man. I've only been to Tokyo for a very short time. But I would be having a heart attack if I went from this 65 square meter place for 16 bucks. I'm going to go into like a tiny little closet for probably 30 bucks in Tokyo. Hour and a half. Wow. That was kind of the thing I didn't really think about Kuala Lumpur. They're like, oh, you know that the airport's an hour away. And I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know. I was going to go to Tbilisi in 2020. I already paid for my Airbnb. It was a 2-bedroom Airbnb almost in the middle of Tbilisi. And it was like 350 or 400 bucks a month. And then the COVID hit. And then the Russian situation happened. And when I checked it again 1 year later in 2021, that $350, $400 Airbnb 2-bedroom was like 900 bucks. Oh, you went to a pallet. You didn't get the Bonet. Did you get the Bonet? What city in Vietnam would you choose if visa? I still would choose Da Nang. Quy Nhon would kind of come a little closer to 2 probably, but Da Nang's still number 1. Yeah, Tbilisi wasn't expensive in 2020. I booked the tickets and I was going to go stay there for 1 year. I like how I left the USA and I've been kind of out here for a year. That's what I was going to do in Tbilisi because Americans get a 1-year free visa in Tbilisi. And I was going to go do that, work on my channel and do that, but COVID happened. COVID canceled all of it. Good food, lowest prices. It is, man. So I will tell you, I've been to a few cities that technically are cheaper. Maybe the accommodation's a little cheaper. Maybe food's a little cheaper. But you lose 60 or 70% of the amenities. You lose an international airport. You might lose a beach. You're not going to have no Western options. InDrive doesn't work. This doesn't work. This isn't here. Maybe no mall. So you do trade off. This is the total package. For what you pay, for the value that you get is awesome. Man, that's going to suck about that Kuala Lumpur. The pork belly, I've never had the pork belly, but I love the bonnets. I always get the bonnet with 2 eggs. I think he knows me now. Well, he's known me forever, but he knows I always get the 2 eggs now. Get an extra egg, because the egg, it fills you up more, and the extra egg's only 5,000. Yeah, I don't even think you could find a place in Tokyo that's the size of Muangtan. And if you did, I would guess it's 50 bucks or more at least a night. I've been trying to do that. I've went to Dong Hoi, Hue, Da Nang, Quy Nhon, Tuy Hoa, Nha Trang, Haiphong, Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh. So I've been to 9 cities now. Can't find it. Quy Nhon is probably the second best value. Dong Hoi maybe number 3, but Dong Hoi is for a special type of person. You have to either be able to create your own entertainment, or have to figure out how you're gonna entertain yourself out there. It's called Boracay. Boracay is the closest place to Da Nang in the Philippines, but Boracay is $2,500 a month, or at least a minimum $2,000 a month to live there. You're gonna have to give something up, John. You're gonna have to go to like a Wien Yan and give up your Western amenities. You'll have to maybe go to a Nha Trang, stay in the Russian neighborhood where it's cheap, much more Western lifestyle, but then you'll have to do the 23-hour bus visa run. Or you'll have to drive an hour to the airport and do the international visa, flight run. Philip was in Nha Trang. Philip understands, like, the airport's nowhere near, and you can't do a bus visa run from there. So he was saying, like, oh, I'm gonna go to Korea, but Korea's gonna cost him $300 round trip with everything included. $300 is crazy. $300 to go do a visa run is double the price. Double. I haven't been there. I just don't think it's gonna be me. I think I'm gonna go there, and I think it's gonna be like a Wien Yan or a Dong Hoi. It's gonna be something like, I like to go there for 3 to 5 days. I just don't think it's gonna be a long-term situation. No international airport, I don't believe. No, I think there is I know there's an airport. But all the people that I talked to, they said it's not the same as Da Nang. You're gonna lose a lot of stuff. Business visa is like $75,000, and it doesn't make sense for me. I don't have the capital to have a business. I don't want to do the paperwork. I don't have the money. I do visa runs here for $800 or less. Cham Island, I've never been. No. That's what I've been saying, Chris. There is cheaper cities, and so that's what I always got to stress. Sometimes people think that I'm the cheapest guy. I'm not the cheapest guy. I'm the best value guy. So I could go live in a studio or go live in a hostel for cheaper. But for me, that value doesn't make sense. I'm a value guy. I'm like, I get X, Y, and Z for this price. It's kind of like when you go to the grocery store and they'll have like a size like this. This will be $50,000, right? And then a small one this big will be $40,000. To me, I go, this is a better value. Yes, it costs more, but the price per ounce, you're getting a better deal. Same thing as how I do my budget. I get a 2-bedroom place here, 2-bedroom, 2 bathrooms for $480, which includes all my rent, my electricity. Now I can go get a $380 or a $400 apartment, but I'm gonna have to pay electricity. It's gonna be much smaller. It's not gonna have 2 bathrooms. So the value is not there. Do you support Palestine? I don't know who I support. I support myself, and I barely do that because my channel doesn't break even. I hate to sound cheesy, but I don't like any countries having problems because it ruins it for us travelers. I wish what do they say? Can't everybody just get along? Are you coming back to Da Nang? I know that you said you were in, I think you said Bangkok or at least Thailand. Yeah, Fluffy was like, we haven't seen them in a while. And I was like, yeah, that's right. Sometimes people come and go. And you know what's funny? When I just speak about people come and go, and I don't know if you guys noticed the other day, I'm mad because I was talking to my mom's cousin, but GS showed up in the live stream. Did you guys remember? I know you guys remember GS. GS was one of the first guys that I ever did the in-person service with. And remember, he had to flee Da Nang because he had the issue with the hotel. He popped back in the live stream the other day. And I'm kind of upset because I was distracted talking to someone else, and he just popped in, and I wanted to chat with him for a while. But maybe I'll message him on WhatsApp. July 17th? Yeah, I'll be here July 17th because I've already paid till August 12th. So Fluffy will be getting, Fluffy won't be back to that next week after that. Yeah, Fluffy won't be back to like the end-ish I think 20th or something of July. I think it's like the 20th or something around the 20th. So almost about a month from now, little over a month. Drinking. That's what they were asking. Dale was with us, and they're like, Dale, what are you gonna do when you drink and you got your scooter? And he was like, I haven't drank since we went to the bar that night. I guess he's not drink while he's on the scooter, because no one ever really thinks about that. But I was like, yeah, Dale, what are you gonna do if you drink and you got your scooter? Dale loves that scooter at Harley. I've actually been running into people. People always ask me that. They're like, man, how do you make friends, or how do you run into people? And I'm like, it just happens, man. It just kind of happens. There's not a real answer. I've met people on the Visa run. People come up to me from the channel. Like, there's just different ways. I haven't done a lot of stuff since Fluffy left. I've been in the house a lot. I think we just went to the Thai restaurant tonight for the first time since Fluffy left. What else haven't I done since she's left? I cooked for like the first 2 weeks, so I almost very rarely went out. She'll be back like on the 20th or something. Not of this month, of next month. So that's why it's not so bad if I don't go to the Philippines, because if I went to the Philippines, I'd be getting back like June 27th or 28th. And then she'll be coming back like July 20th. Something like that. $1 million a month on what? What are we spending $1 million on? $1 million's $40. I can't imagine. What the hell are you spending $40 on? How long is she here in Da Nang when she comes back? Actually, it's kind of crazy because then my visa will be up August 12th. No. My rent will be up August 12th. And then my visa will be up like September 20th. So we'll have about a month and a week of not sure what we're going to do during that time. Maybe we'll go do the Vietnam Trail and come up and down the train. Or maybe we'll ask our landlord to just do a 1 month. But then I think she wants to go back to the Philippines to work again for like another month or two. And that would be the time that maybe I would go to the Philippines. That might be the time that I might go to the Philippines for a month or two. But then I obviously would lose this place. And then maybe I would come back here or somewhere out of the Philippines. Maybe around October or November. That's a rough idea. Nothing set in stone. But that's a possibility. Same amount of time. I'm alone. Our wives left. Oh, yeah. She left about a month ago. It should have gave... The only thing that I'm upset about myself, I should have been getting a lot more content done. It's procrastinating for one, but the other thing is that trip, all those videos that we did on the train trip really slowed me down. I got so freaking far behind on it. And then it just got insurmountable, and then it was just like miserable. It's like, this crashed, this did this, but I'm going to try to get it done. I can't, man. That's the problem. My biggest expense out here, this channel is still not breaking even. So I'm still putting out about 30% or so out of pocket, and I just can't keep paying that while I'm not breaking even, especially if I'm traveling. I just can't do it. I wish I can get the editing process down a lot quicker. And with Dell's video, I just shot Dell's apartment the other day because I was over at Lynn. He's literally like just right down the street from Lynn Visa. So I went to Lynn Visa, and then I shot his video right down the street, and I shot it in a much easier, simpler way to edit. Belo Pisa, we just passed. I'm assuming you're talking about the one on An Thuong 2 or 3 by the Moon Milk, right? That's the one that we just passed by. Bello. Hiring. Oh wow! Everybody, Jimmy's hiring as Burger King janitor. It seems. I think he's moved up in the food chain. Bello. I think there's a couple Bellos. The Bello that I walked by is down by Anthuong 2, by like Chevy's, and it's in the Western Pub. But I think there's another one. My notching video is almost about a month old. This is the farthest I've ever been behind on a video. And I just showed it to you guys. I have 6 minutes done. But the hard part about it was I screwed myself. Because when I went on that trip, I almost did no talking on camera. So I shot a lot of video, but usually I'm on camera, it's like, hey guys, we're out here. But those videos, I did very little talking. And I had to do like 14 minutes of narration to add to that. Oh, Little Caesars. Jimmy is the mascot for Little Caesar. You know the guy that holds the stick and he goes, pizza, pizza. That's him. Opening a restaurant. I would love to open up a restaurant sometime in my life. Not really sure where, but it's just so much work and so much effort. And what would you open up in Da Nang? I know what I would open up, but I don't know if it would succeed. Just in your mind, everyone always has like an idea like, oh, this will work, but you just never know how it plays out. I would love to make a Mexican restaurant here because the Mexican food sucks compared to the USA, compared to California. And I don't know if there would be a big enough market. I would love to make a burger spot, man. But people love bikini bottoms. I love bikini bottoms. I don't know if I could compete. Dominican food. I don't think I've ever heard of any of those spots out here. I'm not Mexican, but I love Mexican. I'm from the Bay Area in California. And that's one of the biggest things that I miss is Mexican food. We had burrito or taco trucks. Man, I miss that so much. When and if I go back to the USA, that'll probably be one of the first things that I get is those nice street tacos. You know, the soft corn shells that they put two of the shells. They put some carne asada. They put your little bit of onions, a little bit of cilantro, and the green sauce. Man, those are so good, man. You can't get those out here. That's what I really, really miss. On Bar Street? Are you talking about which tacos? I think you mentioned those. What is the name of the place? Is it taco, what's it called? Like Loco Tay? I know that one, and I know the other one that's like, they had the Taco Tuesdays. I've had adobo, and adobo is kind of the closest to like Chipotle. AG? No, I didn't, because I still don't think they're serving tacos yet. I just walked by it yesterday, though. I walked by it yesterday. It's hard, man. It's so hard for me to come from California because I've had Mexican food. It varies across the world, and like I know some people like Mick loves adobo, but for me, I think Mick's from Ohio. I grew up in the Bay Area. I grew up around certain types of Mexican food. I think that's what you told me. The funky. Okay, I know where you're talking about. I know where exactly. I don't know the taco place, but I know that bar street that you're talking about. Because we went to that bar. That's over by the 24-hour cafe. I see that guy who was raving about it. I think it was JJ. JJ, the Lonely Bull. He does a Philippines YouTube channel. He was doing those tacos. I think that's the same place that Kim was talking about. You know, over by Roadhouse, they have that little stand, and that guy makes somewhat of tacos. Tacos being a loose word, but JJ, he said he liked those tacos too, but they were a little expensive. Like, I miss those going on Taco Tuesdays back in the Bay Area, and you go to a taco truck, no tax, no tips. It's a big white taco truck, no tax, no tip, $1.50 tacos, man, and they're just so good. Oh, the empanadas. I do like empanadas. every empanada, whether a Mexican or any type of country's empanadas, are usually pretty damn good. Even the sweet empanadas. I always love being a taste, but the only thing people get mad at me, I'm a little picky. Remember, I don't eat seafood. You know who's a pickier guy than me? Mark, our buddy Mark. He's a pickier guy than me. I'm picky in like no seafood, no organ meat, no crazy type of meat, no lamb. I could do beef, I could do chicken, I could do pork, as long as they're regular cuts, not like the beef heart, the beef tongue. I'm a little picky, but Mark is where Mark won't eat flan. Mark won't eat cheesecake. He won't eat Jello. There's a lot of stuff that he won't eat. I say, damn man, you're crazy. Yeah, Mark won't eat flan. He won't eat, but he'll eat Jello. And I'm like, how the hell do you eat Jello, but won't eat like he'll eat Jello, like the fruit Jello, but he won't eat flan or cheesecake. I'm like, cheesecake, man, I literally can eat cheesecake every single day. I don't like any seafood. Nothing that comes out of the water I eat. But Mark might have me on the pickiness. I think he has me beat on that. But I do understand him because he'll be saying like, oh, some of the stuff that like I don't like, he'll be like, oh yeah, I'm the same way. So we're kind of on the same boat, but he's more extreme than me, I think. I am thy servant. There you go, fabulous snowflake. Thumbs up. What was I gonna say? There was something I was gonna say. I haven't posted on Instagram, on my personal Instagram, in so damn long. So damn long. Ba, 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 ba. I can't do it, man. It's more of a visual and a mental thing for me. Food is mental. I can't eat it. Like, people can tell me like, man, this is the greatest tasting thing ever. But if I know what it is, I can't get it. I remember one of my earliest memories, I was staying at my cousin's house, and my aunt, back in the late 80s, early 90s, it was probably the late 80s. I was probably like 6 or 7. So yeah, I was probably like late 88, 89 or something. And they were like, here, eat spaghetti. And I was like, I love spaghetti. Like, well, that was one of my favorite foods. And then she tried to serve to me. I was like, why the hell is your spaghetti green? She's like, oh, this is pesto. And I was like, this ain't no damn Prego. And then she was like, no, it's pesto, it's the best. And I was like, no, you are not. Like, kids don't want to eat stuff that's green. And like, she was like, you have to eat it, you have to tear it. And I was like, no way, no way. Like, I was fighting it, and then she like, I don't want to say forced me to, but somehow made me take some. And I just threw up everywhere. And ever since that time, food is visual and a mental thing. Like, I don't even remember how it tasted. It could have tasted good, but looking at it, seeing it, knowing I didn't want to eat it, and then having to put it in my mouth, as soon as I put it in my mouth, I started throwing up everywhere. And that's how food is kind of stuck with me. It's a mental thing. Like, it's definitely a mental thing for me. I don't think I've ever ate pesto besides that time. It ruined me. Like, I couldn't do it. And I think when I was young, my mom tells me when I was young, I don't really remember, but I think maybe when I was 4 or 5, my mom would give me fish sticks. And I think I ate them, but after 4 or 5, I never ate them. I love Prego too, man. I'm sorry, but if you're just gonna make some cheap, quick spaghetti, you just toss the Prego in the glass jar. I wasn't a ragu guy. I would take Prego over ragu a million times. I like a little sweeter sauce than that vegetable-y sauce. Ragu was too vegetable-y bitter, whereas Prego was a little bit sweeter, and I would make some meatballs, drop those meatballs in there with the Prego and the spaghetti noodles. Man, I literally can eat that every day. I would never try that, John. Even Fluffy doesn't like it. She's seen it out here because there's like a Vietnamese version, but you couldn't pay me. I don't even think you guys could pay me enough to eat that. I don't think I could physically eat it. I couldn't do the pesto either. I don't like the ragu too. The ragu it was a little too watery and it was too bitter. I'm not a bitter guy. That's why I've never been a coffee guy. I've had maybe 7 or 8 coffees in my whole life. I'm just not a coffee guy. I don't really like vinegar. I don't like beer, and I'll eat dark chocolate. But I'm not a big fan of dark chocolate. And they all have the same thing in common. They're bitter. I'm not a fan of bitter foods. I just can't do bitter. And ragu was bitter. Like, a lot of Italians love that flavor. They love the vegetable-y, bittery sauce. And I'm a guy that kind of leans not as extreme as the Philippines. Because in the Philippines, they just dump sugar into their spaghetti. I like just a hint of a little sweeter sauce. A hint, not like the Philippines level, but just a hint more than the vegetable. I don't like blue cheese either. No way. My cousin, the same cousin that I threw up at her house with the pesto, she loved the blue cheese, and I couldn't do that. The gas station. In the USA, they have cheap coffee. I stopped drinking alcohol in 2017, I think. 18. So about 7 years ago, I stopped drinking. I've never drank while I was in another country. I stopped drinking back in the USA. That kind of sucks. I wish I would have got the good values of all the cheap alcohol, but I stopped drinking back in the USA 2018, I think it was. 7 years ago. Have I had spaghetti here? No. I don't think so. I think I might have, but I'm 99.9. If I did, I think Fluffy might have got spaghetti at Jollibee, and I might have tasted a bite, but I kind of don't think that was here. I have had lasagna, though. I've had lasagna. Actually, I had good lasagna here. When did I have that? I had that. I'm trying to look when I had that. Oh, that's when I had it. I had it around New Year's Eve when Joanna made the lasagna first, and she sent it over to us, and she made that. She gave us the chicken and that lasagna was pretty good. That's the last time I had a lasagna. Seafood spaghetti. Never even heard of seafood spaghetti. Camping Essential Stream. I give you permission. I want to see people laughing. Wait, what? Play my old 9 Camping Essentials live stream? 9 Camping Essentials live stream? I want to see people laughing. Gordon's Pasta? I've never knew they had pasta. I've had Gordon's Pizza about at least 2 times, maybe 3. What I do like about them is they're one of the rare places that sells slices. They sell slices, which is good. I still like Gilda's better. I like Gilda's. Gilda's is my favorite pizza so far. Look at this. Let me show you guys one of Philip's stuff. This is what I seen the other day. I was like, what the hell is Philip doing? Philip's even putting his damn PayPal. Look at this. Philip, you're a madman. I think you've lost subscribers. Last time I seen you, I thought you were higher than this. Philip is losing subscribers. As he gets older, he loses more. How the hell does that happen, Philip? Who does slices? Toby. Bello, I didn't know. You know what? I think you are right. I think I did walk by Bello's, and I think they do slices. Maybe I'll try a slice of it. I wish Gilda's did slices, but they don't. Gilda's supposedly the owner, Jonah. He said that they're going to do a buffet. That they're going to do a buffet, but I haven't seen that come around yet. I don't see where that video is, Philip. You can't find... Talking about some video, but I don't see it. I don't see Mr. Phillips. It's hard to find. I don't see it, Mr. Phillip. It must be called something else. I don't see it, Philip. Buffalo wings are great. Oh, we had some... I'm not a fan of... So, remember, I'm not a fan of bitter stuff, so I don't like the buffalo sauce. But I do like wings, like with honey barbecue or something like that. But I just had a good Korean fried chicken, and it came with the bone. They were drums and flats on Food Street. That place is pretty good. I give that a thumbs up. I forgot what the name of the chicken place is, but it was good, man. I got the garlic. It was called like soy garlic or something. Because you can get the different kinds, and they were good, man. I like that place. I miss the pizza buffets, too. Round Table is always too damn expensive. I love Round Table. Round Table is probably the #1 chain for me. But, man, Round Table's pizzas were so damn expensive. Like, even when I was back in the USA years ago, it'd be like $25 for a pizza, and you'd be like, damn. Like, but Round Table for me is probably my favorite chain pizza place. I like Round Table. Some of you guys don't know about Straw Hat. I don't think that's big enough. And Mountain Mike's. Those kind of were my go-to chains. But if I had to go on one of the cheaper, bigger chains, like the big ones, never liked Pizza Hut. But I can stand Domino's. Domino's is okay. I never liked Pizza Hut. Their sauce I didn't like, and their pizza was always so greasy. The one thing that I was always mad about Pizza Hut, though, is they had the best style crust, meaning they did the stuffed cheese crust. And I love that, man. I love the stuffed cheese crust, and no one else was doing that. I think it was just Pizza Hut. Martin, I never heard of that one. I never got into Pizza Hut, man. Pizza Hut, I just couldn't get into it. Domino's was the go-to for me. I love Round Table, but Round Table's too damn expensive. What my go-to, I don't know, some of you guys in California might know it, but it was Papa Murphy's, not Papa, what's the other one? Papa John's? Not Papa John's, Papa Murphy's. Great quality. So what it was a take and bake. You would create your order, and they make you a pizza, you pick it up, $8-9, like an extra large big pizza, and then you take it home and you bake it. It's not as good as cooking it in a pizza oven for sure, but the pizzas were good and they were a good price. All right, man, I appreciate it, Mark. I'm about to head out in a minute too, man. I've been doing this. It's 12:45. I thought it was 11 o'clock. Try Gilda's. Our buddy Mark really likes Detroit. What's it called? Motor City Detroit Pizza. He really likes that. I really like Gilda's. Those two, if you're going to try pizza, try those two. Gilda's has the Chicago-style deep dish. That is my favorite pizza. He really likes the Detroit Motor City. We had that the other night. If you're going to try pizza, I would tell you guys, I would tell you Gilda's. He would tell you Detroit Motor City pizza, but that's the pizza. But I've had a few pizzas here, and they were okay at best. Round Table, man, there was just something so good about Round Table pizza. Everything was good. The crust was good. The sauce was good. The toppings were good. It's always good when they have those pepperonis and they crisp up a little bit. And then they got the little bit of oil, like the little pepperoni. They're almost like cups. Like the pepperoni would start flat and you would cook it, and then it would kind of curl up, and just the tips would be a little bit crispy, and then they have the little bit of oil kind of wedged in the circle. And then the sauce and the crust was so good. That's what made those pizzas so good. But man, they were like $20 and $25, man, when I was young. And I was like, dude, I am not paying $20 for a freaking pizza. But now I think pizzas are at least that much, if not more. Never heard of a Round Table here. There is a Domino's and there's a Pizza Hut, but I don't think there's a Round Table. I probably couldn't afford it. It'd probably be so expensive out here, but that would be nice if they had a round table. They do have a Domino's and they have a Pizza Hut. Which one? Papa Murphy's? So a lot of you guys aren't gonna know these, but I love Round Table as the biggest chain. The chain pizza, I would always default to Round Table. Straw Hat's well less known. I know for sure it's in the Bay Area. I don't know if it gets down to Southern California, but I love Straw Hat. And Mountain Mike's is good too. That one, only Bay Area people I think know about that. Those were kind of my go-tos. And those would be my go-tos on the kind of the chains. I didn't really, you know what? I never really had a mom and pop's place. I never really had a mom and pop's place. If anything, I would either make my own pizza or I'd go to Papa Murphy's and I would do a take and bake. Garlic pizza? I'm not sure what that was. I love pizza, man. Good pizza is hard to find out here. Good Mexican food is harder to find out here. Good burgers are hard-ish to find out here, but you can find them. Fly Burgers is okay. I like Bikini Bottoms. I just had Bikini Bottoms last night. I have not had good Mexican food. That is the one thing I am going to get when I go back, if I go back to the USA. That'll be one of the first things. I'll get like 10 freaking taco truck tacos. I don't know. I haven't found a good one. I've tried adobo, and adobo's like a notch down below Chipotle. It tries to be like Chipotle, but it's not even as good as Chipotle. And it's almost the price of Chipotle. Like a burrito out here is like 200,000, 225,000, which is like $9 or something. So I'm just like, eee. Mexican choice. But I think that's too far. My Mexican buddy, remember Grandpa that you guys used to call Grandpa? Born and raised in Mexico. 100% Mexican. We used to do the border runs together. And he kept telling me, oh, man, come to Mexican choice. But then it's kind of far, I think. I think it's over in Sun Trough. Because he goes, oh, the lady, she's nice. She makes homemade tortillas. Because he was buying. He's the type that he makes his own tortillas. All that. And he was like, yeah, I was buying the dough from her and making my tortillas. He told me about Mexican choice, but I did not get out there. Oh, you know what? I hope you guys remind me this next thing, because I'll probably forget. Jeremy's, remember the breakfast American place? Supposedly they're selling tortillas now. So the next time I go past Jeremy's, I can't do it because of the carnivore, but I'm going to go in there and ask them about their tortillas. Locote is the place that Army guy went to. It's only a couple blocks down. The guy's from Chicago. I think that's what Army guy told me. Every time I went there when the place wasn't open. I would walk by and I would peek through the little curtain. And then we saw the menu and it was like, oh, tacos, right? But then like they kept saying, oh, the tacos are not ready. We don't have them on the menu. So I don't know if the tacos are up on the menu yet. You bought a bunch of chilies from her. Yeah, I don't have a scooter. I refuse to ride that. But that was over near his neighborhood over in Sun Trough. I did hear, it's hard to get good tortillas out here. I did hear Dirty Fingers sells tortillas, homemade tortillas. I heard Mexican Choice, and now I heard Jeremy's. So when I do finally make my own tacos, I'm going to go to one of those places and get the tortillas. Salmonella, damn. I missed your, let me scroll up. I missed some of you guys. Domino's, hardly have any cheese. I used to eat at Mountain Mike's. Belmont. See, I've never been to those. There's a lot of cities in the Bay Area that I've never been to. Captain Mike's. I never heard of it. That's what my buddy was going to do. I made the caramel sauce, and he was like, hey, man, if you make me one of your caramel sauces, I'll make you a batch of the corn tortillas. And I was like, so I wanted the corn tortillas. He makes the corn. I wanted the corn tortillas. I'm more of a corn tortilla guy than a flour. I won't pass on the flour, but I'd much rather have the corn tortillas. I'm terrified of this traffic, man. The people that, they drive insane here. People come off the wrong side of the street. They don't have headlights on. There's no stop signs. There's no stop lights. People do whatever the hell they want. It's too crazy. Orange Julius. I remember Orange Julius. I never really had it too much. It was a little expensive, and when we went to the mall, that's mostly where it was at. Our parents weren't buying us nice, fancy drinks. Every once in a while, we'd be like, can we get this? Fine. Or maybe your grandma would buy it or something. But they actually were pretty good. They were like those orange popsicles that had like vanilla in them. Those drinks were not bad. $15 US. That's crazy. Orange Brutus, it does. I don't think I've ever had it, but I remember that name. I think they're at the mall. I think when you brought that up, I remember seeing that name. And I think they sold hamburgers there too. I can't make pizza here. The problem is nobody has ovens. That's the biggest problem. That's one of the things I really miss about USA is having an oven. I really, really like having the ovens. The Chicago style deep dish pizza that I get here, which is my favorite, is $2.50, so it's $10. I got the Detroit Motor City pizza, just a pepperoni, and it was like $8. So you're looking at $8+ for even a smaller pizza. Wow, spaghetti over pizza? That's crazy. I like spaghetti, but I'm a hit or miss on spaghetti. There's only a few people's spaghetti that I like, and I love it or I don't. Some people, they put too watery of sauce and they get too fancy. They're like, oh, I grounded up some carrots and I put olives, and I'm like, just give me some. I'd rather have Prego than these fancy sauces that they thin down and they use extra this and put olives in it and all this random stuff that doesn't belong in it. Very nice. Yeah, man, that's the nice thing. In USA, man, I miss the gas stoves and I miss the ovens. I love that stuff, man. Those are the two things I miss. And driving and Mexican food. I only had the Orange Julius a few times. So I'm another guy. I'm a guy when I make my sauce, I do not cook my meat in the sauce. I know Italians love doing that. I'm just not that guy. I cook my meatballs on the side. I pan-sear them, cook them, and then at the end, I will put them on top of my spaghetti and mix them into the sauce. But I'm not the kind that likes to cook my meat in the sauce. I'm not that guy. And I've noticed, I like pork, but I've noticed when I've used like pork sausage in spaghetti, it makes the sauce taste bad in my opinion. It gives it a bitter flavor. Give me just meat sauce or meatballs, like beef, cook it on the side, or cook the ground beef, like ground beef, and then cook my sauce in it. But I like cooking my meatballs on the side. Hot dogs, yeah. Banh mi's are like the version of hot dogs here. So you have like banh mi stands. Back in the USA, you would have places like hot dog places. California, man. California, you're always going to get good Mexican food. I am biased because I'm from the Bay Area, from Northern California, but I know Southern California has good Mexican food. And I know it'd be much better than Vietnam, too. I don't like that. I feel it changes the flavor. Everyone that I know that cooks their meat in the sauce, I don't know, maybe it waters it down because maybe the water from the meat drains in there and it just changes the flavor of the sauce. I like to cook everything separate, but then at the end, I will dump the sauce over my meatballs. You two never cook them. So many Italians love to cook it that way. They'll even cook the raw meatballs in the sauce. And for me, I need a little bit of that crust and that little caramelization cooking it in the pan. I don't know, man. I just don't like it that way. Ice to soften them up. I do not have health insurance. I never really had health insurance, mostly in the USA either. Never had it. I've always just kind of rolled the dice. A few times I had it in the USA when I had jobs that had really good health insurance. But guess what? I don't go to the hospital. I don't get vaccines. I don't go get checkups. I don't do none of it. So for me, is it cutting out? Can you guys still hear me? Can you guys still hear me? Is it cutting out or what's going on? Some of you guys are saying buffering. Yeah, that's kind of how everybody does it here. Sammy got like emergency surgery here. I think Travis got emergency surgery. And they paid out of pocket and they said it was pretty cheap. Mark from the Bay Area. Yep, I'm from Vallejo, so I'm on the tail end on the other side of the Bay Area. But man, I do miss food from the Bay Area. There's a lot of stuff that I don't miss about the Bay Area. But there is some stuff that I do miss about the Bay Area, man. I love driving, man. I love driving cars. I love cars. I love fast cars. I love taking just trips. Like 10 o'clock at night, I would just turn up my radio, loud, go on trips, go on road trips, listen to podcasts. There's so much stuff that I do miss about the USA. I can understand that about the spaghetti and stuff. Spaghetti you can always have quick. But if you just had the two choices in front of you, good spaghetti and good pizza, I'm just going to have to default to the pizza. San Jose. San Jose is all the way the opposite way. But I did have a job. I actually commuted from Vallejo to San Jose. I worked for the San Jose Giants for about 4 months, for one season, right near San Jose State. And actually, if I hit no traffic, which I mostly didn't because of the time of the day, it would take me basically 60 minutes on the dot to get from Vallejo to the San Jose Giant Stadium. Selly's all from Vallejo, yeah. I listened to all of them, but anyone that's really from Vallejo will almost always tell you the best was Mac Dre out of Vallejo. Real people from Vallejo will tell you that. People that are from the Bay Area might like, oh yeah, E40, but anybody that's born and raised in Vallejo will tell you Mac Dre was better. I didn't get to San Jose too much. I've been to San Jose. I used to work once or twice a week in San Jose for about 3 months. But I didn't really get out there that much. I knew the San Jose Giant Stadium. I knew San Jose State and a little bit around that area by the zoo, but I didn't know much more about it. I was going to sideshows 20 years ago, but it wasn't really sideshows. It was more of street racing. We would go like to Concord. We would go up to San Jose. We'd go to Benicia, and cars would race, and then sometimes there would be some sideshows, and then the police would come up and break it up. I was doing that back probably when I was 18, 19, 20, 21, but that was 20 years ago. I look back and I go like, man, there was a lot of crazy stuff that I used to do. There's lots of sideshows in Vallejo now. If you go look on YouTube, you'll see a lot of the sideshows up on Sonoma Boulevard, and you'll see people will bring out drones, and you'll see lots of sideshows that they'll just record on their drones. Concord's an okay city. Sideshows where they go out and go swing donuts. So they'll go out there and like cars and just swing donuts. There's always usually problems. In my city, Vallejo, the police just don't come out. There's a lot of crime. My city was the first city ever in California to ever go bankrupt. They went bankrupt, 10, 15 years ago, around that time. Police don't come out. There's lots of crime. Lots of stuff goes down. That's why I'm kind of glad I got out of the city. I grew up during all that time. A lot of people I know in trouble, in jail, dead, lots of other problems. So I'm glad I got it. I left during like 2000. When did I start? 2004. Benicia is right next to Vallejo. Benicia's is next to the borders. It's so crazy how different Vallejo is to Benicia. And basically, I'll tell you guys how far it is. It's probably 5 miles, but it's so much different. It's so crazy how Benicia is so much different than Vallejo, and they're so close. So Vallejo is here, Benicia is here, and then the next city behind Vallejo would be, I guess you can say, Sassoon. I would call it Fairfield, but I guess you would call it Sassoon. I've never really been to I never got to that part of the Bay Area. The furthest out that way that I really got was like South San Francisco, Daly City, San Bruno. But I never really went that far, and I never really got like too much to like Hayward. That was always too far out of the Bay Area for me that way. There's a lot of cities that I finally went to at my old job that I was like, man, I never been to this city. Let me try to Larkspur. Like I never knew about Larkspur, Kentfield, and I was like, where are these cities? But my job had us drive there, and I was like, where the hell are these freaking cities at? I think I've been to Half Moon Bay. Half Moon Bay, where? No, Pacifica. Pacifica. I like the city of Pacifica. Pacifica even has a Straw Hat Pizza there, and it's near the water. And I remember one time I went into Pacifica, and then I got a Straw Hat Pizza, and I went and I ate it on the beach. I don't think I've ever been to Half Moon Bay. I don't think I've been. Novato, yeah. So Novato is out the other way. I would come back that way. So Vallejo, and then you cross over like Sears Point, and then you come into Novato, and then you pass up. What's the other city? Why can't I think of it now? Novato. What's the next city after Novato? San Rafael. San Rafael. Who's Jardin's commercial? I have no clue who that is. I did go to Stinson Beach. I like Stinson Beach. I went there a couple times. It's a good drive. I've only been to Pacifica a few times, but Pacifica's an okay city. Pleasanton. I didn't get out to Pleasanton too much, but that's where they had a car show. And that was like past like Dublin and Pleasanton. I did kind of go out there a few times, but not much. I love Monterey, man. I love Monterey and I love Carmel. I love that city, man. That's one of my favorite cities. I love doing a trip to Santa Cruz, Monterey, and Carmel. I stayed in Carmel. I was with another girlfriend. This is years ago. And we stayed at this really nice log cabin. We stayed in Monterey, and then we stayed, what's the city that has the colorful different places? I know you guys know it. Now, why can't I think of it? But there's a beach. It's not the Painted Ladies, but it's a version like that. It's near Santa Cruz. I know the city. It's on the tip of my tongue. Come on, man. And it has the pictures of the different color hotel houses. And it's right on the water. Damn, I can't remember the name of the city. It's going to kill me. It's over by Carmel, Santa Cruz, Monterey. It's in that area. Can't remember it. But I like that city too. I really, really like. I like doing the, what is it, the 17-mile drive. We did that. That was a really good trip. I really liked that trip. That's what I like about the USA. We did really good road trips. I packed a picnic. Capitola. That's it. Capitola. That is exactly it. Capitola. We liked that city. And then they had those, you know, where the little water area is down by the beach? They had that. Pizza My Heart. I was just about to tell you that. We sat and we ate at Pizza My Heart. That's the first time I was like, what the hell is this place? We ate at Pizza My Heart. That's exactly where it was. I like Pacific Grove, too. I stayed in Pacific Grove. I like Pacific Grove. Santa Cruz, Carmel, Monterey, but I ate at Pizza My Heart. Pizza My Heart's right on the beach. And then I ate at, what's the place? There's another restaurant that we ate there. I've never heard about Pizza My Heart till I was in Capitola. I ate at a really good bakery. We got some cookies there, and we ate at Pizza My Heart. That was actually crazy. That must have been, man, that was 10 years ago. Because I remember I went on that trip. I scheduled that trip. They did me, this jobs. Jobs will do you, however. I scheduled a trip for my job, right? And I took a week off. And I went on my trip, and I was rushing to get back. I wanted to stay an extra day or two. And I said, I can't, man. I only scheduled 7 days off. And then I got back to work, and the next day they laid me off. And I was like, damn, why didn't you guys just freaking tell me this before? I would have stayed longer. Like, you guys had me drive all the way back. I went to, you know, on one of the trips that we went to out there, the mystery spot. Do you guys know the mystery spot? We went to the mystery spot. We went to a lot of places. Yep, no, that was Pacific Grove. Pacific Grove is where they have the monarch butterfly. We went to that. And we stayed in a log cabin in that area. We didn't see too many of the butterflies, but we went there. Capitola is this little random small city, and they have all these different color buildings right by the water. It looks really cool. It kind of looks like you're in Europe. But we did... What was I just saying? Carl's Jr. Carl's Jr. had a buffet. I like Carl's Jr., but Carl's Jr. has always been too expensive. Carl's Jr. was always like almost double McDonald's and Burger King, but Carl's Jr. food is good. I like Carl's Jr. I like the mystery spot. We did the mystery spot. That's in the redwood, all in the redwood trees, and it's like a optical illusion. Like if you go there and there's like these different places and they give you a story. They're like, oh, this is on secret Indian ground or whatever it is. And you go stand in these buildings and they take pictures of you. And when you look at the pictures, like you're slanted, you're like, wait a second, why am I? So it's like, it's an optical illusion. Like the room will be like this, but you stand and you walk and like you're standing perfectly fine, even though the room is tilted. And it's supposed to be like this gravitational thing. We went there. We did the 17-mile drive. I'll actually show you. I think I have a picture of the 17-mile drive. One of my best little sunset videos. I'll show you guys. I really, really love Carmel. I told people that's a good spot. If you have a girlfriend, it's a good little road trip. Even if you're by yourself, it's a good little road trip. Let me see if I can find that. That was probably... I'm betting that was about 10 years ago. And then we would do Santa Cruz. We'd do the boardwalk. We'd do the beach boardwalk. And then we went down to Carmel and Monterey and Pacific Grove. We went down to Monterey to the Fisherman's Wharf area. That's a good trip, man. I like that area. My grandma's the one that took us down there the very first time. That's how I kind of discovered that area. And then I've always liked that area. I really like that area. $17-mile drive. I did that, and what I did is I kind of turned out on all those little checkpoints. I have never been to Big Sur. I've never been there. Carmel is a nice city. That's where, what's his name? Clint Eastwood used to be the mayor. Let me see if I can find these. That was about 10... Oh, here it is right there. This is my sunset. Yeah. Man, you guys are bringing back memories. 2012, guys. Look. This is on 17-mile drive. This is one of my best pictures, man. I really love this picture. Let me show you guys what else. This is where we stayed in Santa Cruz. I think he still lives there. Yeah, I think he still does. Let me see what other pictures I have. Let me see. This is me at the arcade. Oh, then we stopped at a lot of these places. We stopped at a lot of like those little what would you call them? Like little produce markets. Oh, this was a nice. This is the little log cabin that we stayed in. This was nice too. Let you. Word correct sucks. Let me see what else we had from there. Oh man, I love this place. I forgot. I think this is called the Lone Tree. I really like this. This is a cool spot. You can like turn out and you can stop over here, but this is a really, really good spot. Man, I really like this area. I haven't been out there in well over 10 years. Oh, here's the mystery spot. Look, there's a mystery spot picture. That was a mystery spot picture. Oh, look. Speak of the devil. Look, guys. Pizza My Heart. Man, I told you guys, man, I know these spots. Pizza My Heart. There it is. Oh, remember I was telling you guys about the cookie place? There's a cookie place. There we go, man. That cookie place was pretty damn good. Let me show you guys the picture you guys always love of me. You guys always say, show that picture more. Oh, here's a picture. You guys almost will never see me this. Look, this is college. This is me wearing my suit on the scene of our college news station channel. There's me wearing my suit. Let me find that picture. This is me. And I was working at Channel 4. There's my boy Vern. Let me show you the picture you guys love of me. Let me see, where is it at? Oh, I'll show you guys a picture of me. You guys know I don't drink anymore, but I'll show you a picture when I was wasted. Let me see if I have it anywhere. Man, I haven't seen these pictures in so long. Here's me and my cousin. Look, I was wasted, man. I was freaking wasted. July. Oh, that was my graduation. That was my college graduation party. I went to Gilroy. I went to the Gilroy one time, real quick. I was wasted this night, man. Old? Nah. I think we were all around 25-ish. 24, 25. Remember, I didn't graduate till late. I think I graduated when I was 26. I didn't go to San Francisco State till I was almost 20. I spent 2 years in community college just wandering around. And then my counselor was like, hey, you're pretty close to being able to transfer. And I was like, really? And then I was like, what do I got to do? And they're like, oh, you got to do this and you got to do this. And I was like, okay. Damn, I can't find that picture that you guys always love. Can't find it, man. But here's another spot. If you guys know the Bay Area, go here. This is the San Francisco beach. You guys will probably recognize this. And then you guys can go in that little tunnel. I'm at 7 years. 7 years. I think it was January 2nd, 2018. I love this little spot down here. Look, man, I always wear that King's hat. What year is this? 2018. So you guys are like, man, you're not a Kings fan. I'm like, look, I've been wearing Kings hats since 2018. I miss that hat. I really like that hat. The Golden Gate Bridge. I like these little things. 2018. What was I? I must have... There's the Golden Gate Bridge. Is that it? That's it. Man, I can't find that picture that you guys love, man. Can't find it. I don't remember where it was at. I could have arrested you. Well, what power do you got to arrest me, Philip? There's me and Gary. Some of you guys from the Bay Area know Gary. Actually, here's my buddy. Here's Gary. So there's Gary Radnich, right? There's my buddy Chris Murphy, man. I wonder what happened to Chris Murphy. This was my buddy. We used to always chat. That was the weather lady. There's Vern. See, man, I'm wearing the Kings jersey. Look, I got my Kings jersey on. I always supported my Kings. This was 2009, man. So I'm not a latecomer to the Kings fan. This was a bunch of my sports/news class. Man, I can't find that picture. Too bad. Can't find it, buddy. Oh, maybe it's under the tag photos. No. I give up. I can't find it. Man, who are you? Philip, I could have got away from you easy. Damn, some of these pictures. This was me in Spain. These are all my Spanish buddies. So I taught them, well, I partially, myself and other people, would teach them English. These are my Spanish buddies. I still talk to this guy occasionally. Very nice. I'm in the same boat. I don't know about dirt poor, but we didn't really have money. Man, some of these, you guys made me go back to some old ass memories, man. Oh, you guys love this picture. I'll show you this. That's my dad. That's me, and that's my brother. My brother, in that picture, he always looks like a little ventriloquist dummy. No, I can't speak Spanish. I'm not sure if you're talking about me. Yeah, I had that jacket, but it was San Francisco, so I needed it. Shorties. I'm gonna call all my friends shorties. I'm gonna call them all shorties. I'm gonna say, hey, Philip told me to call you a shorty. Oh, here it is, guys. Remember this picture? Who was it? Someone in this picture was like, oh, I love that picture. This is when 2010. Damn, that's an old ass picture right there. So, my brother now is a lawyer. My brother dropped out of high school and then actually somehow after dropping out of high school ended up going to Cal, graduating law school, and now my brother's a lawyer. What's up, shorties? You know what I call Philip when I see Philip? I'm like, what's up, oldies? What's up, oldies? Joe Montana. Actually, you know what? A lot of people said my dad, when I was young, everyone used to say my dad looked like Joe Montana. Everybody used to say that. Everybody used to say. Everybody would say my dad looks like Joe Montana. Man, that must have been, I think I must have been 12, I bet. That must have been like 19, I bet you that's like 93, 92, 93, 90. I bet it's like 92. 92 or 93. Back to the Hotel, yeah, In Too Deep, I know that. Actually, I'll still listen to that song still. It's on my, when I play Pandora, it'll pop up. Old school, man. In Too Deep. I bet he's living in Walnut Creek now. There's so many law firms. No, my brother lives in Berkeley now. No, Albany. He moved from, he lived in Vacaville. He was living in Vacaville, then he now is in, I always call it Berkeley, but I guess it's technically Albany. I like In Too Deep, man. I like In Too Deep. That pic does look like, which one? Which picture looks like In Too Deep? Man, we went back on some memories today, man. I don't know how the hell we came all the way back here. Walnut Creek, man. Walnut Creek's okay. Those are the upper scale cities in the Bay Area. Those are the upper cities. I'm just so glad I don't have to get up early tomorrow. I don't have to do anything. I'm pretty much going to relax. I had a good sleep. That really, that's why I'm not so tired now. Normally I'd be tired, but I didn't know that. Albany is kind of weird because Albany kind of blends in from Berkeley. Like you can go down Berkeley and then you end up where I think my brother's around that area where you come in and there's like all those ducks and whatever animals those are, geese or something that's always out on the street. It's over in that area. I've never been there. I don't know nothing about it. I know bits and pieces. Don't really have any positives or negatives on it. If somehow I ended up there, I would probably enjoy the trip, but I don't know. I don't really know too much about it. I think it's kind of a little expensive, but I don't really know too much about it. The only thing that's kind of cool is that you could technically fly in there without a visa. But the problem is you can't go into anywhere else in Vietnam from there. So it's kind of a hit and miss. The Zodiac. Philip, man, you need to do another Zodiac stream. Philip swears he had a night with the Zodiac. I'm 51%, I don't think it was, 49. He brought up some interesting points that are very interesting, but I don't, if I had to put my money on it, I don't think it was. But he talked about a couple of interesting stories. I loved, I didn't really know much about the Zodiac when I was younger. I heard about it because my parents grew up during the Zodiac. One of my best friends, his aunt was killed by the Zodiac. So I always kind of had a little bit of like knowledge about it. But then when I got older, I looked into the case a lot. Crime-free spot. I've never really liked Albany. I've never really known it. I take it back. I met a girl from Albany one time, and that was back in college. She was a little crazy, but I don't really know anybody from Albany. I don't know anybody from Albany. I always get Albany and Auburn mixed up, but I think Auburn is closer to Sacramento. It doesn't go by the VPN. You just can't do it. People tried doing that while in Vietnam, trying to not have to leave Vietnam, but it just doesn't work. Her name was... she was the lady that was killed at Blue Rock. Why can't I remember her name now? Darlene Farron. That was his aunt. That was my friend's mom's sister. And her sister did some interviews and stuff. So I think you should, Philip. You're back in the USA. You can go solve the Zodiac case. You'll be a billionaire in Vietnam. Yeah, Blue Rock, that part. That was the second official murder, because the first one was near Blue Rock, but it was down Lake Herman Road. The second one was at Blue Rock, where the guy survived. If you guys watched the movie, that's the guy that survived, and she was the one that was in the seat. That was the one. That was my friend's aunt. He wasn't born at the time, so I don't think he obviously never knew his aunt, but that was his mom's sister. Yeah, this is her. Sorry about that, guys. I was trying to flip this around. This is her. And if you know my friend, you'll be like, damn, that looks exactly like my friend. You can tell that they're relatives. Yeah, we just need Philip to solve the damn case. Philip needs to solve the Zodiac case. Philip swears he spent the night, not spent the night like the whole night, but he said he was with the Zodiac in his house. the Zodiac tried to chop off his leg. And I'm convinced Philip does believe that he spent that portion of the night with the Zodiac. The Netflix documentary, I'm not sure which one you watch. I've watched, so all the movies, they're all wrong. The guy that they tried to do, and I really liked the Zodiac movie that was back out like in 2008, 2009, the big movie, but it was, the suspect was 100% wrong. That guy didn't match the description, and he's been ruled out by DNA years ago, but it made a good movie. Da Nang is definitely cheaper than Cambodia. I've never been to Cambodia, but everyone basically says that. And that's what we said. We said maybe Philip is like blowing a smoke screen, and maybe he's really the Zodiac. I don't know. The Zodiac part is hard because if you think he was in the military, if you think he was arrested, you would think they would have his DNA. They've never been able to match his fingerprints or his DNA. So that kind of rules out a guy that's ever been really arrested, a guy that's been in the service, or a cop or something. Like a lot of people said, oh, he was a cop, but they would have their fingerprints. So that kind of throws it off. There was another guy when I grew up, and there was a whole bunch of people on my street, and they swore that this guy, to the day that I left that neighborhood, they swore that he was a Zodiac. And he did look like him. He at least looked like the sketch. But there was thousands and thousands of suspects. Head and shoulders. No one's found out who it is. So every few years there'll be someone say like, oh, there's proof. My dad is a Zodiac. But nothing has been proven. There's a couple of good suspects. But nothing's been proven. The DNA has never came back and matched anybody. That's the problem. I mean, it makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised, but it just like there's a lot of people say, oh, it was a police officer. Oh, it was this. Oh, it was this. I wouldn't be surprised, but the hard part is that the fingerprints never match up. They had the fingerprints off the cab of the murder in San Francisco, but they never matched anybody. It's Arthur Lee Allen was definitely not the Zodiac. That's who the first suspect was, but he matches none of the description, and he's been ruled out many times by DNA, 100%. But he's the main suspect in the movie, Arthur Lee Allen, but he definitely wasn't. He definitely wasn't the Zodiac. Now, possibly he could have known who the Zodiac was, or he could have been like an accomplice, but he definitely wasn't the Zodiac himself. Fingerprints. Everything else ruled him out. But in the movie, they make a really good case that it is. But forensic, timeline, everything rules him out. But that was like the first big real suspect, but it's definitely not him. Harry Callahan. I don't know who Harry Callahan is. Oh, that's who Philip says. He wants you guys to go look up Frederick. I couldn't remember his name. Frederick Van Taylor. That's who Philip swears it was. Philip almost got his leg chopped off by this guy, and he swears that guy was the Zodiac. Then that kind of imposes on the people's First Amendment rights and the legal search and seizure, like the Fourth Amendment. Imagine great. That's kind of the good and the bad thing about the USA. Like, we believe that we have rights and we don't need to give up our DNA. We don't need to give our license. We don't need to show ID if we haven't committed crime. So there's a fine line there. I think Philip is the real Zodiac. I think he's trying to throw everybody off. We think Philip is the real Zodiac. I think he would match up on age-wise, right? Let's actually ask ChatGPT. Let's ask him if Philip is the Zodiac. No, let's ask him like, I think the Zodiac would be close to about 80 years old now, in that age. Why'd you do it, Philip? How old, roughly, would the Zodiac killer be if he was still alive today? There's like a whole website, and they have like 10 different main suspects, and it's a really in-depth, like, when I kind of read it, I got stuck on it for like a month. I was reading it, and every time I would read one of the suspects, you go, oh man, this guy is him. Then you'd read the next suspect, and you go like, this guy is him. And then I could realize, like, man, like, you can't, if it's crazy at how many people match the suspect stuff. It was crazy. They're saying the Zodiac would be about 80 to 85 years old now. Just about Philip's age. Philip's so old that he used to see in black and white. That's how old Philip is. He's so old he grew up and he used to see in black and white. He didn't even know that color existed till about 50 years ago. When he was born, he saw in black and white. That's how old Philip is. But I was reading the suspects, and you would read them, and you'd read the compelling evidence, and you'd be like, this is him. And then I'd read the next suspect, and I'd be like, wait a second, this guy is him. And then I'd go to the next one, and I'm like, so it's like, it's crazy at how many people kind of matched up. Gold Rush, he was probably already graduated from college by that time. The afterlife. I think Philip, he had the little scraggly hair, the long hair back in the 70s. I think he could have been protesting and doing all this stuff. Philip was probably up to some mischief back in those days. There's a few unsuspected. I think some people say they solved the Jack the Ripper case, but I don't think it's officially been solved. There's a few other ones. I'm trying to think of them off the top of my head, but there's a few. There's a few that are unsolved. Sundown? I don't know about that one. I never really got into like the serial. Every once in a while, like you'll scroll through them on Facebook and you'll read or listen. But I didn't really get into too many. I got into the Zodiac one because it was in my city. My parents grew up around the time that it happened. I think my mom and dad were very little kids. And it kind of just naturally was interesting to me at the time. But, and, oh, you know who else? A lot of people believe the Unabomber was the Zodiac. Kind of interesting. Kind of interesting points. Remember the Unabomber? A lot of people believe the Unabomber was the Zodiac. They believe that after he was done doing the Zodiac stuff, because the Zodiac just disappeared like 1970 or 71, around that time. And then it's kind of the time that the Unabomber popped up around. And he matched somewhat of the description, and he was smart, like what they believe, for writing all the codes and the ciphers. And also, he was in the Bay Area at the same time, too. The first victims were in Lake Herman. It was a couple. Actually, I know someone that was related to them too, but I don't know them that good. It was a woman. It was like a young teen and her boyfriend, and they would park down there because that's like where like boyfriend and girlfriend would go. Because Lake Herman is dark. Even if you go today, man, Lake Herman is a crazy, weird, strange place. Lake Herman is a weird place. If you drive down there, man, it's very, very weird. It's a very, very weird place. Yeah, I don't know why people come in and just troll out of nowhere. But Lake Herman's a weird place, and that was the first victims. The second victims were at Blue Rock Spring. The third victims were in Napa. That's the one that you guys kind of see in the video where he stabbed him, and then the guy survived in that one too. The guy survived, and he became a lawyer. So that's the guy that was the lawyer in the video. But then there's no other official killings from him, but there's other suspected people. So it's very interesting. I don't know why people come in. It doesn't make sense to come in knowing that you're going to get kicked out. Like, then he has to go into another room and do the same thing. I don't know. Maybe they're robots. Who knows? I just watched a video. Like, I remember when I was young, like in the early 90s, we used to love, like as kids, we used to love calling and doing pranks. That was our social media, I guess, or our entertainment. We didn't have Facebook. We didn't have stuff. You'd call and You have prank phone calls. Leonard Lake? I don't know about that one. Yeah, I know exactly where it was in San Francisco. It's up by Nancy Pelosi's neighborhood. I know the exact corner. I've been up there before. I've been to Budapest. I really like Budapest. I went to Budapest in 2019. It was a really nice city. I enjoyed it. I stayed in I think it's called the Jewish Quarter or something. The Jewish area or something. It was a nice area. I enjoyed Budapest. It was cheap too. It was cheap. I would like to get back there again. I did like Budapest. I like Budapest. I like Prague. And I liked Lisbon. I was very happy with Lisbon. I went to 9 countries in Europe on that trip. London, Paris, Lisbon, Rome, Vatican, Vienna, Budapest, Prague. What country am I missing? I'm missing another one. Oh, and Spain. Well, she's got a husband that invests, and she knows what's coming down the pipeline in California, so it's not that hard to pick stocks. I wouldn't be surprised. I like Johnny. I haven't watched his stuff in a while, but I know he bought a house in Ukraine, and the whole Ukraine stuff happened. But he's from San Francisco. I like Johnny. I watch his stuff. I wouldn't be surprised. My friend from Prague, my travel buddy from Prague that I've done like 6 countries, 7 countries with, he tells me all of Europe has gone up. Prague has went up, everything. That's why I don't really want to rush back to Europe, because it's not going to be as cheap as Southeast Asia. Maybe Albania, a couple other places, but they're just not going to be as cheap. I went and I didn't even get to Eastern Europe. I went to Central Europe, I guess you would call it, Prague and Budapest, and I enjoyed both of them. I was going to go, I had a trip booked April 28th, 2020. I was going to Poland. I was going to Albania. I was going to Serbia. I was going to Georgia. I was going to Bulgaria, Romania, Croatia, and I think Turkey. I don't think I had Turkey booked, but I think I was going to go to Turkey and Montenegro. And for some reason I kept thinking that I wanted to go to Kosovo. But April 28, 2020, I remember it exactly because I had all my stuff booked and I was packing up my house. April 11th, oh, COVID, all the flights are shutting down. 17 days before I left on my trip, basically the world shut down. I don't know what would have happened if COVID wouldn't have been shut down for, let's just say, 2 more weeks. I would have been in Europe when COVID happened. So I don't know what would have happened. I never ended up getting to that Eastern European trip. And then I stayed in the USA from 2020 to 2022. Then I came back out here to Asia in 22, stayed here to 24, went back to the USA for about 4 months. And then now I'm back out here. So who knows what would have happened? Maybe I would have stayed in Europe. Maybe my channel would have grown in Europe. I have no clue. I always wonder what would have happened. All my flights and all my Airbnbs literally got canceled 17 days before that trip. So, Eastern Ukraine. I would go to all those countries, man. I am not drunk. I haven't drank in about 8 years, so I don't think I've drank enough in life to keep me buzzed or drunk for 7 years after. I would go to all those countries. There's not a country that I don't think I would go to. If someone was like, hey, I got a free trip to here. I don't smoke either. I don't get high. Those are the 2 things I do not do. I don't judge people, but it's not my style. You can think what you want, buddy. No problem. I'm sure you'll be exited by the scruff of your neck in a few minutes. We let people say what they want in here, but when you come in blatantly trolling, then we have to grab you by the neck and casino style, open your head up use your head to open up the door. So you can do it the easy way or the hard way. We're probably going to kick you out. I'm going to kick you out in a minute, but we're still going to let you speak. Suburbs of small villages and the cheapest you can find outside of Moldova. Yeah, maybe. Oh, good. Okay. Cheapest you can find outside of Moldova. I seen Bald and Bankrupt went to Moldova, but there's all those little. I always find it interesting when he does those little Eastern European or those Soviet Union countries. Always very interesting. I don't know if I can do it out there, but I don't know. It would be interesting to go, but when you see Bald and Bankrupt, he stays at the most craziest places. He'll go stay in a place and like it'll all be messed up. Cough syrup. My vice is probably sugar. Sugar, probably. That's probably my worst vice. And I never liked sugar until I stopped drinking. I'm not going to say I never liked it, but I never was a sugar guy until I stopped drinking. I like Bald. I like Bald, man. I've been watching. I think he's probably one of the longest YouTube streamers, travel guys that I've been watching. A simple Ukrainian girl. I'm in the same way. I think the only thing I can come up with is alcohol has a lot of sugar. Like, I didn't drink beer. I mostly drank shots, like hard alcohol. I was never a beer guy. And everyone says, oh, there's so much sugar in alcohol. So I'm assuming that you're just kind of always looking for sugar. I think that's what it is. But I never was a dessert guy or a sweet guy before I stopped drinking. So now I love sugar, though. I do love sugar. I don't know why. But I've never, in Asia, I've ate more rice and eggs in 1 month than I do in the USA in 1 year. So it's so crazy about that. The liquor and the sugar and crave when we quit. Lots of people tell you the same thing about college until last year. We're going to do it the easy way or the long way, 9mm. You're obviously getting kicked. You're only delaying the... So I would suggest you just put one stupid troll message and we'll just escort you now because you are going to go and I'm just giving you all the rope that you can to hang. I'm sure people are reporting you and I'm sure you're under Gypsy or one of the other normal trolls in here that comes in under another name. So just get your last sentence out and then we'll get rid of you. Let's just make it easy. Just do one more troll message so we can kick you out. I'm sure other people reported you. I mentioned I miss the USA for certain things. Food. I like driving. What else did I miss? Mexican food. Driving. There was something else. What I always tell you guys. I also reported him too. There's stuff that I do miss about the USA though. El Paso. Medical procedure, shoulder, possible. Any comes. I know people that come out here and get stuff done. I don't know too much about it, but I know people go to this place called Family Hospital. That's where kind of, that's fine, report my channel. Most people talk about Family Hospital. And I think there's another one. So there is some Western kind of places out here. And I know people that come out here and get stuff done. Okay, now you can go if you want. I hear a lot of people that go overseas don't ever want to go back. There's a lot of reasons for that. Life is different. Life is slower paced, much cheaper, especially in Southeast Asia. You don't have to deal with a lot of stuff. And it's just a different lifestyle. So then you look back and you're like, damn, I eat dinner over here for $2. Now I got to go back to the USA and spend $18 on McDonald's. Like, there's a lot of stuff where I go get 10 eggs here for $1. I go to the USA, how much are eggs? $6, $7, $8? I can get 60 to 80 eggs here for the price of one dozen eggs there. So it's hard to go back. It's hard, man. It's hard. It's hard to go back. Because you just see her, just like, wait a second, why am I paying this? Why am I doing this? Why this? Why is this? Why is this? Why is this? Hair transplant and facial laser procedures, a real bargain. Three-month vacation, very nice. It's not hard to go back. It's this sucks to be here spending all this freaking money. Go back, I meant go back to Vietnam. I enjoy Vietnam. It's just hard to leave the city of Da Nang. It's hard to leave the city of Da Nang. It just checks off all the boxes for me in what I'm looking for in a city. It's just so hard to find, like, hey, you got this, you got this. So it's just so hard to find that. I just don't know why it's so hard to find a similar city, though. My dad went to Vietnam once but didn't like it. My dad's girlfriend. He is in Vietnam. Philip, you just went back. How long have you been back now? How long have you been back? You must have been back maybe 2 months, maybe 3. Maybe 3 months. Because I think Fluffy's been gone for about a month-ish. I don't know if you would technically call it living in the Philippines, but I've spent combined time maybe about 4-ish months in the Philippines. Probably 2+ months in Cebu. Probably 3 weeks in Manila. And then we'll give you a nice ending. Have a good day. Appreciate it. And we're going to escort you out. We're going to make sure you make it to your car. Cebu is where I spent the most time. I probably spent 2+ months in Cebu. Probably spent almost a month in Manila. And then scattered between Iloilo, Bacolod, Boracay, and Dumaguete. I don't know much about Ho Chi Minh. I've only been to Ho Chi Minh maybe 3 times, short times, just a few days each. It's just not my style. It's everything the opposite of Da Nang in all aspects, good and bad. I am debating about doing the Cambodian thing September. We'll see. We'll see. I'm 99% sure it's not going to be a long-term option for me because I'm going to compare it to Da Nang and it's going to miss on all the aspects of Da Nang. But I'm really kind of wanting to check that off my list. Yeah, I know Bangkok went up, man. Bangkok went up about 20 or 30%. I spent about 7 or 8 months. That's probably the second longest city that I lived in. I lived in Bangkok for probably nearly 8 months, at least 7, close to 8 months. I love Bangkok. It's a nice city, but the visa issue and how expensive it is doesn't make it for me. We almost went to Dalat when we did the Nha Trang trip. We'll definitely go to a lot more cities if we stay here in Vietnam long term, because actually we can get a plane ticket for about $40. And I almost was gonna do it. I would think it would be a good time to go do that city when it's really hot here in Da Nang. I can't marry anybody. I don't think I'm ever gonna get married. Plus, I already have a girlfriend, so I can't really do anything about that. Cambodia, you can get a 1-year visa for about $280. That's probably the biggest selling point of Cambodia, but the crime is going to be worse than Vietnam. The prices are going to be higher than Da Nang. The transportation's not as good. It sucks that the flights are expensive to come in and out. The amenities are not going to be on the quality of Da Nang. So you're gonna lose in every aspect except for you're gonna pay more money. And the only trade-off is that you can get a 1-year long visa. But I technically get a 1-year long visa here by doing the 4 visa runs. So I don't gain too much. Lao, I couldn't stay long term. Fluffy couldn't stay long term. So it's really hard. When I look, Fluffy, her passport kills everything. The only 3 countries that Fluffy can stay in for 90 days is Vietnam, Brunei, Singapore. None of those are options besides Vietnam. I don't know. So my rent is up in August 12th, and my next visa run will be September 20th. At that point, I don't know what I'm going to do. I honestly don't know. How I'm thinking about doing it, if we move out of this place in August 12th, my rent's up, we would take the Vietnam train. We're going to go down south, go check out a few cities, end up in Ho Chi Minh at the end, near my visa expiration date, and then I would take a bus, border run, from Ho Chi Minh into Phnom Penh, and then maybe we would check out Phnom Penh, and then I don't know if I would check out Siem Reap. But those would be my only 2 options. I kind of think Phnom Penh is kind of my only real viable option. Paul from Toronto, what's up, buddy? Maybe, but everybody that I know says you do have to watch your phone. Out here, I never have to watch anything. I know guys out here that love Cambodia, but they say, hey, it's a little more sketchier. If you walk down a dark alley, you might get pickpocketed. You might have a couple guys. Definitely not the same as Vietnam. More expensive. They take the US dollar. It's not as cheap. Everyone always thinks Cambodia is cheaper than Vietnam or Da Nang, and it's not. Every single person I know said, no, it's not as cheap. It's not. And the amenities are not on the same level. They don't have the infrastructure. So it doesn't make sense to go move out of Da Nang to Cambodia and downgrade everything and still pay more money. That's the hardest part about it. Now, if Vietnam didn't exist, maybe Cambodia would be an option. But when you have Da Nang, it's like, wait a second, I'm going to lose stuff, pay more, and what am I gaining? I wouldn't go there. I've read too much stuff about that's the Chinese city, and it's basically China now. They took over all the casinos. There's no local charm. There's no local anything. That's all ran by the Chinese. All the Chinese casinos are there, and everyone just talks about it's just not a good city anymore. It's a Chinese takeover city. They have tons and tons of casinos. Like it, I've read about it because people told me about it, and everything that I looked up is the Chinese own all the casinos there. And there's like people get roughed up. Like I heard some people that were like they got roughed up by some. It's called, I don't know how to pronounce it, Sihanoukville or whatever in Cambodia, but it's like the casino city, and like China took it over. All the big China investors. The problem with Laos is it seems a little boring compared to even Vietnam, but there's no long-term visas. Like you could stay like 60 days, Fluffy can stay 30. So you'd have to do so many visa runs. If you take out Vietnam and compare it to Cambodia, I think it does. I'm just so spoiled with Da Nang, man. Da Nang gives me everything. 1 bedroom, yeah. 8 million is probably right around there. 8 million. Maybe a little lower, maybe if you really look, and it could be higher depending on how many amenities and how close to the beach and how nice the place is. I didn't know there was a casino, but we didn't stay long enough in Nha Trang. We only stayed in Nha Trang 4 days, I think. 3 or 4. I think it was only 3 or 4 days. Yeah, but I heard about that city in Cambodia, and they said the Chinese just took it over. I still like to travel, and I'm the type that I still hold out hope that there's something that'll spark me. But if I was a betting man, I would bet that you can't get better. Like if someone said, you could stay here in Da Nang, or you have to leave forever, and whatever you end up with is what you end up with, I would say, I'll stay in Da Nang. I've been to Indonesia in 2019. I went to Bali. And I enjoyed Bali in 2019. I think I went at least 2 times. I think I was going to go back a 3rd time, and I didn't go the 3rd time. But I went 2 times, and I really liked Bali in 2019. But everybody that I know now says it changed in every aspect since 2019. Store stuff? No. What I would do... Fluffy knows some people that would store our stuff. I don't really like to ask for favors, and I don't like to ask people, like, impose on them. So I wouldn't really want to do that. So that's a somewhat of an option, but I don't really want to do that. For me, I would probably sell my fan, sell my air fryer, sell my crock pot, sell a couple of things, get what I can get for them, and try to condense my 3 bags into 2, which I think I could probably do. And then we would just travel with 2. I would travel with 2 bags on the train, and we would just go city to city until we figure out something. Philippines problem is I would be spending double. I'd be spending double in the Philippines. So my money would go double. I could not... This lifestyle that I'm living in Da Nang would cost me well over $1,000. It'd probably cost me $1,100 or $1,200 in the Philippines. So I couldn't do it. I'd be bleeding money at 2 times the rate staying in the Philippines. So I love the cheap. I can't get cheaper food than here. And even if food is cheaper here, like let's say George Costanza is 30,000, right? What am I gonna get? 20,000, which is 40 cents. But Canto doesn't. I've read about it. It doesn't have the Western aspect. It's in southern Vietnam, so it's much hotter. I can't remember if it has a beach or not. I can't remember that aspect. I think it has an airport, but I heard if you're coming from Da Nang and you're expecting the Da Nang lifestyle, it's not the option. I don't know, Paul. Are we planning? Probably not when she comes back. Maybe when she comes back. Maybe that's when we'll finally do Hoi An that we haven't done. And then August 12th, my rent will be up here. I don't really want to sign another 3-month lease, especially at this price. Maybe I might, but at this point, I don't really want to, especially when the channel's not breaking even. So at that point, I have about a month before my next visa is up, and maybe we get on Vietnam Railways and go travel for a month, get down to Ho Chi Minh, take the bus, go into Cambodia, check out Phnom Penh, and then maybe at that point either come back to Da Nang, or maybe we go do that trip in the Philippines. I've never had a problem. Remember, I've been to Dong Hoi, Hoi An, not Hoi An, Dong Hoi, Hai Phong, Hanoi, Hue, Da Nang, Quy Nhon, Tuy Hoa, Nha Trang. I've never had problems with my phone. I heard a little bit about the process. I haven't seen anything. I scrolled on like Facebook and seen a little bit, but I almost never really keep up with this stuff. My new rent right now is $12.5 million, so it's $480. 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, rent, water, electricity, internet, everything included, $480. The problem is I really can't, Arvis, so technically, in the sense, I could move to a cheaper place, but I'm going to give up so much that I have now, it's not going to be worth it. For example, I pay $480 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom. If you really want to break it down, I probably only pay about $420 or $430 because I don't pay electricity. That electricity is included in the $480. So really, rent-wise, I'm probably paying about $420 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom. No security deposit, no contract. If I go to a 1-bedroom, even a 1-bedroom in here, they want $380, $400 for it. So I'm going to save $35 to $40 to lose a bathroom, lose an extra bedroom, have to pay a security deposit, have to go meet a new landlord that I don't know if they're going to take my security deposit or not, no clue how good they are. So I'm not really saving money. The problem is I'm in such an amazingly cheap 2-bedroom, but I want to be in this place in the 1-bedroom version. So if I pay $12.5 million for this, I would love to have this exact place in a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom for like 7 or 8 million, right? 1-bedroom, 7, maybe 8 million, same exact everything, instead of the 2-bedroom for 12. But the problem is you can't find that. The 1-bedroom, 1-bathrooms are like 10 million. And you're like, wait a second, 10 million, I'm only paying 12. And it's like, oh yeah, well that's the going price. And it's like, screw that, then I don't need to leave. Give me 1 second. When you travel, want to get expensive? It won't, because we will be spending cheaper on hotels. So the hotels will be cheaper, which will basically almost break us even. So I might not save much money, but it'll basically break even. So we're going to trade off the nice place, maybe save a few bucks, but we're trading it off to travel and to see new cities. That's what we'll be trading off. So we'll have to put a value on seeing new places. What's up, brother? What's up to you? All these places are big cities. I'm talking about the journey in between. Viettel will not let you. I went to Tuy Hoa. I went to Dong Hoi. I went to Hai Phong. Even Nguyen Nhan. These are smaller cities. You could move to some cheap village nearby. That's the problem. Then I don't have the Thai restaurant. I don't have everything in walking distance. I don't have the Lot Mart Mall. I don't have the international airport. And is it worth losing all that stuff to save $80 a month, which is like $2 a day? To me, it's not worth it. I'd rather pay that. Now, if I save $400 a month or $300 a month, like my bills here are $650. If that place was $300, like everything included, then I would think about it. But when this place is $650 and moving to a Nguyen Nhan is $550 or $580 and you're saving $70, I'm like, it's not worth it. It's $2 a day that I'm saving. I'm like, screw it. I'd rather have the international airport, do the bus. The bus visa run is huge for me. If I go to Nguyen Nhan, I got to take a 5-hour train back to Da Nang the night before, wake up, rent a hotel, get on a 12-hour bus ride, come back, stay another night in Da Nang, next day wake up, get on a 5-hour train, go back down to Nguyen Nhan. It's not worth it in those situations. I've done Philippines videos. They don't do good. 1 or 2 of my Philippines videos did good. And I traveled to a good... I thought my Philippines videos were going to do good. They didn't. I thought, hey, I'm an American. I have a channel. I'm with the Philippines lady. We're going to different multiple cities. I thought it would do good. My videos didn't do good. I did my Philippines videos last year. I'm lucky, man. My rent has never been raised. Never. In any of the places I've ever been. And actually now it's been lowered. Shoot, when we went to Nguyen Nhan, I spent $9 a night in Nguyen Nhan, and I spent $7 a night at the other place in Nguyen Nhan. When I went to Dong Hoi, I spent $11 a night. I hate spending over $12. I went to a 3-star hotel in Nha Trang. Buffet, breakfast buffet, pool, gym, game room, $12 a night. I don't really pay more than $12 a night. Max, like $15. Like I won't book a hotel for over $15. I learned I don't need to spend over $15 anymore. My 2-bedroom, I'm paying $16 a night. Like I can't go pay for a hotel that costs more than my 2-bedroom. That's crazy. I'm sure Dale has money. Dale has money. Dale worked in the entertainment industry. But Dale is what a lot of you guys should be. He is a great budgeter. I'm a budgeter because I don't have an income. Dale is just a great guy that goes like, I have money and I can spend it, but why am I going to go pay this when I can get this? So Dale, I don't know nothing about his finances, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any issues on money. But he doesn't blow money. And if he can go get his stuff, like he went to dinner with us one night. And I spent $70,000, which is my mid-range. It's not expensive. It's not cheap. And he was like, man, $70,000, man, that's crazy. My dinners usually cost me $40. He's another budget guy. There's not too many pure budget guys. A lot of you guys should be like Dale. I do make money from YouTube, but I'm not breaking even. I recoup back probably on a good month 60 to 70%. So I pay out of pocket 30-ish% every month that I'm here. Luckily, I'm able to live cheap here, but the channel's not breaking even yet. But it's better than not making any money off YouTube. I probably pay out of pocket about 30-ish% on most months. Yeah, but remember, he only has one person and he has a studio. So he automatically, his rent is half my price. But he spends more money. So if I lived in the same place that Dale lived, my budget would be way lower than Dale's. So Dale spends much more money except for rent. So I spend $12.5 million. Dale's rent is 6.8, and we almost still come the same. That means he spends an additional $6 million that I don't other places. Because I spend $150 after rent, maybe $200 after rent, all other bills. Dale, I'm pretty sure, spends more than that. But I think he comes in around $500, $550 for one person. I come in at $750 for two people. So if you do it like per capita, I'm still cheaper than him because I have two people. So if I lived Dale's lifestyle, I would live. I don't think I can get under 500, but I would be at 500 no problem. If I did a studio or a small place, I would easily be at $500. It's not worth it for me though. It's gonna make me miserable, and I'm gonna dread every day being in a small place. It's not worth it for me. It might cost me. So in the end, if I run out of money and this voyage ends in 14 months, I'd rather do it this way and be happy for 14 months than to stretch out an additional 2.5 months of living in a place that I'm miserable in. So it's not like a magic, hey, you get out there and now all of a sudden you get to live here forever. No, I might get an extra 2.5 months. So if I move and live a smaller lifestyle like that, maybe I get 16 months. Whereas here, I have a happy, enjoyable 14 months. It's not a big enough difference for me to go out there, especially when Fluffy works online, I work online. I can't work in that small of a place. We're going to be sitting on top of each other working. I'm going to be doing this, and Fluffy's going to be sitting right here. Like, I can't do that. I'm sick. She sleeps in the other room. I'm in here, and a 1-bedroom to a 2-bedroom, I'm only paying $60 to $80 more. It's $2 extra a day, and it gives us so much more relief. What's up? Oh, we have the Saddam Hussein coming back post-death. I live on 500 to 600 in the USA, a major city. Yeah, there's no way you can live that cheap unless you own your stuff. That's a rare lifestyle, though. That's a rare lifestyle that you own everything in the USA, and then you can live very cheap. But not too many people can do that. When I don't stay in IT Park. I usually stay by Ayala Mall, and then this past time we stayed by the SM Mall. And I negotiate. I got an Airbnb place. How much did we pay? We paid, gotta convert it from pesos. 30? We paid $540 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom condo at SM City Mall in Cebu. Everything included, $540. But people say like, oh, go to Mac 10. go to, I'm like, no, I don't want to get out of there. I like Cebu because I like that main road and I like the malls. Like, I'm not trying to, I don't want to live the province life. I didn't leave the USA to go live in a remote village or to go live in a province. That's why I don't go to the provinces. And like, people are like, oh, the Philippines is cheap. And I'm like, no, it's not. And they're like, yeah, it is. And I go, where do you live, in the province? Yeah, I like it. I can't do the province. I need to live in a city like Bangkok, Da Nang, Cebu, Makati, Kuala Lumpur. I need to live in a city like that. Maybe a tiny little. I can't do the province. I can't have roosters waking me up. I can't have dogs waking me up. I can't have one Western restaurant. I can't have everyone knowing who I am. That's not my lifestyle. I left the USA to live the same Bay Area quality life that I had at 50% or lower my budget here. I don't do work at cafes. I will never get work. I have to be sitting here, nobody speaking, and I have to be staring at my laptop. I don't know how you guys go out and work at cafes. I don't drink coffee, so I have no interest in going to a cafe. I don't understand. I don't like bringing my laptop out somewhere. I don't like paying to work because you have to buy drinks, and I would never be able to focus. I need to have complete silence, and I need to watch my video and listen back. I can't work at cafes. I can't work anywhere except for in my apartment. I wouldn't live there. I wouldn't live there. And that's why I live here. Like, people are like, oh, don't you hear the bun gap? Nope, I live on the 40th floor. I live on a 42-story freaking building. I don't hear none of that. So it's quiet here. I can't do that. I can't do the province life. All my side hustles that I make in the USA, like if I go back to the USA tomorrow, I have my own online reselling business that I made $4,000 and $5,000 a month in the USA, but I can't do that out here. I traded stock options in the USA. I don't have the capital to do it here. So in the USA, I can make money. I just don't like the lifestyle and I don't like living in the USA. Now it's the opposite. I come here, I enjoy living here, but I don't have the financial money-making options. That's the problem. This is not luxury. This is not luxury. It's not luxury. If I moved out of this neighborhood at this particular time, I would save $80 to downgrade to a much smaller one bedroom. This is not luxury. $420 for rent is not luxury. $12 million is not luxury in Da Nang. No way would no one consider this luxury. You are single. You don't work online. So you go like, oh, I'll just wake up, and you walk everywhere. So you go out. So you don't have the same lifestyle. There's 3 and 4 days that I don't go out at all. I edit videos. I like to sit here. I did a video consultation earlier today. Fluffy works online. She does video. We can't do the tiny lifestyle. We can't do it. We can't do it. And this is definitely not luxury. No one would, I don't think anyone on my channel would be like, oh yeah, you know Will, that big luxury guy? They'd be like, what? The guy that eats $1.50 dinner? The guy that eats $2 dinners? The guy that doesn't pay a security deposit? The guy that negotiates his rent down? The luxury guy? No one would confuse me for luxury. I know, guys. The guy that you guys see, the bald guy, Clarence, he pays more than me here for a 1-bedroom. I think he pays $13 million. But I think he got it. I think he worked it down. But nobody would consider me luxury. Even living at this place, I still spend less than 90% of the people. I'm one of the more expensive rents that I know, but my total overall budget's lower than, I'd probably say 90% of the people. I don't think I'm going to go back to the USA. I think my backup plan is to go to China. That's kind of the thing on my mind. This painting. Yeah, this is a Picasso, man. That's a Picasso. I don't think I'm going to go back. It would cost me, realistically, guys, if I went back to the USA full time right now, it would probably cost me $8,000 to get back to the USA and set up. Like, $8,000 is a whole nother year in Vietnam almost. I couldn't go back to the USA. I couldn't. It would be too expensive. You're one person. You're not two people, though, Dark Brother. You don't work online. You're out all the time. You can't compare someone like that. You cannot compare someone like that. You don't have two people with you. You don't work online. Your girlfriend doesn't work online. You can't compare. I honestly, my mood, I don't know, people don't understand this, but if I'm in a cramped place, my mood, I'm not going to say I get depressed, but I feel terrible. Vietnam, I always tell people, if you guys are going to teach in person, China's the best option. Out here, you're going to make, even in Ho Chi Minh, you're going to make $1,200, $1,300 a month. If you go to China, you're going to make closer to $4,000 and get a free apartment. I like China. The problem about China is Fluffy can't get the visa. The only reason why I'm thinking about leaving Vietnam is because the channel, I don't break even. At a certain point, I can't, I have to pay the bills. I left the USA with 1 year of cost of living in Vietnam. Luckily, I've been able to drag it on because the channel finally got monetized back in September. And like I said, I've been recouping back 60 to 70% of what my bills are a month. So I've been able to last longer. But at a certain point, if the channel doesn't break even, I gotta make money. I've been to Bali. I've been to Bali in about 2 or 3 times in 2019. And everybody says Bali is way more expensive than 2019, and the city has changed. So, I like Bali, but Bali is, I'm pretty sure Bali's not the same that it was back in 2019. Bali's definitely not cheaper than Da Nang. Plus, there's only a 60-day visa, so the visa situation sucks for me and my girlfriend, and it would be more expensive, and it wouldn't be the same lifestyle. I would live in Kuta Beach, and Kuta Beach is not going to give us the same lifestyle. When I leave here, I have to have the same lifestyle. So people are like, oh, go to Ho Chi Minh and go to District 27. And I'm like, but that's like rural. Like, yeah, but it's the same price. And I'm like, no, I am not trading my same good lifestyle to downgrade. I'm not going to trade to downgrade. I'm either going to trade to stay in the same level or higher, but I'm not going to trade. They'll say, oh, well, you can live for $700 in Ho Chi Minh, but you got to go to like one of the worst neighborhoods. And I'm like, no, I'm going to stay. It makes no sense for me to leave then. The only reason why I'm going to leave would be to make money. So I've done that though. And I think in my Wien Yan video, I put the Agoda link. Nothing though. I think 2 videos I put 2 or 3 videos in the past, I put the Agoda link, but I don't think I've got one kickback. And they give you like 1% or something. So it's not money break. The real, I don't want to say the money maker, but if I book 2 in-person services a month, I would be breaking even. So if I book 2 in-person services a month, my VIP or whatever you guys want to call it, the in-person, if I book 2 of those per month with my YouTube, I'd break even. So it'd be much easier to get 2 in-persons than it would with the video views. But there's no way that I can convince people to come to Da Nang and book my service. If I can get 2 in-person services a month, the channel would basically break even with the YouTube revenue. So that's actually the easiest way, technically, but it's the hardest way because you have to have people coming to Da Nang and then they have to book me. I appreciate it, man. We get a good amount of people, Robert, from Texas. So it's basically, what's the easiest way? Hold your hand, break you into the city. So I pick you up at the airport. I always say hotel. I pick you up at the airport. As soon as you walk out of the airport, I'm right there to greet you. So you don't have to do anything. The transportation from the airport to the hotel is included in the service. So I get you back to your hotel. I make sure they don't take your passport. I make sure they don't say, oh, sir, we don't have a reservation for you. I make sure you get checked in. That's the first part. Usually it stretches 2 days. It's not a long 2 days, but it stretches into the second day because most flights don't come in till nighttime. So the next day, I take you to go get a SIM card, a cheap, good, real SIM card, not the rip-off one at the airport that it might turn off in a week and they rip you off. I go take you to the real SIM card place. Transportation is included already in that. Then, if you guys want to go exchange your currency. I take you to the currency exchange place. Also, if you don't want to do the currency exchange place, I take you to the no ATM fees so you can pull out money. Then I give you the whole tour of the An Thuong neighborhood. I show you, here's where the street market is. Here's where my restaurants that I go to. Here's restaurants I would avoid. Here's the park. Here's the grocery stores. Here's the beach. Here's this. I give you a whole tour of here. And basically I catch you up with knowing the whole city. Like everyone that I've done 5 people, I think. And they're on their own on the second and third day. They're like, oh, I went to that place that you showed me. And oh man, that is a good place. I can't believe I didn't know about this. So people kind of, after my service, they know, they feel like they've been here for a month or 2. I get them caught up basically. And I pick them up from the airport and I get the SIM, the currency exchange, I get all that stuff done. I don't think that's gonna work though. You get so little money. I don't know anyone that makes money off their Agoda ads unless they are a huge channel. Those affiliate links don't make you much money. So when I talk to all the YouTubers I know, everyone makes their money outside of YouTube, meaning they have a course, they have a service, they have something else. All the majority of the YouTubers are not making their money on views, videos, and stuff like that. It's usually the lowest of what they're making. That, as of now, I think it's $180, but that includes all your transportation too. I also include a 30-minute free video consultation if you guys want to do it with that call before you get here. So just in case you want to know some questions. Hostels, I don't understand why people get hostels here. The hostels are not worth it to me. I think the hostels are around $3 or $4, and I've heard the only 2 guys that I know, they stayed at the Russian hostels and they didn't like them. They said people are smoking weed all the time and they're always complaining. $3 or $4, you go stay at the gold time, it's $8. You get an AC, you get your own room for $4 more. I love the van life aspect. I just don't think, I'm not gonna say it wouldn't be possible out here, but it would be a lot harder. Meaning, they're not. Where are you gonna park? Like, there's no big Walmart parking lots out here. There's not many gas stations out here. You gotta plan your routes. Like, I only know 2 gas stations here in Danong in our area. Like, it's a lot difficult. That is, but there's nothing I can do. I have to make it worthwhile for me, because the transportation cost is probably costing at least $10 off the top. So minus 10, that's about 170, and that the whole service is probably, it's at least 4 hours long. Usually they go about 6 hours. So divide 6 hours by $170. It's about $30 an hour. So what am I supposed to work for $10 an hour? If it's $10 an hour, it's not worth it for me. So you got to look at it hour-wise. It spreads over 2 days. So I pick you up the first night, and it's probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours to get from the airport to your place, settled in, get your passport. I usually take them out if they want to go grab some money that night, or if they want to go somewhere to eat, I usually tell them. So it's usually 2 hours the first night, and then it's usually about 3-ish the second night. So divide 5 hours divided by $170. Let's do that. Let me do that. Let's just break it down really quickly. 170 divided by 5. So basically it's $34 an hour, but guess what? They save money on not buying the airport SIM card. I'm gonna get you a SIM card for 2 times cheaper, so they save money there. They save money on the currency exchange place. They save money on the no ATM free banks. And I'm going to show them all the restaurants and all the places. So $34 an hour minus whatever they save. So maybe it's $28, maybe it's $29 an hour. But I'm not, No way in hell would it be worth it for me to go do it for $60. What am I gonna do? $60, $80? Like it doesn't make sense. Why Danong? I mean, you've been everything. Cheaper, better quality, international airport, beach, safety, all the boxes checked. Philippines is double the price that I live. For this same lifestyle in the Philippines, it's double. Bangkok, it's 1.5 times. Bangkok, the visa is a problem. Here, there's a 90-day visa, and you can keep renewing it and keep doing a new one. Not renewing it, but going out, coming back in. So Danong wins in all aspects. I would never do that. I would never do the camping thing. 2 times cheaper on a SIM card is like, I get the SIM card at max at $5. I always recommend the $5 SIM card here. I know one guy that did the 3 or 4, but at the airport it's about $14 now. So they save about $9. $9 on the SIM card, right? Probably $4 on the ride to the hotel, and then $3. So 4, 7. So they save about $13, $13 to $15, another $15. So minus the 15 from 170. So it's about 155. So divide 155 by 5 hours. $30. So they're paying me $30 to basically know this stuff. Put it this way, Dark Brother. Where are they going to find out all this information? Go tell me where they're going to find this information out, especially for $30 an hour. Is Sammy going to do it? Is Travis going to do it? How are they going to get this information? Who's going to pick them up? No one's going to pick them up from the airport. If people were, why is no one else doing this service? I guarantee you, half the guys that came here, they'll send me emails. I could show you guys emails and say, man, I really wish I would have booked your service, man. I got in a Grab, and the guy charged me $200,000. Or they'll say, man, I got a SIM card at the airport, and it stopped working 3 days later. I don't understand. Now I got to go back to the airport. I got to pay the fee. Or they'll say, like, hey, man, I went here, and I converted my trans. Like, it doesn't. I'm still on only for a couple more minutes. I stayed on way, way too long. Like I said, people either have too much time or too much money. These are for the people that don't want to deal with it. They want to come. They don't want to say like, oh, I got to download Grab. I got to download InDrive. Oh, this guy's approaching me. Is he a real Grab driver? They don't want to deal with that. So guess what? They pay me. The guy in the Philippines charges $1,000 for the same service that I do. He charges $1,000. $1,000, man. $1,000. So mine is 5 times less than him. He charges 5 times more than me, and he has customers. That's why I'm shocked. I'm like, wow, man. I'm telling you, people don't do it that way. Why is there so many people? So they watch my apartment videos. I had a video consultation today, a paid video consultation. The guy said, man, I watched all your videos, man, but I went and I can't find the Muangtan agent. No one's doing this. No one's doing this. And I said, oh, you need to go check this. Oh, you need to check this. Oh, I didn't know this. So there's lots of things. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's not a tour guide service. It's in person. I pick you up from the airport. I get you back to your hotel. The next day I get you your SIM card. I go convert your currency. I show you the neighborhood. All your questions that you want. Basically, it's a service where I speed up. And you guys will know a lot more than anyone that's here for only one day. I call it my in-person service. Some people call it like the learning Danong service. So I don't know what, I call it the in-person. But it doesn't work that way. Know how I know it doesn't work that way? Because I get so many emails. Oh man, I should have booked your service. I did it the wrong way, man. I did this. I didn't know this. I get tons of emails like that. So that's how I know it doesn't work that way. I made a SIM card video. I've had 5 guys come and say, I went down there and they can't do it. I said, did you ask for the YOLO 125? Oh, no. I didn't know that. I said, it's in the video. So trust me, people that watch the video, I bet you anything, Dark Brother, guarantee you, I would love for you to land in Da Nang. I'm pretty sure you've never been to Da Nang. You land in Da Nang, and on the second day, I'll say, hey, Dark Brother, tell me where the Vinaphone, tell me where the Viatel is. Hey, tell me where HSBC Bank is. Tell me where VP Bank is. I'll say, hey, where's the Bachman? Tell me where the cheapest grocery store is. I don't know. I've only been here for 2 days. I'll say, oh, my guy that I just walked and did the in-person service, he knows all that. He's already doing a tour around the city because he knows where everything's at. A claw machine. I don't think those claw machines make much money though, because it's 10,000 VND, right? Which is like 30 cents. And I'm like, how much money can you make on the claw game? Like, we never see people using it. Up till about 3 or 4 months ago, nobody was ever using the claw game. And actually, you know what? That's a good point, Dark Brother. I don't do that, but literally every single person that I've done the in-person service with, I still talk to today. GS left Vietnam, but he was just in here, and he just messaged me about 2 weeks ago, and he was asking me some questions. You guys seen the guy Mel that I ran into the beach? He messages me. Mateus does. Marcus was the, you know, Marcus from Nha Trang. Marcus was my in-person service person. So I took him all around Da Nang. I showed him all the areas. Marcus from Nha Trang was my in-person service customer. So it is a good point. I don't really mention that on there, but it's kind of an added bonus that I don't really say. But if I do an in-person service with you guys can email me and ask me all these questions. And or who was it? It was GS and Mateus. Their 1 month was up, and they didn't know how to top up their card. So I met down with them a month later after the service was over, and I took them down to the little scratch card. I showed them how to get it, and I showed them how to do it. So that is another point. I stay in contact with all the guys. It probably is, El. It probably is. It's like Las Vegas. We'll stay on 3 more minutes. I shouldn't have been on this long. Jesus Christ, 6 hours? Oh my God. This is one of, it's not my longest. I'm hoping for this long I should have got 1,000 views. I can't believe I did it so long. Crazy. But I'm not tired, man. I slept, I went to bed early last night and I slept in late. Jesus Christ, I can't believe I'm doing it. We'll do 2 more minutes. This couch is actually pretty damn comfortable. This couch is pretty comfortable. I did my laundry today. Look at this. I already hung up my other laundry. I did my laundry. I got a lot of stuff done today. I feel accomplished. And then I think Wednesday, I'm going to the grocery store, Mega Market. I'm going to go get some meat. If you guys just pop in, I'll do a shameless plug for it really quickly. If you guys go onto my YouTube channel, like here, you'll just click right here, the links, like right here, and you'll see the links. That's the in-person service, and it's very simple. Oops, I clicked on the wrong one. That's another service. I offer another service. It's a video consultation. So if you guys just want like to have a video consultation and ask me questions, so here's the in-person welcome service. You come here, and this describes everything, right? SIM card, local tour, services, airport pickup, currency exchange, SIM card assistance, and Thuong tour. I'll be available to answer your questions, provide additional guidance. If you're interested in services outside this 2-day, let me know. And then all you guys do is you guys come down and say like, oh, I'm going to be here June 19th, June 26th. It does ask you to book a time. The time doesn't really matter. The time doesn't really matter because I only really do 1 a day. So it doesn't really matter what time you book. You just tell me what time you're actually going to be here, and I'll be at the airport before you guys land. And then you come here, you just put your name, you put your email, and then you book it with PayPal. Or if you guys are out and about, you guys can do this service, a 30-minute video consultation. So here, you guys can ask me anything. If you guys have questions about like visas, if you have questions about apartments, rentals, where you should stay. You guys just come here and you get a 30-minute consultation. That's $25. It's basically the same way. You pick the date, you pick the time, and it doesn't matter what time. I usually will do it. And then these are my other links. If you guys want to buy me a coffee, that's like a little donation, or pay the PayPal. These are all simple links. It just takes you there. So those are my other links. The monthly membership. Follow me on Facebook. There's my Instagram. Remember the other day I was telling you guys I have a Facebook and an Instagram? Doing our first visa run, man, I honestly think I do some pretty, I don't know if have you seen my visa run videos? I do. I've done 3 of them. Most people just watch it and they do it. It's very simple overall. I'm still streaming, Russ. I just told everyone I'm getting off in 2 minutes, so this will be the last probably minute. It's simple. The visa runs are not that hard. If you watch my video, you'll get the understanding. It's pretty simple. The hardest part for me is waking up at 5 in the morning and getting there. But after that point, it's pretty simple. You basically go down to Lynn Visa. You pay for it in advance. I recommend 4 to 3 weeks. They'll set you up. They'll tell you the date. They'll tell you the time. Then you just show up. And Lynn Visa practically takes care of everything else. Without the agent, just to see if it's really as hard. I don't think there's a way to do that. There is a way to do that, but for me, I don't really think there's a worth it. Because how would I get there? How the hell am I? It's not worth it. It's not worth it to save $47 to go take a local chicken bus with kids coughing, grandmas carrying chickens on it, and that's the only other way. I do know a guy, a Russian guy on my floor, a cool guy. He's got a family of 5, and he rents a car, and he drives it down to the same border. But he's doing it every 45 days because he's a Russian citizen. So he can only stay for 45 days. He's doing that every 45 days. But I guess technically it's cheaper for him because he's got 5 people. So if he was paying 5 people, he'd be paying like $700 per visa run. So he rents a car and he drives himself. And I don't think he needs a Cambodian visa to pay. He doesn't need to pay. And the Vietnam visa is 45 days. So he pays for the rental car, the gas, and maybe a few other things. But for me, it doesn't make sense because how am I going to get down there? I'm not going to rent a car. I'm not going to take the risk. I'm definitely not doing the scooter, and I'm definitely not doing a local chicken bus. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for me to do it. I couldn't really do it. I don't know about online notary service. I've looked at people talk about the notary service. I would love to get like sponsors or something, but I don't think you can do that out of the USA. I think you got to take classes or something. I don't know enough about it. But I would love to do something like that. Something online service. I would love to do that. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you really quickly. So you'll see the thumbnails. If you watch, I'll show you really quickly. Watch, probably watch this one. I'll show you. Watch. I'll recommend probably. Why aren't the... Oh, the playlist. Here we go. Here we go. So watch this one. Fastest way to get a new visa in Vietnam. That one was 9 months ago. And I have another one. Where'd the other one go? But watch that one for sure. I've never heard 140. I heard it's 280. It's not 140 though. It's not. It's like 280. I don't know where you heard 140. I just watched the video. How much is the Cambodian 1 year long visa for an American citizen? How much is a 1 year visa in Cambodia for an American citizen? I swear it's like 280. 285. It's not 180, not 140. I don't know where you got the 140. A 1 year multiple entry visa extensions for Cambodia costs $285. The visa allows unlimited re-entry into Cambodia, 6 months. So maybe you're thinking of the 6 months. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. But the 1 year is $285. So it's basically half the price of Da Nang. So Da Nang is about $750. So you save half, but then you have to live in Cambodia. No, not 6 hours. Remember, we were out for, man, we ate dinner for a good 2 hours. Yeah, so it's $280 for a 1-year visa. I don't have any friends, though. That's the thing. I don't really have any friends, and the friends that I do have, two things. They're not going to have the same visa run as me, and they're damn sure not going to want to get on a damn car. Nobody likes to do that. There's only a few. I think Dale does the visa run. I do the visa run. Kim does the visa run. But mostly everyone else, I mean, even me and Fluffy's visa doesn't match up. It is $42 for a business visa once you're in Phnom Penh. How would I get a business visa? And how would Fluffy get one? How do you qualify for a business visa in Cambodia? How do you qualify for a business visa once in Cambodia? There's a couple of lists. What business am I going to tell them I have? So, purpose of visit, valid passport, invitation letter from Cambodian company or organization confirming your business purpose. How am I going to get that, Dark Brother? How am I going to get that? Demonstration sufficient funds, good character. Good character. You must meet Cambodia's health regulations, visa application, and a visa fee. $35. How much is a business visa? 35 single entry. It can cost up to $300 depending on the duration. Type E costs 35 single entry. It's valid for 30 days and can be extended for after arrival. If you need long-term extensions, it can cost up to $300. I wouldn't mess with that. I would just pay the $280. It gets dicey when you start trying to say, oh, I got a business and I got this. I don't know, man. I try to, as shady stuff as I've done, I wouldn't say it's shady. I've done a few things in life when I was young, back in the Vallejo days when I was a young teenager. But I try to stay on the up and up on most stuff, especially when you're out of the country. I don't really want to tell them, oh, I got a business visa. Oh, I got this. John Wick. I've never seen Matrix. Never seen any of those. I guess we're gonna wrap it up, guys. It's been on too damn long. I will definitely be sleeping in tomorrow because I'm not even tired yet. So I'm gonna go try to edit some video. I don't know. I think we're going out to dinner tomorrow, and then I think Wednesday we're going to Mega Market. I think some of you guys would like to see Mega Market. But the problem is the internet sucks in there. Every time we go, it's like a big warehouse, and every time we go there, everyone's phone, not just Vinaphone, but everyone else's phone goes on terrible mode. I don't know. I'm gonna look. I don't really think I'm even gonna want to stay in Cambodia long term. I'm gonna go there and check it out, but I don't think it's gonna have the value. It's gonna have to wow me and blow me out of the water, like, whoa, Da Nang has nothing on this, because I just don't see Cambodia matching. I'm not going to be out. So Fluffy can go outside right now and walk to the ATM at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't have Fluffy go out at 2 o'clock in the morning in Cambodia. I know a guy that told me his two friends got mugged, literally choked out and stolen his phone. Like, he's like, oh yeah, that happens. It's just petty crime. That doesn't happen here in Da Nang. I don't want to have to deal with it. I don't see what Cambodia, Phnom Penh, I don't see what it's going to offer me. Even the amenities and all this other stuff, it just doesn't match the Da Nang. The steel of the building disrupts. It could, but it's weird. Like Costco doesn't do that in the USA. Like a couple other big buildings don't do that. But it's just Mega Market. And it sucks because I want to make a video. I want to do a live stream. Maybe Bangkok. But I'm telling you guys, Da Nang is extremely safe. I don't ever hear of crime here. Bangkok, there's a lot of crime, partly because of the Western tourists too, drunk and stuff. But I guarantee you, Da Nang is safer than Bangkok. I never work. I honestly, all the people you guys see I run into, I've never heard a bad story. I've never heard someone saying, "Oh, I got stabbed. Oh, I got mugged." I've never heard that story in 2 years here in Da Nang. Never, 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 never. I don't really worry about my safety in any country, man. I think Vallejo, growing up in Vallejo, is on par or worse than almost all the cities I go to. So I know how to handle myself. I know how to take care of myself. But it's just an aspect in the back of the mind that I have to think about. And I'm like, why am I downgrading my safety to pay more and to come to a city that I don't like as much? I only get by English. I know maybe 3 Vietnamese words. So when I go to restaurants, most restaurants will be able to take your order. You won't have a problem. If they don't speak English, you go to the Google Translate. If you can't do that, you point at the menu. If you can't do that, you open up Google and, like, let's say you want chicken. Google, please show me a picture of chicken. That's how I get along. I've been here for almost 2 years. I know hello, thank you, and a few menu items, but I don't know Vietnamese. I don't know it. You'll easily survive if you have Google Translate and you point and you show pictures. I'm sure that's probably in Bangkok. I know that's not out here because I know there's no, well, there might be, but I've never heard of a lady boy out here. That's Bangkok, but Bangkok's a little rough, man. Bangkok is rough because it has the Western aspect and Bangkok is the #1 traveled city in the world. Of course it's going to have crime. South Africa. I have heard South Africa. I was just reading a thing about it. But we'll catch up next time, guys. I got to get the hell out of here. It's way too long. I appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. Hopefully, I'm going to check. I hope we had 1,000 views for this long. Once again, I thank you guys. I think we're going to do a live stream for dinner tomorrow. So check back in about 7 o'clock-ish Vietnamese time. Thanks again. Boom.